What was the figure below the stone? The elevation, number of feet?
I don't know. Let me look at it again. I thought it was 14,000 feet or something. But
17,640 is the
Chicago's,
figure.
yeah. That sounds
Yeah,
right.
that's not a comma. That's a decimal. Index that with the city of Chicago.gov site. And when you check out their datum under elevation benchmarks, the first one at the mark cut on the top bottom stone of the granite base, southeast corner, northeast truss bank is
Yeah,
17.64 feet below that mark on the bottom of the stone.
yeah.
It's not
Well, what I'm saying is
17,000.
maybe. Yeah. Well, okay. My mistake.
Righto. That's all I
I got
wanted to
that
clear up.
outside. Yeah. So that's probably the lake level, like Lake Michigan. I bet you that like they measured that datum was set at the level of Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan's like 540 feet above sea level, mean sea level, and I bet you like the closest road. I've done quite a bit of like analysis on Chicago because of the skyline and stuff. So like the road that's all the Chicago skyline photos that you see, there's a road called Lake Shore Boulevard or something, or North Shore Boulevard, and that is 8 feet above lake level. So it wouldn't surprise me if this is up a little bit higher, and that they set their datum at the level of the lake in September 12th, 1928.
Yep, could be. Out of all the data they show, all the datum points, then there are about, I don't know, 60 or 70 here on this list. The ranges go from 6 to 80 feet. Nothing so wide into the thousand. Oh, 85 feet. Yes, go on with them. That's about where they're at. All
Appreciate
right,
that,
let's get
Stone.
over to Lady Hannah.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Stone. I just want to shout out Stone because he does a great job at cross referencing, um, and just just making sure that whatever information that we're talking about is accurate. And the reason why I want to highlight that is because they always say, "Yo, flat earthers never correct each other," and it's like, bro, like we have different ideas and we correct each other all the time. Case in point, you know. Doesn't
Yeah,
change anything.
yeah,
There's no ego here. Like,
yeah, and the datum level doesn't really defeat the point. The point is that they're using a plane, right? Is that they're using a plane beneath
Oh, most
Chicago.
definitely.
Whether it's
Sure.
20,000 feet or 100,000 feet, that's kind of irrelevant. I mean, to the point I was making.
facts. It is weird that they included a third digit that didn't have a value after the decimal, but uh, who knows? I think Leliana was up. Leliana, you still there?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's great. Stone, you're the quality control, and we're after the truth. We're not like invested in ego so much. But what I was going to say was that I'm going to try and do some research and try and find some professionals who might be flat earthers who, even if they just have to like have some kind of an anonymous avatar or something and come on Twitter, they'd be willing to come and speak as professionals. But I think that people like pilots or men who like build long bridges or surveyors or anybody that would have to have some knowledge really of the surface of the earth, the shape of the surface of the earth. I think if we could have him, I mean, Superfly, I guess he said he's a pilot, right? So he might have some friends that are pilots that might be willing to just like have an avatar so they could still be anonymous if, they're worried about their job or whatever, which is totally understandable. But I'm going to try and do some research because I'll try and connect with some flat earthers that might know, like real professionals who are secretly flat earthers, but they're just, maybe not confident yet to really come out. Because I think we have more of these like real professionals coming out and saying like, hey, you know what? It is flat, like pilots and stuff like that. I think that it's just really helpful because I'm sure there's a load of people here. I mean, like, how many people end up listening across all the different platforms, do you think, to the weekly thing? It's got to be at least 1,000 or more, no?
Numbers I saw an hour ago are way up over 700. So yeah, I think you're headed in the right direction.
But 700 what, just for Twitter, or would that be like if you
All
added?
three. This space, watching Alan, watching Shane.
Uh-huh, yeah. And I bet you more, that's just who are listening, how many are listening right now, right? Like that, it's probably more like later in the week, people, might just, like as they're doing their work or something, they may turn it on and listen to it or whatever, right?
I
So,
know Shane probably got like a few hundred on between Rumble and YouTube. I know Alan does over 1,000 every Friday, and then there's those that come to the space. So I don't
yeah,
know, it's thousands to be totally honest.
yeah. So I think, there's probably a lot of people that are still relatively new, or they might be a little bit on the fence, or just don't know enough about it, or whatever. But I think that, if these professionals come, even if they come here anonymously, and they're given the welcome and the respect and the warmth, because ultimately, we're all human and we all want to be uh, sort of like accepted or whatever, because that makes us more comfortable as souls, right? So even if they come here with truth, and they see that they are welcomed and appreciated, I think that it's just going to make the movement grow. I'm gonna I'm gonna put some feelers out and try and find some professionals who are secretly flat earthers who'll be willing to come over here and talk to us. I think that would be really great. And it's funny, Proud, when you were talking about people telling you that you're too smart to be a flat earther, I've had Globers tell me that I was too pretty to be a flat earther. And I was like, duh. I said, no, I should be a flat earther, right? Because if you're pretty, you're dumb. So anyways, I thought that was just so funny. I was like, no, I should be a flat earther.
That's hilarious.
Hey, if anybody can get a hold of a hardcover Jessupan flight manual, aeronautical flight manual, it's I think it's all the way at the very back. I'm not sure. It's been such a long time, but that manual, they put it right out and say all measurements, consider it as if you're on a plane surface. I mean, they tell you in black and white. I just remembered that while
Oh,
you
you're
guys
talking
were
about the
talking.
handbook? I think I have a copy
Yeah.
of that.
Check out, check out
Review.
if you have the handbook. Check it out. If it either on the front part or on the back part, it says consider all measurements, and I would believe it's when you're taking them, like when you're practicing on how to use, you know, an aeronautical chart. It's consider it being like if you're on a plane surface, something like that. Rather, I'm pulling the shit out of old memory. I'm 51 years old. I'm losing it.
Hey, Superfly, you said you're a pilot, right?
Yeah, back in 97. Oh, wait, 96, 97, and 98. I left around almost about the fall of 98. I was working for the DoD, well, which was under the Department of the Air Force, and I used to fly for Janet Airlines. That's really all I can say about that. And then I left out of there in '98, and I went to go right next door there in McCarran International Airport. Went to go work for NetJets, and was there for 28 years.
Yeah, I don't know if you have friends, that can just stay anonymous if they need to. If you guys could come and talk about that, that would be so cool.
Well, I just met a guy and we became friends not last week. He came in. He works for Delta. He flies a A320 or A321. He flies for Delta. He's an active pilot. I mean, he's more active than I lost my medical. That's why I'm not flying anymore. I lost my medical due to COVID. So I'm pretty much, the only thing I can probably fly would be I'd have to go get my license for a sport plane license. That's about it. I can't fly ATP anymore. I can't fly a 135 or a 191 anymore. I've been shut down on that part, but I'm pretty sure that if I wanted to go back into flying, I can get either go back down to private pilot, or I don't know if they even let me do that. Losing your medical is a big deal.
Hey, Super, by any chance, when you first got your pilot's license, did they make you take like a mental health test or anything like that? If you remember?
No, I got my license at 17 years old. I did my first solo flight at 16.
Sheesh.
16 for real? What? Holy.
We ran into an anti-flatter
Overachiever.
pilot who lost his pilot credentials because I guess he tweeted something that was probably perceived as maybe a little depressed or something, and they wanted him to take like a psych eval, and he refused to do it, so they took his credentials. So he became an anti-flat earther from that day on.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. You can't f around with the FAA. I mean, like when I learned how to fly a space shuttle at 15 years old, and that was because I went to space camp because I was a good boy and I got good grades. And my mom said, if you get good grades, remember in the summertime we're gonna pay for you to go to space camp. I was all for it. I got the best grades. Shit, I got A's all the way across, and I wasn't all very good in school. But I mean, I was good. But aviation is what took me all the way through. I mean, I wanted to really fulfill my dream. And so I went to space camp. I learned how to fly. Well, I'm probably one of not very many people around here can say that I got to sit inside the Space Shuttle Columbia, the Space Shuttle Columbia. But then they had a mock-up cockpit of the space shuttle at Florida Kennedy Space Center, and we all got to fly, simulated flight. Needless to say, I made it, but I crashed and burned.
Hey, Superfly, what are those simulations like? Are those simulations like pretty realistic, or can you tell like, oh no, this is?
No, I mean, geez, I was 15 years old. Okay, so I mean, they put you in a flight suit. They make flight. It's like a $580 deal my mom paid for, and it's a whole week, 7 days. And you go the first day, you go and you do spacewalks inside the pool, just like they all do. You're acting just like an astronaut. It's just I didn't think it was bullshit at first. Now I just think it's a total crap. I mean, they put you in this deep ass pool,
Did you ever do any
pressurized
rituals?
No, and it was all fun and games, and then you got to go see some simulated, build rocket for a couple days, and then go out there and pop them off. And it was pretty cool. It was a good learning experience, and I'm all for. I mean, I'm all for it, right? Not anymore, but I was all for it then. And it really, I mean, I thought that after I went to space camp, I really excelled in school, and I wanted to become an astronaut. But as you know, to become an astronaut, most people most of the candidates that become astronauts in flight, now I'm talking about, the commanders, and they all come from the Navy. And I didn't go
Or
to the Navy.
Air Force. Facts.
Well, most of them come from the Navy. I really don't know anybody that's come from the Air Force. Now, I graduated from the Air Force Academy, And so, and then I went to go try to fly KC-10s. But I was attached to the 57th wing out of Nellis, so that's where I was stationed at. And then I ended up not going very far because they were looking for pilots to fly for Janet Airlines. So then I went over there, made a little bit more money, and had weekends off. So that's what I did for 3 years, and then got out of there and went to go fly for NetJets.
I was thinking about joining the Air Force so I could get my pilot's license. What
Well,
were you
exactly. That's what you do. No. Don't go. Yeah, stay on that track, girl. You do
Yeah.
exactly that. You get the way I got my pilot's license early was because I lived next to an airport in California, and I met the right person. I was in the Civil Air Patrol. Now I don't know how old you are, but if you can get on the Civil Air Patrol, you sound like you're. How old are you, if I may ask?
I'm in my 20s. I should be able to join. You think
Oh
there's
no,
an
you
age
can
limit?
join. I just thinking that you were, some people sound real young here, but if you can get into the Civil Air Patrol as a cadet, go through the cadet program. I was in the cadet program, and then 18 years old, I
Does
got
that
out of
even
the cadet.
exist anymore?
Oh yeah,
Is the Civil Air
yeah.
Patrol? Oh, it does.
Oh
Wow.
sure, yeah. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
my friend was
all
in
over.
that.
Yeah,
We used to do
all
like
over.
airplane spotting and stuff like that.
Sure, I did that. I did. Well, you got to belong. Squadron 121 is the one I belong to out of California. But I went and washed airplanes for every day after school. Went to the airport. I lived right across the street. I'll go across the street, go wash a couple airplanes, and every time this guy named Ray Harvison, he owned Southwest Air Charters, and he every time I washed an airplane, he'd give me an hour of flight. So by the time I got to 16 years old, I had enough hours on a logbook that he says, "Hey, you have enough hours. I can sign you off. You know how to fly." So we went up, and he gave me I did my solo, and from then on, I couldn't get a private pilot's license until you're 17 years old. That's the law. So as soon as I turned 17, man, we went up and he got me an examiner, and I know her and Donna Webster, and she's an examiner for the FAA. She did a check ride with me. I got my pink ticket, waited for my license. Back then it was a paper license. Then they give you a little hard card, and took that all the way to the Air Force. Then I got whatever I wanted to do. The only thing I couldn't fly was fighter jets because I'm a short fat guy. But I could have done anything else. I mean, I flew C-130s and finally got into the jet. Was gonna fly. I started getting certified, getting a type rating for the KC-10, flying the tankers, and that didn't last very long until I saw a job working for Janet Airlines, and everybody was telling me, "Oh, if you can get hired on," I got hired on after 2 interviews. So yeah, I'm kind of glad I got that. But then somebody told me, "Oh, go work on the corporate level, get out of the Air Force and go work in the corporate level." I went to go fly for corporate jets and flying rich people around and stuff like that. Made a lot more money. My 3rd year, I was making over 120.
I just want to see if I have a pilot's license. Will NASA hire me? That'll be interesting.
Well, the sky's the limit, girl. You can do whatever you want. Just do a lot of studying and fly hard.
Oh, I was going to throw in there that I went to Kennedy Space Center years ago with my Girl Scout troop, and we got to sleep in the Kennedy Space Center. I got to do the little flight simulation too. I just wish I had cared back then. Like, I wish I either cared more about flat Earth or cared more about globe Earth, so I could have pressed them on some questions. It's crazy.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't think, to me, still to this day, I don't think that I wouldn't go in there pressing the flat Earth issue. Just go in there and go fly and go have fun and do that. keep it to yourself. I mean, you can't go into the military and start talking about flat Earth. They'll fucking court-martial your ass or something,
Yo,
kick you out.
you think they're gonna let me in the Air Force with a Twitter profile like Proud
I don't know.
Plus?
You sound like I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, they
I
probably
mean, you
got me
sound
on
pretty
a red
smart to
list
me.
right now. I'm probably blacklisted, red listed, and everything in between. Sheesh.
Well, I just found out that I'm on a no-fly list now. I just found out this week. They put me on a no-fly list. I'm like, I've been talking to Homeland Security on it. Why do you have me on the no-fly list? You know, but it has something to do with either something that I have online, and I'm a Trump supporter, so I don't know. I gotta fight this.
I got a question for you.
And
How
free
far could you
Superfly.
do? Yeah, I got a question for you, Superfly. How far could you do radio communication?
What do you mean? How far can you do radio communication?
Like if you had to talk on the radio, like 300 miles, 100 miles. If you had to talk to, I don't know, whoever you talk to, you got to talk to somebody, right? Like how far do you need a repeater or something like that? Because this is the reason I'm asking. Because there's transcripts. So after JFK was shot, um, the Secretary of State of the United States was somewhere between Hawaii and Japan. He was on a diplomatic mission or whatever, and they radioed him from Washington D.C. to turn around and come back. And they used a system that was invented by a guy named Arthur Collins and Collins Radio. And the DoD had exclusive contract with them all during like the post World War II era up in I think the contract started in 32 and might have ended somewhere in the 70s or something. But Admiral Byrd used it to talk from Little America to Riverside, Long Island, which is pretty far, which is something like 9,000 miles. And the transmission from Washington between Hawaii and Japan, something like 6,000 miles. And they also talked to Admiral Byrd through teletype 6,000 miles over, what do you call it? Radio. It wasn't voice. It was like, what did they call it back in the day? Freaking Morse code or whatever, right? Teletype. So I was just wondering, like, how far you could talk to somebody, how far away they could be. Like, you could do radio communication. Could you, like, talk to, like, obviously you're, like, I'm sure you flew over the ocean, right? So you're, like, way out to sea.
No,
I'm just
I
curious.
actually never. I mean, in my career, like I was saying, when I flew for Janet Airlines, it was 40 minutes a flight. You know, it was right from McCarran to Groom Lake and back. Okay, and then when I flew for corporate, it was basically West Coast to East Coast. Uh, Maybe sometimes I go down to. That's where I met my girlfriend. It's down in there, going to Cancun. But now, I mean, you know, the distance wise, I'm going to say, you know, 300-400 miles, and you get sent from one center to another center. So if you take off from LA, you're, you know, SoCal Center or LA Center, and then once you cross over, you might get put onto, you know, Las Vegas Center, and then you go up and Chicago Center starts picking you up, and it's just you know, they're just bringing you along as you're on your flight path, uh, on your flight plan. You just keep getting handed off until you get to where you're
Yeah,
gonna go
yeah.
land. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I understand. I was thinking because you said you flew refuelers, right? That you refueled the airplanes that maybe you flew over the ocean or something.
I was training. No, yeah, no, I was training. When I started doing that, I was just training to do that. You know, I was just training to. I took maybe
Oh,
I got maybe about 100 hours on a KC-10. You know, and everything
yeah.
was inland. You know, everything was over the restricted airspace that's over there in the, you know, over the desert. But Yeah, I didn't do much of ocean. The only time I've ever done ocean is when I go back and forth to Puerto Rico, and I was just a passenger then, you know.
Yeah, that's not that far either. I was hoping for something like halfway through the Pacific or something, because the Pacific's pretty damn big. Because we have all these impossible, like so-called impossible radio communications, because it's supposed to be a giant, mountain of water in the way that exist, and like there's all these excuses why these are possible, and we get these arguments like Starlink and like this, that, and the other thing, and I try to tell the Globers, I'm like, dude, like the only reason you think Starlink exists because you think there's a ball in the way, and that you can't radio communicate far distances because there's a big ball in the way, so you have to have a satellite. But we know that's not true because they've done 9,000, 6,000, 10,000 mile radio communications as far back as 1918. So it's like your reasoning doesn't fly, because their reasoning is, well, I'm in the middle of the woods. I picked up a radio signal. They said it's a satellite, so Earth's got to be a globe, right? Which is just silly, because we know radio waves can travel a lot farther than that.
Well, just like they have land antennas, they got water antennas. So they got buoys out there that have antennas. Just like they have buoys
I'm
out
sure.
there that measurement, how big the wave is, because for tsunamis. Okay, they got those antennas out there, and those. Okay, and so if anybody goes underneath a passenger aircraft, all the GPS antennas, they're underneath the belly. They're not above. See, I mean, it's you would think that if we're connecting to a satellite, that the antenna would be up on top, on the rooftop of the aircraft. It's actually on the
Yeah,
bottom
because
side.
aluminum's going to shield it, right? If it's on the bottom, the aluminum's
Exactly.
going to shield it.
So
Signal.
so it throws the signal's being thrown from land, from land-based antennas up to the aircraft, and that's how you're connected. It's just like auto land and auto takeoff. All these, planes now can basically fly themselves to the ground, and in low meteorological conditions. Okay, aircrafts can land on their own. Let me tell you, I was just trying to say meteorological. That's a hard word for me now. It never used to be. That's what happens when you get COVID like I did. For 4 days, I had 104-degree temperature, and that's why I lost my medical, because I fucking COVID dumbified me, I think. I mean, well, I can feel it. It slowed my brain down some. So that's probably, I mean, that's the reason why I'm not flying anymore, and why I lost my medical, because I lost memory. I still can't smell. So, I got dumbified with that shit, but I didn't get the jab.
Yeah, running a high temperature as an adult is dangerous. When you're a kid, it isn't so bad, but when you're an adult, having like 104, 105, that it gets pretty dangerous, where it will cause like brain damage.
Well, there you go. I got fucking brain damage.
Well, so do I. So we're in the same boat.
And I'm a flat earther, so I guess that's okay.
Well, I wish you both speedy healing. Yeah, thanks for sharing all that,
Thanks.
Superfly. We need more whistleblowers somehow. I'm going to try and put my feelers out and try and find like whistleblowers who are willing to come over here and speak anonymously, about flat Earth. Well, I think I'm going to hit the sack. It's midnight here. I'm on the West Coast. Love you guys, and maybe I'll catch up with you tomorrow if you guys are still going. So thank you for everything, and see you guys tomorrow.
Isn't tomorrow already
Okay,
here?
bye.
Good to see you, Liliana. I know we go late, and I appreciate you staying up with us. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, yeah. No, I got 7 minutes more for tomorrow, Superfly.
I'm in Wisconsin right now, so
Night,
um,
Liliana.
it's tomorrow today.
Better hurry up, Cinderella. You'll turn into a pumpkin. You better get back to the house by midnight.
It's almost 3 a.m. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Yeah, it's 3 for me too. Like,
Wow, you guys are troopers. I can't stay up very late. Otherwise, I'm like a zombie the next day. Yeah.
And
All
it's
right.
4 for me.
Cyborg.
So I think
it's
I'm gonna
great
head out
talking to
too,
you.
boys.
Holy moly. How'd you guys do it? I have no idea.
Stamina. 4 a.m. is about where I draw the line. So have a good one, y'all. It's been awesome. Sacred, proud, nice one.
All right.
Again, of course. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Stone.
Catch you then, gang.
Oh, good night. Yeah, I'm already
Have a
looking
good
forward
one.
to next Friday. Good night, guys. Love you guys. Bye.
That's the squad right there, y'all. Y'all go tap in with Liliana, tap in with Man of Stone.
I'm gonna put that in a clip. I'm already looking forward to next Friday. Thanks, Liliana, for that soundbite. I was just gonna say like I get why certain positions you probably wouldn't want to identify as a flat earther, but like are there really people who are going to stalk your social media and fire you from your local? I don't even know like how deep is that? Do you guys think like can they pull you aside and HR tell you, hey, your online presence as a flat earther requires us to terminate you? Like there's no law against that. Well, like I would like to
That
actually see.
sounds like some discrimination. Hold on, I'm thinking about it.
Right, like who are you to say that my cosmological view gets in the way of me doing my job? Like unless I'm supposed to be doing something that requires me to believe globe Earth.
And we know that's nothing. There's really no job that requires you to believe in a globe Earth.
Now I'm pretty sure I don't want a flat Earth astronaut, but
Unless
like
you're a globe salesman, right?
right, NASA's merchandise department probably should be globe
Yeah,
Earth.
Master sales.
work in the gifts. You got work in the gift shop at NASA's space camp, right? Like, I'm a flat earther selling NASA stuff.
We also, I wish, man, I wish the PhD was here. We talked about when Robert Bender said he needed to get like funding or support from somebody else in that field in order to actually get accepted for anything. But that's still like you're still in the paradigm of needing their help, needing funding, needing them. So if you had like money, your own money to put up to back your own PhD to get the funding you need, at that point they couldn't tell you anything. You wouldn't need anybody else's help. So you would be an independent PhD doing your own research.
Until you wanted to publish, then you will run into issues.
Publish
Well,
like
see,
with a
here's the
book
problem
company.
with all that. Well, I mean, that's what he should do. He should publish a book. So, like, peer review is a recent invention. Actually, Eric Weinstein went over this when he was talking with Terrence Howard. He's talking about how peer review is actually a recent invention, and like, guess who recently invented it? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, or is it Jordan Maxwell? No, Robert Maxwell. He pretty much bought up all the scientific journals and created like a giant multinational conglomerate, and there's a lot of fuckery that went around along with that. But that's not the point. The point is that peer review is recent, but people have done things like scientists have taken out full page ads in the New York Times. They've written books. They've like made their own publishings. Right? You don't need peer review. You don't need to be in a peer reviewed journal to get quote unquote peer reviewed. Right? Like other people will read it. Right? A lot of like mainstream people, they'll write books, right, about their particular field that have nothing to do. I mean, a good example is Richard Dawkins, right? The atheist. He wrote his book called The Selfish Gene. None of that's peer reviewed, but people run around spouting it as scientific gospel, right? So you don't need peer review. Pierre Robitaille, you know who that is? Dr. Robitaille, Sky Scholar, Electric Universe guy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him.
You kind of peaked there, Sacred. But yeah, we I think we've talked about him a little bit in here.
Yeah, so he paid and took out a full page ad in the New York Times about how Kirchhoff's law basically is wrong. So Kirchhoff's Kirchhoff has a couple laws. So I think it's Kirchhoff's heat law that's actually not correct. And he took out, and because he couldn't get it published, he just took out and paid to have a full page ad in the New York Times taken out. And he actually got, responses from people in his field about it. You know what I mean? So it was peer reviewed, it just wasn't peer reviewed in the journal.
Yeah, that you're actually right. But whenever you present that, they say, "Oh, he's a quack. He published his work in a journal that's pay to play," or like I've already tried. I even went to that what's that other flat Earth Discord? I'm sure you know who that is, Indio Gem Panda and all them over there.
Oh yeah, flat Earth
Yeah.
and more. Yeah,
I dropped the Robitaille sauce and they dismissed it instantly. Instantly. I'm like, bro,
yeah,
this guy's a physicist, or I don't know. Is he a physicist? I don't know if he's a physicist.
he's got a PhD in chemist and he's a medical doctor.
That's what it was. They were just dismissing him because he wasn't a physicist, even though he has PhD and he has studies in the science. That's what it was. Thank you for reminding me. But
yeah, he has
so his
PhD
work
in
is
chemistry.
right.
Medical doctor. So like he has the world record for the highest. Well, at the time he did it, it was the world record for the highest resolution MRI ever made. Right. So you got to know physics because the way MRI works is basically quantum physics. So it uses something called so electrons in their orbitals, they precess, right? They do this little wobble thing. Like they say the Earth wobbles, they do this wobble. When they pulse it with a magnetic field, this wobble changes. And so what they do, they pulse the magnetic field, and the atoms, the electrons, they wobble, right? So it's called nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. So they get the atoms to wobble, right? And that they can image this wobble, because when it relaxes, it'll set off a magnetic wave, basically, and they can measure that and detect it and create an image from it. He created the high. You have to, dude. This is like saying he's not a physicist. That's just cap, dude. Because you need to know crazy physics to even be able to do anything related to MRI.
That's a good point.
So
Yeah, that's crazy to even say that. Like, I wish I was there with you, man, but I haven't been in that server in a long time.
So let me get this right. There's a great value peer review, like a knockoff peer review that's not name brand, that they can discredit.
Yeah, it's gotta go in quote unquote accepted journals. So you can have a journal that accepts certain studies or whatever the case is, but if it's not part of like the in crowd, the group, they're gonna dismiss it.
I mean, they're going to dismiss it anyway. I mean, let's be honest. Could be in the journal Nature, they would still dismiss it for some reason.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Did anybody mainstream, and I don't mean like, this is kind of hard, but I don't mean like Professor Dave, but like, did anybody mainstream, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, somebody actually credible, come out and speak on Terrence Howard's theories, or did they all ignore him?
No, that's Weinstein, right? Weinstein went up there and was talking to Joe Rogan and Terrence Howard. I didn't get to watch that whole thing. Do you know who I'm talking about, bro?
Weinstein, I think I seen some of those clips on TikTok, but I didn't watch the whole thing either. I don't even know if that's good enough, because when B.O.B. came out and was saying that he believed the Earth was flat and why, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson basically broke a thumb trying to step on him and tweet at him, and then got on his show to put him in his place as a rapper. But Terrence Howard, with a whole credential and patents, everybody's just turning a blind eye to that. And I wonder why. Like, why didn't they keep that same energy?
I don't know if he has a credential, but he definitely has put in the work to study it. I don't know if he got like a doctorate or anything from a university.
I think he
I'll
has
have
like
to
an
look into
MD.
it.
I think he has an MD. It's not a PhD.
Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe a master's or something. I'll have to do my research before I can speak on it. But yeah, like you should
Have you
have.
ever seen Dr. Robitaille cook frickin' Professor Dave? Have you ever seen that video?
They
Dude,
went
it is
back and
so
forth.
funny, dude.
You talking about in the lecture hall?
No. Professor Dave made a video about how Pierre Robitaille is a quack because he has a theory that the sun is metallic hydrogen, right? That the surface of the sun is metallic hydrogen and that it's not nuclear fusion. So Professor Dave, not liking anything that isn't mainstream because he's a freaking NPC, made a video about it. So Robitaille made basically a reply to it. And dude, he cooks him so bad because he just cites the astronomical journals. And there's one point he goes, I don't, because he's like playing like Dave's video. He's like, he said, Dr. Robitaille must have fell asleep in astronomy class because blah, 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 blah. And then Robitaille whips out the astronomy journal that says exactly what he said and contradicts Dave. He's like, I don't know who fell asleep in astronomy class, but it wasn't me. And it's just so funny. He just cooks Dave so bad, dude. The whole video is like an hour of just destroying him. And I mean, he's using quotes from journals, quotes from the textbooks, quotes from like actually just the quotes, backing up everything he says. Because Dave's just a pretender. He's just a pretender clown, and we all know that. I'll post that because it's so good. I found it funny. Anyone cooking Dave is funny to me.
I gotta see that.
Dude, it's one of the best cooks / educational pieces you'll ever see. Because here's the thing with the sun and the fusion thing, right? So there's a myriad of arguments he goes over. One of them is really funny, and it's about kinetic law or kinetic gas theory, and I'm sorry, what was it? Anyway,
Kinetic theory of gases.
yes, that's it, and how you need a container to push off of. He was like, it couldn't even be possible, and it's like Robitaille, brah, come over here for a second. Let's see if we can figure out this atmosphere together. But there was another argument though, and it was about the chemical composition. You know, when they look at the stars and they do their spectroscopy and stuff. Well, when they look at the sun and they do their spectroscopy, there's a specific element or whatever that they need to even pretend to produce the lines that they're getting, and that doesn't exist at all in the like the element that they need doesn't exist at all in where they need their readings or whatever. So they just make it up. And this one guy that he quotes from the Astronomical Journal, he's like, though this element remains extremely elusive, we believe its existence. It's like, oh, snap, dog. You believe in fairy dust? Nice. Nice. But yeah, it's one of the most
like
cohesive
the solar
dismantlements.
spectrum. Oh my God, like the solar spectrum, if you watch all his videos, I mean, you gotta watch all of them. Like the solar spectrum itself does not match the predictions at all. Like it doesn't match, like even remotely, like what it's supposed to be. So it's supposed to be like the thermal spectrum. So it's supposed to have like, so much energy in this frequency, this wavelength, that wavelength, this wavelength. And there's a predicted graph, but then there's the actual, what they actually see, and they're not even close to each other. And then when you take the spectroscopy, there's supposed to be elements in the sun which aren't there. There's spectral lines which exist, which shouldn't exist. And then he like goes into like all the because you know what Globers are. We have spectroscopy. We can tell what everything's made out of. He goes through all the problems with spectroscopy. So there's something like thermal line broadening, Doppler shift broadening, like there's all these like confounding variables, right? So when they actually do a measurement with spectroscopy, it's not straightforward as the Globers like to pretend it is. It isn't just like they're looking at the sun and they just see what's inside it, right? There's actually like blurring of the lines, and they kind of have to be averaged or like statistically recreated to say what it probably is, right? A lot of this stuff is like probabilistic, but the Globers act like they're just taking like this snapshot and it's straightforward. It's nothing like that. Globers always try to characterize like what's being done in science as just like straightforward. Oh, they detected gravity waves, or oh, they what was the other one? The black hole image, and like all these things, right? Like, how was the black hole image created? Well, it was measured at 290, what was it? 697 gigahertz frequency, which isn't visible spectrum. So how did you create an image from that? Oh, they just made for each like intensity, they added a color value. So it's not actually an image, it's just a concoction, because they don't know if like changes of frequency or brightness in that frequency correlate to a color. They have no idea. They like, it has nothing to do with anything. And Robitaille goes over that too. So that image, the black hole image, is, if I remember right, it's 1,720 times beyond the diffraction limit of the telescopes they used. So they used like radio telescopes all over the earth, right? And you can compute like the size of how big that aperture would be, its diameter. And then from that diameter, you can figure out the diffraction or the Rayleigh criterion for that wavelength. And then you can go, okay, how far away do they say is the black hole? How big is one pixel? How many arc minutes is that, or arc seconds is that subtend? It's like micro arc seconds. So it's like each individual pixel is 1,720 times beyond the diffraction limit, which is physically impossible. So it's like Robitaille goes over all these flaws in astronomy. That's why they call him a crackpot, because they don't like what he's come up with, because he's not just saying stuff. He's actually giving them the physics behind what he's saying, and saying, using these parameters, like using what we know about physics from laboratory experiment, you can't draw the conclusions you're drawing from the results you're getting. And they don't like that, because astronomy is like a weird pseudoscience. Astrophysics, cosmology, they're just like pseudoscience.
Just purely observational based.
Yeah, man, with just those stories, man. It's crazy. Yeah, we made a bunch of templates of what a gravity wave would look like, and then we sat around and waited to see the waveform that matched one of those, then declared fucking victory. Like, it's retarded, dude. The shit they do is so retarded.
I found
Imagine your theories like this. There's a ghost car, right? And you set up a camera on the side of a freaking highway, and you just film cars. You're like, okay, if there's a ghost car to look like this, it'll make this blurry freaking image. And you have a reference image from what it would look like. And you wait and wait and wait and wait. And eventually a car will go by so fast that it'll look like the image that your pre-made image. And you go, yes, this is proof of the ghost car. This is literally what they're doing. It's dumb as shit. Sorry, I'm swearing, dude, but like, it's really offensive to me that like this is supposed to be acceptable, and these people are getting millions and billions of dollars. This is not acceptable. LIGO cost $4 billion, and then when they found they're about to run out of money and found their gravity waves, they got another $4 billion. That's no, I'm not cool with that. Sorry.
they ran out of gravity waves.
Yo, have you seen that?
Yeah, they're about to run out of money. The project was at the end. So LIGO was about to run out of money. They were like 6 months away from going before Congress to try and get more money, right? Because they got allocated a bunch of money, like funding. That funding was about to run out. So they had to go before Congress and say, hey, we need more money to keep this project going. But they hadn't detected anything. LIGO had been going for something like a decade. They hadn't detected anything, and they were no closer. So then they were like, maybe we're doing this wrong. We're gonna make templates. So they made 800 templates. First, what they did was they injected the templates as a simulation into the what would you call it, into the computer system. Said, oh, that was just a drill, right? But these 800, basically they said, if we detected a gravity wave, what would it look like on in our detection system, right? And they made 800 of these. Two black hole ring down, neutron star, freaking black hole ring down, two black holes zipping past each other. All these different scenarios of what would happen, and then what gravity wave would be produced from that type of event, right? They made 800 of these templates, right? And those particular gravity wave events would make a particular waveform, and so they just sat around and they waited for one of these events to happen. Right. But prior to that, they were just going, we're going to sit around and wait until we detect a gravity wave without any assumptions. But then just statistically, right, you're taking like continuous measurements 24 hours a day, and you're doing all this signal processing because there's crazy noise, right? There's like all these, like, I heard that they like ran a microwave, like fucking, like there was an electric fence or something in the next town or something that when they were turning it on, it was freaking up the gravity wave detector. So like the thing was supposed to be so sensitive it could detect this displacement, and you can go right on their website, and anyone that don't believe, especially go look this up. It says they can measure displacement that's 1/1000th of a proton radius. That small, a motion that small, 1/1000th of a proton radius.
No
So how
biggie.
can they do that? Yeah, no biggie. Like, yeah, but you can't measure the curve, right? Can't measure the curve on the surface of the Earth, but we can measure 1/1000
Whoa, and
proton
now
radius.
you're
No
pushing it. You're
problem.
asking for a whole lot now.
I know, man. Man, I'm asking for feet and inches, man. What am I talking about? So anyway, the point is that they were about to run out of funding when they came up with the scheme, and lo and behold, they detected gravity waves, and then boom, Congress allocates another $4 billion. And if you read articles at the time, there was like scientists saying this is going to open up a whole new field of physics, a whole new field of astronomy. And then if you look at like there's grants coming from universities and governments, now we're all going to find gravity waves, right? It was a big cash in because they have another just so story to quote unquote investigate with their science, right? And so all these scientists are getting paid and employed, graduate students, postdocs, all that crap. They just basically created a whole new make work industry. And I don't know why the Globers don't clue in onto this stuff, dude. That these are make work projects, man. You don't want the smartest people in the world running around unemployed, right? That's not a good idea. You got to keep them busy. So have them freaking build satellites that don't exist. Have them build gravitational wave detectors that don't actually detect anything. But at least you're keeping them busy, and they're not out in the street, building their own freaking bombs. Yeah, the state of science is horrible.
That's some.
Peter's probably sitting in here anonymous spiraling right now.
Who is?
Peter, he's always spying on this chat. He's probably just like anonymous spiraling right now after everything I said. He's like a true believer, man. Peter. Peter the Great. Peter Sozowski or whatever his name is.
Packed up Pete. Packed up Pete.
Packed up Pete. Yeah.
He thinks about us every night before he closes his eyes and every morning when he wakes up. I can guarantee that.
Is it weird that he posts our hashtag with pictures of his girl? Is that weird?
You know
Ain't it
that
weird?
meme where it's a couple walking and then the guy's looking back and the girl's like rolling her eyes?
Yeah, can we get that?
I got you. Quality time with your loved ones. Flat Earth Fridays.
Pick and choose, Pete. Pick and choose. Can't have both. Shout out to the anti-flirts.
Yeah, some of them were actually excited for today's episode. Not surprised, but they voiced their happiness and excitement on the TL. They couldn't even contain that much.
Yeah, y'all wait for part 2. That was only a sample size. We ain't even really get into everything.
Slight little overview. I think everybody is like pooped though. I think that it took the wind right out of everybody.
I think everyone was like super focused on the things that he was saying. Like it's almost like he didn't let not one line, not one bar go to waste. Everything that he spoke had, like every sentence had value. Yeah, I can't wait for part 2. And we're gonna try to get some other voices involved as well. I've been telling y'all that we've been on TikTok over there cooking. So yeah, we're gonna try to get some new voices in Flat Earth Friday. So y'all stay tuned.
I think we could go live this week on TikTok.
Tell me that.
Yeah.
Tell me that.
I think it's about that time. So that'd be a fun shift into next week.
Proud if you can post the TikTok up top. Oh look, Indio got Indio got the meme. We just have to change Flat Earth to Flat Earth Fridays.
And overlay Globinski's photo.
Yo, that's hilarious. Indio was quick with that one. But what the hell was that name?
I'll find the
Yeah,
TikTok
I got
for it.
that one on the Facebook. We got a Discord, Facebook. I just post memes on there. God, they go crazy, man. The Glovers. They hate memes. Like they hate flat Earth memes. That's why I post them.
Facebook has the worst flat Earth groups I have ever seen. It's only Globers over there.
That's a
I
fact.
have yet to find a good flat Earth crew on Facebook.
There ain't. They keep sending me stuff to join. I'll join it and look at like what they're posting. I'm like, bye. Like, I really think that they're LARPers. Like they're Globers that are just LARPing as flat Earthers.
Yeah, the Globers are opening flat Earth chats to talk to us.
Bro, I get kicked out. I get kicked out of all the Flat Earth Facebook groups. I stopped going over there.
I was looking for places to spam the link for the space. And I'm like, I ain't never checked this platform of social media. Let me go see where the flat Earthers at over here. Probably get some old head flat Earthers. Nah.
You couldn't even get the Globers to say, "Oh yeah, let's go to Twitter."
If I probably like spam them, like in everybody comment section, everybody replies, I could probably get some engagement, but we got people asking why nobody fell off the edge of the earth over there. Like, I don't know.
Have you guys noticed the latest anti-flurf thing is to call everyone a grifter? Suddenly everyone became a grifter like 2 weeks ago.
That ain't old. I thought they've been calling y'all that since Eric Dubé was on
No, it's
top.
like now, but now they're just throwing it on every flat earther. Before it was just
Okay.
like, with
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Now it's for everybody.
Even
I
the
don't think
ones
they
not
truly
making money.
understand.
Yeah.
I don't think they know what the word means.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think whatever sounds the worst works for them.
That's pretty much it. I mean, there's like, there's obviously types, but there's certain ones. I was hoping fourth. I mean, I've been on all night. I'm waiting for fourth herder to come on here. I ever hear that dude talk, I'm gonna rip him a new one. I'm not gonna insult him. I'm like, okay, let's put your money where your mouth is because that dude talks mad shit. He needs to be put in check. But to some of them, right, they just have like a propaganda shtick, right? You're lying, you're grifting. It's never about the substance of whatever issue you're talking about. It's always some, you know, sloganeering, disparaging comments, something. It's always something like that. And McToon, they got this from McToon. I blame it all on McToon because I don't. Did you guys see him? He debated Marcus Allen about the moon landings. Marcus Allen's like he's been like there's a YouTube channel called Apollo Detectives where they like debunk the moon landings. And Marcus Allen's actually been writing about this for 20 years. He's an old guy. He's like freaking 80 years old or something. So they're debating, and he made a mistake about a photo, and McToon called him a liar. Which I was like, it's like you like that's McToon's thing. His thing is to use fear, uncertainty, and doubt, right? What he isn't going to disprove your points. He's debating people and interacting with them to bring their credibility into doubt. It's not about like he's not looking like, okay, so you could debate like 30 topics, right? He isn't looking to win on any of those 30 topics. He's looking for you to make a mistake on one of those 30 topics so he can call you a liar, right? So if he calls you a liar and you lied about that, then maybe you lied about all those other things that you already debated about. He's looking for that, right? So this is like a propaganda tactic that he uses, but it's a bled. So he's got his slogans, right? The 3 laws of Flurf, gotta lie to Flurf. What's the other? There's 2 other ones, right? So he uses these in place of actually talking about the substance of an issue, but it's a bled into the other anti-flat earthers, right? So they also do these same tactics, right? They don't actually want to engage in substance. That's why when they come into this space, they come in with their chest puffed out. But then when they have to engage with substance, they can't do it because they haven't been doing it the entire time, right? They've just been playing their games, right? So they'll say something, you debunk what they say, they start talking shit about you. They goes through like just a cycle all the time. But they can't do that when they come here because it becomes too obvious, right?
Yeah,
They'll
that's
say,
why
yeah, there's
Mr.
gravity.
Never heard
No,
of
go
a
ahead.
flurfer is on one right now. Because he came in here, put his foot in his mouth, and he been running ever since. A lot of them realized it. That's why they're kind of mad. They're mad that we're still here. They saw us when we were here in the beginning when they could have done something about it. They finally come in here, make a mistake or fuck up. And since they've been toxic on the TL first, it's like we keep the same energy. And now they don't want to address us no more because they're worried about getting tripped up in the space, blaming us because they think we're creating the gotchas. But it's like, nah, you don't even understand your model, but you keep that energy of like, I know everything, you're the dumb flurf. So it's just like besides the jokes writing themselves, like they put themselves in these situations and then wonder why we act accordingly. And it's like, yo, if you could just come in here and have a simple conversation. Yo, we done had so many conversations with Jonathan. I don't even know if he's still in here, but Jonathan a Glober. Jonathan don't gotta be toxic. He don't gotta demean people. He don't gotta call you names and question your validity or who you are as a person. to get his questions off. And at the end of the day, they all just have questions. They all want to know, but they're so emotionally tied to the answer. It's ridiculous. I was surprised McToon still got a platform, not gonna lie. Nah, I lied.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, but
surprised
that's not their
FTFE still got a
agenda.
platform.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, their agenda isn't to like do anything. Their agenda is to try and raise doubt about you personally, right? Basically, it's like a weird type of ad hom, right? So I'm not going to address what Proud says. I'll talk about Proud and say, so she misquoted somebody, and I'll.
Oh, we lost you, Indio.
Yeah, I know my head says that. So, so he'll call you a liar instead of saying, "Hey, you made a mistake," right? So now he's trying to ruin your reputation, right? It's like it's the same, like it's character assassination, right? It's not really like engaging the issue. They're not here to engage the issue. They're here to show everybody that if you're a flat earther, you're going to be abused. And this is something I noticed early in the beginning, that they're some of these guys' goal isn't to like prove the globe. It's to make everybody else see what happens to flat earthers. It's to make an example out of you. It really is. Like you brought up Gem Panda. Gem Panda is a perfect example in his whole server of degenerates. Their their um their strategy is to make it, listen, if you entertain flat earth, if you get involved with this, if you even talk about it, we are going to attack you, and we are going to abuse you. So it turns, if you're just a normal person, you're going to go, I don't want that. I'm not even going to look at this. It's like too intimidating.
That's why it bothers them when we keep growing, because they feel like they failed. It's so funny. It's like, yo, my whole life, like, I'm starting to like view some of these anti-flat earthers on a timeline as fan pages. I'll go scan the page, and like the last 30 tweets got me in an ad. And I'm like, damn, I didn't see none of this. Like, they're really trying to get my attention. And I'm just like living life, just doing my own thing during the week, hanging out in the ether, popping on Flat Earth Friday, smack a few anti-flat earthers around a little bit. And I'm like, oh, y'all been trying to get my attention all week, but y'all know where I'm at every Friday. So I'd be confused, man. But to me, it's pages at the end of the day at this point.
Yeah, and if you don't answer them, they accuse you of running away from them. Like, dude, I don't even see your shit. I ain't paying attention to you. Like, you ain't that important, man. You ain't important to run away from.
Listen, I gave them 100 episodes straight of my undivided attention. 100,
Right. You know how
bro.
many times we done had to tell them, like, yo, we could have a verbal conversation. Like, I get it. You want a paper trail of the thread, but if you want a productive conversation, if you really want answers, come have a verbal one. Crickets.
Here's co-host, because you're going to cry about you getting muted. Up now, I can't mute you because you're co-host. Crickets.
No, you gotta come to our space and talk about it. Like, bro, what?
Playing pure away games at this point. We got to go to TikTok these days. That's what I'll be telling the TikTok low birthers and the TikTok flat earthers, like, hey, we over here, man, because all the anti-flirts on Twitter is running. They ain't really with it the way I thought they was. So we over here on TikTok looking for it. What's up? So it's an interesting thing to observe. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I thought this is what they wanted. I thought y'all wanted the attention. Then y'all don't pull up. Funny how that worked.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah, it is real weird. Like, we're running from them, but then here's the opportunity where if we ran from them, it'd be so obvious and humiliating. They don't take their opportunity. So who's actually running?
Facts. And that's the whole thing that bothers them so much, that they can't play that narrative no more. Right? They like, there's certain things that was being said when we first started that they don't say anymore at all. Like, flat earthers run from everything. Oh, you can't say that no more if we hear every single week. Like, you You can't say that. And y'all know I'm good for co-hosting the Globe Earther. I'm good. A lot of the homies be mad about that. I'm like, hey, bro, gotta get them comfortable. They're not confident. I gotta make sure that they're comfortable. Otherwise, they will be right here shutting us down, and they're not. It's tough.
And they're not because they can't. It's not possible. They're defending a falsity. So like, how can they ever possibly prevail?
Yeah, that's
You know, though, right? When they get all like, nasty and with the ad homs and in the the mentions and whatnot, that just proves that everything that they call us, it's like a confession. Because the fact that they can't even entertain the thought without being so triggered by it, that's a lack of critical thinking, and it shows the cognitive dissonance that they have. But they don't realize it, though.
that's the sad part. It's like it's pure projection. Hey, they've been like for months, right? Some of the most notable anti-flat earthers have, just like Indio been saying, they've been trying to discredit me. Like that's all they try to do. Oh, Sacred's a liar. Sacred, they never really showed me lying. Always want to say Sacred's a liar. Sacred's a liar.
Yeah, they never point out what you lied about. Like, oh,
Never.
you said this, but it was actually this, and it's supposed to be this, and you've been telling people. They never do that. Never, ever, ever provide any evidence for their claim whatsoever.
They be misrepresenting stuff. Like they be literally misrepresenting actual actions that occurred versus what they want to say to make it sound better. Just to tweet it out, just to speak about it. Like they really are fans.
Yeah, that is a fact. I mean, it's getting blatant right now. Like they're taking it to a step where I never thought that they would take it to. They're now like taking my voice and like playing with it, like it's AI, and like making me say things that I never said. Or, like, yo, I'm dead serious. So like I'll say something like, yo, anti-flat earthers are like blatantly dishonest, and they'll cut out the anti part and then just have me saying flat earthers are da 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 da. I'm like, bro, this is what y'all doing now. Y'all take
Bro, the fact that they're tripping you up says it all, bro. The fact that they even like decided like that's a part of their strategy now, that just speaks it all. Like, come on, man, we're supposed to be we're arguing actual observational evidence, like what's real, what's reality, what's physical proof, and like they've resorted to not even arguing the point anymore, to fucking just literally targeting the individual. That just literally proves it all for me. Whenever they stoop that low, when they don't even want to like debate the facts anymore, that just proves that like they're running scared. They don't have any argument, no pushback whatsoever, and they decided, you know what, we're just gonna make this a troll session.
Yeah, when they started posting mugshots, I knew it was over.
some of them be really hurt. Hey, look, anti-flat earthers, bro. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. It's been 106 weeks. I barely remember y'all. I'm sorry. If there was a moment that you came and grabbed the mic and you might have piped up a little bit and you got a little bit embarrassed because we corrected you and you looked a little foolish, my bad, bro. That ain't had nothing to do with me. You decided to come up here with that energy. If it didn't work out for you, like, hey, but I'm not holding on to it, bro. Let it go. It's okay. Correct yourself. Move on. It's all right. If you have a legitimate argument, grab a mic.
Let it go.
Let it go, bro. Let it go. If you were confused between Antarctica and the North Pole, let it go. It's all right. It was embarrassing. It's going to be on the internet forever. We get it. But it's okay. Nobody cares. It's like nobody cares. Come with a new argument, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is, it wouldn't be embarrassing if they weren't so rude about it. Like, if they were just humble, it wouldn't be enough. They have nothing to be embarrassed about. Like, they didn't create the model. They didn't fucking teach people this fucking for 100+ years or whatever it was, and have all these space agencies. But they make it so personal to themselves. It's like they feel like they have no choice but
They
to like
all
go on
related
attack
to
mode.
Copernicus. And Eratosthenes.
They all got blood ties to the Greeks, dog.
It is personal for them, Alan. We discrediting their auntie and their uncles. We can't let that slide.
Aristosthenes.
Oh shit, my mic's open. My bad, y'all. Hey, it's open, man. You don't gotta put your hands up. We just kicking it.
I was just about to say, I don't know who was next. Super or D3. I don't know.
I think Fly was up next.
I was just gonna bust in, let you guys know I got a friend of mine that's over in
I'll
Fred's
jump in.
space. Listen,
I wanted
I got a
to
friend.
ask you
Can
guys
you hear
about
me?
the.
Oh,
D3, you
D3.
can't hear from.
D3 Super
Nope,
was
never mind.
talking. I don't know if you can hear him, D3.
We'll bring it back up, D3.
Yeah, can you hear me, Sacred?
Yeah, Fly, we got you.
Okay, so I got a buddy of mine. His name is Rich, and he's over in Fred's space. And he said he just kind of came in here, wanted to see because I've been inviting people, and he said he kind of like he feels like you don't get the mic. And I go, well, hey, come on up. He wanted to ask a question about perspective. He's wondering why he can't see the whole Earth the higher he goes. So I was wondering if you guys can answer that question for him when he comes back up. So when he comes up, can I just kind of let you guys know he's here and you can answer that question for him?
Yeah, please do. Let them know. We got mics available. Tell
All
them to
right, cool.
request when he's ready.
All right, I'll get him up here. Thanks.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Can you drop D3 and bring him back up? I still see him, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, you know that's Starlink be glitching.
Shout out to the level head lads and ladettes.
The Ledettes. Don't forget about the Ledettes. I forgot about them. I'm glad you remembered.
I got you, bro. I got you. You're in the wrong frame.
I was in an accelerated frame. My interpretation of reality was invalid upon further examination. My apologies, Ledettes.
Magnus, you had requested. I don't know if
Who?
it dropped you before you came back up. But yeah, come back.
Who was that?
Magnus. To me, his profile picture reminds me of Gleam's profile picture. But y'all be like, nuh-uh.
Is that what we do? Nah. Just hit you with a hard nah.
Nobody resonates with it. Just hand wave dismissals. No, I'm kidding. I don't know why. They're like cool anime characters.
Did you say a quote anime character?
Cool.
Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. Never mind.
Maybe we should do an anime space on all the animes that depict the flat earth.
Oh shit, they got that?
Yeah. It's like drawing, so they're like Cartesian coordinate systems, high key.
Hey, am I on time or am I delayed?
I can hear you.
Is this a riddle?
No, you responded in time, so I guess I should be on time. No, I guess I was delayed before because I heard that somebody was speaking and then, yeah. Anyway, I wanted to ask about the inverse square law and how that actually works in space, if anybody is familiar with it.
I guess it's depending on what. Inverse square law of gravity,
Of light, sorry.
of light.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how far the sun would need to be for its light to not reach someone?
How long does something have to, how far something has to be for the light not to reach someone?
The sun.
Yeah, the sun's light. So, for example, we were in Discord, we were talking about the observation of the space station being lit up above a darkened Earth. Um, and it eventually goes dark, though. So I'm trying to figure out if that's due to attenuation in space, which I'm not sure that it would attenuate that much, right? It's above the, if we were talking about a flat Earth, it's above the Earth, and something else that's above the Earth would also be lit from anywhere it's rotating, from anywhere it's orbiting, I would assume, unless the light attenuates through space at a certain rate where it would eventually be far enough that the sun's light wouldn't hit it.
Which model are you talking about? Like the globe model or flat Earth model?
Yeah, so I'm talking about the flat Earth model. The other day, I was in a Discord and I was talking about it with Sacred. So, like the space station, when you view the feeds, it's lit up, right? It's lit up before the Earth underneath it is lit up. So that means the sun's light is hitting the space station prior to it reaching the Earth underneath. Okay, that makes perfect sense, right? Because it would be up above the land, and the sun is also up above the land. So what happens is the Earth eventually becomes fully lit. The sun travels above the space station, proceeds to the other side. The shadows cast on the space station change their direction accordingly. Then when it's on the other side, it eventually, the land underneath eventually starts going dark, right, as the light attenuates on the surface. And it'll reach a point where the Earth is completely dark, but the satellite, or I mean, the space station is still lit. And then eventually, the space station also goes dark. So if we're talking about a sun that's above a flat Earth, why does the space station go dark?
Yeah, but that's the thing. The space station, I don't know if we can accept that as a genuine observation of anything. It's too much anomalies, You like it's the feed that they show, it's not the same. They're not showing like I can assure you, it's not the same thing. It's sometimes it seems like it's from genuine footage that they manipulated, and then other times you can clearly see that it's not genuine footage, that it's computer generated. So I personally don't see how we can take anything from the space station as any sort of genuine observation or anything that needs to be discussed in any way, because it doesn't, to me, it doesn't prove nothing. It doesn't show nothing.
Okay, that's one way of looking at it.
I mean, like, because literally, like, how many times have we, like, literally, if you go right now, right, anybody who's been in this for a while now, you would know there is too many different observations that they've shown, and you can clearly see that something's wrong. Either you can see stars at nighttime through the Earth before it comes over the horizon, which you shouldn't see, and then you have, I'm just going to name off a few just real quickly. Then you have another one where literally the feed changes, like it glitches right in front of you, where the Earth like just moves in an unnatural way. So like, I can keep naming more. I mean, there's so many different bits of proof where it's been proven that they're out manipulating the feed, whatever it is that they're doing. Like I said, sometimes it does look like it could be a genuine footage of, say, something traveling over the Earth, and then they've just manipulated the curvature to give the illusion of curvature. But then you have other times where you can see where the curve bends. It goes the other way, or it's like it's not even a curve. It's like a flat sort of, like it'll it'll be a curve and then like a line and then a curve again. Like, you know, it's all these different like anomalies, as I said. So using that as any sort of point of discussion or observation that is showing any sort of genuine proof of anything, I don't think we can do that.
Nah, so I disagree. Even though there are anomalies, like a lot of anomalies with the ISS, and what they show us is the ISS, like I don't deny that there is some type of craft that is like taken, like even regular civilians can take a picture of the quote unquote ISS. So I think that itself can be acknowledged aside from everything else.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. No, I totally agree with you on that. I'm not. That's not what I was. But when he was talking, his point was from what they show us, the feed. So that's why I was pointing that out. As far as like you said, something being out there, yes, I do agree. There is something out there. I've seen it myself, not like through telescopes. I like literally just looking up. I can see certain things up there that are at a certain height and the speed in which they move. That obviously they are doing something up there. But the feed itself, that's not genuine. So I don't think we need to discuss that part particularly.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that, and I agree that there may be some discrepancies with the feeds and stuff like that. So yeah, I've already accepted all of that, but I'm coming at it from the standpoint of like putting that aside, assuming it is legit. Um, is there any explanation for it? You know what I'm saying? For what we do see that doesn't look to be manipulated, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm not. It is NASA after all. So but would there be any reason that it doesn't remain lit the entire time if it's a flat plane and the sun is always above said flat plane? What? Why would the only reason the Earth isn't remaining lit the entire time is proximity and then attenuation, right? So it's gonna illuminate things within its proximity.
But aren't they not using lights? Is it? Because I was never under the impression that they were making out that it was lit the whole time by the sun. From what I can see, they were using lights from off the space station itself. So I don't know which like. Because unless I'm wrong, but as far as I've like all the feeds I've seen, I've never seen it to where it's being presented to be the sun is like lit up the whole time, even when they're in the darkness. I've never seen that, like or had that sort of conclusion.
Yeah, it's a live feed. But they call it live anyway. But when you watch it, you see the sun peek over on the left hand side, and the left side of whatever part of the space station that the camera is viewing lights up, and then over time you watch it for like 20 minutes or whatever, or 30 minutes, and it comes on over, and the Earth begins to light up underneath. Then it goes over, like I said, and the shadows change with the positioning of where the light source is. And then it goes over to the other side, shadows change, and then it dims out. And, I think it takes about an hour or more or something like that to watch the entire thing. I skip around on it. But yeah, anyway, so back to the inverse square law in space. Does anybody know anything about that? Like, how does that work? Are we able to just see? Is it able to travel forever? Does it attenuate through space? If so, how do we see the stars? Shit like that.
They only get away with saying that it attenuates, or that it goes on forever is because they say it's a vacuum, right? So everything else still applies, but it's just through like the conceptualization of infinite propagation through nothing. So you would never know.
Got you. So what about in near Earth orbit, right? So let's say it's some type of atmosphere there, but it's not. It's essentially, what we would consider vacuum. How would that affect near Earth orbit, how would that affect? Like, would it? You think it would attenuate at all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I often ask, what's the width of the sunlight? And like you could, I feel like the question is hard to explain, but basically when you go to your maps on your phone and then you zoom out and you see the Terminator line of like where the sun is, like what is that measurement of how much the sun is supposedly covering the ball at one time? And I don't know. I guess that's like the question that I could literally Google. But so far I haven't been able to like get an actual answer from like Globers. And I just think it's interesting to get that measurement. I'm gonna write it down and go ask Chat GPT now.
Yeah, that would be a good measurement to have. And then, like, how does that measurement match up to, how would it apply to a flat plane? Then we could kind of get the right, I guess, position based on that, right?
50-50. I feel like you know the straw in a cup refraction
Mm-hmm.
demonstration. I feel like we are the straw in the cup. So we see the straw already deformed. We don't see it from outside the cup. Our reference frame, for lack of a better example, is skewed because we're within the demonstration. So that's how I feel like any observation is from within Earth's atmosphere. I feel like we're already susceptible to the atmosphere distorting whatever we're viewing. And I think that's kind of like science. I mean, that's basically kind of refraction, but in my opinion, I would wonder if you could do anything to see how light reacts from outside the atmosphere, but I don't think you could technically. I think the light would need to be in the atmosphere in order to see the effects, if that makes sense.
I could give you the mainstream position on the inverse square law of light travel through space if you want, real quick.
Okay.
What if the light is not coming from the sun itself? What if it's coming from like the air itself? But
The what?
the air itself, like the air, the gases in the sky, is being ionized to perceive the light. If you take like the Tesla coil and trap them in the gas, it shows you all the colors of the sky. So what if it's just the ionization of these gases at different layers is why we perceive the light? And we're trying to explain. We're trying to explain the outer limits of the outer space, whatever. We're trying to explain that, but maybe there's no explanation because, I mean, that'd be maybe the case. But I want to
I hear
talk
what you're saying.
Right. I wanted to ask about the sun. I wanted to see if Shaker was here. I want to see if he remember when we had like a dude with like the mountain bike traveling, like chasing the ISS. I don't know his name, but he had like a bike and stuff. He was like chasing the ISS, and there was another dude, and we was talking about like the sun location, and I was saying like the sun. I think it was around December sometime where the sun we were perceiving it. And it was over my head, and then I said something to somebody else about it being over my head, and people were saying like I was crazy, and I actually did a build on it. And I want to ask anybody, has anybody else ever seen the sun like over the top of their head?
Elaborate on what you mean by over the top of your head. I mean,
Like at 12 o'clock in the middle of the day, it's directly over your head, like over the top, like over your head.
Oh, yeah, I'm not really sure if I've seen it like directly over my head, but probably pretty close.
I mean, I could say yeah, but
Don't you find that odd, being how far we are over the Tropic of Cancer? I got like a description of what the tropical precession is, and I'm gonna read it to you. It says, the axis of the Earth's rotation is tilted by 23.5 degrees with respect to the plane of the ecliptic. Globes are typically built with an inclined rotation axis. The 23.5 north latitude is marked as the Tropic of Cancer, and the 23.5 south latitude is marked as the Tropic of Capricorn. In the northern hemisphere, the sun will pass directly overhead only between June 20th and June 22nd along the Tropic of Cancer. That day is called the summer maximum or the solstice in the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, the sun will pass directly overhead only once between December 20th and 23rd along the tropical Capricorn. Anywhere between the tropical Cancer and the tropical Capricorn, the sun will pass directly overhead at least twice during the year. But the sun will never pass overhead for people living outside the tropics. I'll repeat that part again. It says, the sun will never pass overhead for people living outside the tropics. I'm like almost by Chicago. I got pictures of the sun directly over my head. I can, in the summertime, I can witness the sunset and sunrise and set, and looking north the whole time. I don't have to turn around. Shouldn't we always reference the sun south of us, like it's going over Mexico, being a globe, a flat, whatever we own? I know it's not a globe, but the way they said the tropics, the sun passes over this area and keeps this area. That's why it's the equator. But we have the sun over our head. We have the sun over our head all the time. Matter of fact, it's countries in South America that's in the tropical in the tropics, and they get the sun like sometimes in a year for 3 hours. Make that make sense?
I don't know. I think it makes sense because we can never really. Everybody sees it in a different location, kind of. So it's like you're gonna see it there based on your vision.
Okay, well,
and somebody else might see it over them based on their vision.
Check this out, though. What's up? If you Google like one of the hottest places in the world, Death Valley, California. Shouldn't we be talking about some place in Africa or something like that? We should not be talking about anything that far above the tropical Capricorn.
I don't know.
Nothing.
I don't know.
I'm saying that to say I don't think we're in North America. I think we're in South America. And besides cloud seeding, they're doing a lot of other things to manipulate the weather. Our climate does not make sense. If you look at us like on the latitude level, I think latitude level, look at us compared to countries on the same latitude or degree plane that we are in Europe. They don't get the sun like we do. We shouldn't have the sun like we do. We should be something similar to how Europe gets their sun, but we don't. We get the sun 14 hours at times. What about the rest of the world? How much, what they doing? What Africa and Asia doing? But they look 8 hours of sun, splitting that up when we got 16 hours of sun in the summertime. Even Chicago. What the hell? I'm telling you, because I believe, I did a presentation on my channel, man. I think we're in North America. I think we're South America. It's a lot of information, a lot of these countries in South America, their climates don't make sense. And it's kind of pseudo down there. You don't see a lot of it. You see a lot of coastal towns, but you don't see a lot of the landmass inside.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Like they also too, we know they cloud seed, right? But I'm like in northern Indiana, like South Bend right now, right? So it's a lot of corn. They grow a lot of corn. I'm a vegetarian too, so I'm just looking like, man, we don't have to be starving. We can do this and do that. And I'm looking at this corn, and I'm noticing that it's not native, right, to the area because they had to replant it. Plus, it's all GMO, right? And then they grow this corn and they just let it sit there. Then I was doing a research on corn, come to find out, as humans, we consume less than 5% of the corn grown worldwide. They say that the rest of it's for feed, right? So I'm like, that's bullshit. It ain't for no feed. So corn is also fuel too, people, by the way. It's also energy too, gas, what. Anyways, I'm looking at this. So I'm looking at these places, and then I'm doing a research on corn. Come to find out, corn pumps 4,000 gallons of moisture into the atmosphere per day, per acre. And it's strategically placed right where this so-called jet stream is, where all these windmills are strategically placed. They say it's a jet stream, but all the windmills is right where this jet stream is too. And this is where all the corn and soy is like 70% of the agriculture in this country. And we don't even eat it. But I'm telling you, it's there just to put moisture into the atmosphere. That's why in the Midwest, we have like two atmospheres. We got like a lower ceiling than the rest of the country because just to make it snow, because it's not supposed to snow. If you really think about it, snow ain't coming out the clouds. And it's got to be really nice to snow. It's got to be like warm temperature for it to rain. But it's raining in the ionosphere on top of another cloud system that we have here. And so some days in Chicago, like, damn, it's black. And then you'll see a break in the sky, like, damn, it's beautiful right behind this cloud system we have. That's because we have another cloud system. And this is how they make it snow, by raining on top of this cloud system that we have lower to the ground, which I think is being manipulated by 5G.
I'll tell you what, man, trying to understand the weather, especially over vast areas, that's a whole separate kind of rabbit hole, because not only are you dealing with whether it's flat or round, you're dealing with other, like you said, government interference. You're dealing with topographical differences. You're dealing with electromagnetism. You're dealing with temperature. You're dealing with all kinds of variables that it's kind of hard unless you're like a really, unless you're going to go deep as a scientist who studies that professionally would, then it's a very difficult thing to
Okay, tell me this.
understand.
You ain't gotta go deep. Do you notice that the clouds don't move now?
No, I've never noticed that.
They don't move. I mean, they don't move. It'll be trash cans blowing on the ground, the clouds still standing in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's using it to block the sun because it's too hot. It's like, if you don't have the sun blocking the sky, I don't know if anybody notices, it's like 70 degrees, stand outside is like unbearable now. It's like really too hot. And if they don't block the sun, it's gonna be really hot every day.
Yeah, I think it depends on the area, right? Like, so I can't speak for where you're at. You know what I mean? If I was there, then
I'm in
speak
Chicago, Chicago. I'm almost by the Arctic Circle.
Uh-huh.
We get temperature 108 degrees.
That's crazy.
Yeah, do you know they got deserts in Canada too? They got coconut trees in Canada also too. And it's pseudo, bro. Shit, camels originally come from Canada, bro.
Hey, listen, Chicago's called. Listen, the Chicago's called the Windy City. Okay, Chicago is, but you get wind from the lakefront. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you get the lake effect snow, so everything comes from the lake area. So, that's when you get rain, there's like you have to have dew point, and the clouds have to be saturated with a certain amount, with a perfect amount of temperature. It's called the dew point, and that's when you get rain. It's got to be perfect. That's how you get rain. It's got to be perfect for it to start snowing. Even, I mean, above 5,000 feet, 32 degrees, 34 degrees, and start getting snow. It snowed in Wyoming on the 4th of July. It has to do with altitude and how saturated the air is. Hey, Sacred, I got my buddy up here. He's got his hand up. Rich.
Yo, what up, Rich?
Yo, what up?
Jump in, bro.
Taking it on Flatter Fridays, Stationary Saturdays, man. Welcome.
Appreciate you. I had a question. I've been kicking it around and talking to other flat earthers, but I understand that the only reason I believe that the earth is a globe is because that's what they told me, and I've never gone out to try to prove it myself. I understand that 100%. And I'm not here trying to disprove nothing, but I did have a question that I wanted to get asked, because I tried asking it to like some other people like Nicolas Cage and the conspiracy theorists. Shout out to them. But they told me to come here and ask you guys. So when you go, I wanted to know why if you could explain perspective to me, like when you go high up enough that you wouldn't see the whole earth, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah. Well, just for general terms, right? They will have you believe that like we have like this infinite field of vision, like we can see forever, right? And that's just not necessarily how our eyes work. Now, I would say that if we, let's say that I always give this example, like if we live in a vacuum, right, with no atmosphere, no medium, and we lived along a smooth surface, I think that we should be able to see pretty far. But that's not our reality, right? So like, well, we have a limitation to our vision. And with that limitation, we have a specific way that our eyes work. We call it curved visual space. It's like you're basically your hemispherical view of vision. Like you have a You have a hemispheric view of how you can see from left to right, including your peripherals. And then you have a limit to that vision, which means we can't see that far. We can't see forever. So if you think, if you've been programmed to say, hey, the reason why we can't see forever is because the curvature of the earth, you would think that my eyes can see forever. And then you would derive that question, well, why can't I see the whole thing? Why can't I see the whole flat earth? Because you're assuming that your eyes work like Superman. Unfortunately, that's just not how it works. We have a convergence point. We see in curved visual space, parallel lines appear to converge in a distance. We have a limitation to our vision, and we live within a medium, which is going to attenuate light, and that's how we see things, right? Light hits our eyes. So if light is attenuating, we're not going to be able to see it, right? If it's retarding because of the medium, or if it's scattering because of the medium that it's in, we're not going to be able to make out things super far in the distance. But if we could see too far past the physical obstruction of curvature, then that lends more credence to the fact that we may not live on a sphere, because even though we can't see forever, we still see too far. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll drop back down to a listener.
But you don't got no other questions, bro? There's got to be like some main globe Earth idea or evidence that kind of makes you resonate with it, or maybe something on the flat Earth that doesn't make sense. Or is that the only?
That was the only thing, because I would always just ask, and they would just say, it's just perspective. You need to go ask Flat Earth Friday. But I want to do my own experiments to prove or disprove either way. Because right now I have no proof either way. So I want to do my own experiments. I want to prove it either way. You get what I'm saying? So I want to develop an experiment to see if you can spin a ball and water sticks to it. I want to do, my own thing. So that's why, I don't want to ask too many questions, because then it'll start to make me lean one way or the other. And I'm keeping it in my brain that I know that that's what really opened me up to be open. And I keep my mind open to this, is because you're absolutely right that the only reason I believe it's a ball is because I was told that, and then listening to other people try to debate it, and then they didn't know, I didn't know that the curvature of the earth was 8 inches for every square mile or something like that. I had no clue. You get what I'm saying? And then the radius of the earth and this and that. And so that really opened up my eyes, is that we just believe something and without proving it ourselves. And so that's why I want to develop my own experiments. And so then that way I can prove either way, one way or the other way. You get what I'm saying?
That's a great approach, right? It's hey, I want some things answered just so I can get establish a baseline, but I don't want anything to skew what I'm going to interpret from my own self. I really, really do appreciate that. Because the way that we're taught is or the way that we're taught to think is, tell me what to believe and let me see if I can remember it, as opposed to let me interpret what's being said to me and let me think for myself. So you're already ahead of the game, bro. So I really respect that. One thing I will say, actually kind of two things maybe, and then we'll get to some of the other ends. If you find out that the surface of the earth isn't curving where it's claimed to be curving, what would that mean to you? I can read
that. I said it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I was saying, if you find out that the surface of the earth is not curving where mainstream science claims it should be curving. So you go to look for where they say it's curvature, and you find out there is no curvature where it's claimed to be. How would you interpret that? What would that mean to you?
Then I would publish that into a journal, into a straight up scientific journal. I would publish that information and then have people try to disprove it You get what I'm saying? Like I would be like, yo, this is what I found, and it doesn't curve. So now the ball is in your court, you know, because I went out and did it for myself. And this is, you get what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
So you would basically interpret that as a lack of curvature, which may be flat.
Correct. Yes.
Now this goes into my second question, because that's another great approach, right? You know, publish it, like get other people's ideas of how to interpret that result. Now, what if you come to find out that they say, hey, I know you can see this distant terrestrial object. I know it's predicted to be obscured, and I know you could still see it, but it's an illusion. It's not really there, even though you can see it. Your environment is causing a terrestrial observation to appear where it's predicted to be obscured. So at that point, do you agree you would have to make one of two decisions? Number one, appeal to mainstream science and say, yeah, I know I could see that terrestrial landmass, that mountain in the distance. I know I could see it. But if I believe in a globe, I can't actually acknowledge that that's really there. If I believe in a globe, I have to say that mountain in the distance that I could walk up to is an illusion. Or you're going to be ridiculed, insulted, ad hommed, attacked, if you decide that, hey, that terrestrial landmass that I can see in the distance is actually there, even though the world wants me to believe it's an illusion. Those would be your two options. I forgot how I was going to preface the question, because I always like to end with a question. But what would you do what would you do at that point if you had to decide whether whatever terrestrial observation you were looking at was claimed to be an illusion?
If I had like a reproducible like experiment, and the basis for them disproving my reproducible experiment was that, oh, this is just an illusion, then I like that would, my blood is boiling right now, because I'd be like, what? That makes no sense. Like if I prove that, you know, it's A and not B, and then you tell me, well, no, it can't be that because that's just, it's an illusion. And I'm going to say, well, then you go out and you prove how it's an illusion. Like it would be, the ball would be in their court. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would say. It would be, and then you could ridicule me all day long, whatever, but I would make it to where it would be an experiment that anybody could do. Like anybody could go and recreate this experiment. And then if 1,000 people, you know, there's 93 people in here, if all 93 people in here went out and did that experiment, we can't all be seeing the same illusion.
Wow, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting you to say any of that. Yo, Superfly, I like this guy, man. Yo, Rich, if you ever want to come back over to Flat Earth, yo, feel free, bro. Any question, any contention, you are a free thinker, bro. Literally, that is probably the most logical approach that you could take. A lot of us take that same approach, and then we're met with, oh, the burden of proof is on you, Flat Earther, because you're challenging mainstream science. Even though mainstream science is making a positive claim, they try to do the reverse burden of proof thing. But that approach is exactly where most of us find ourselves in. Is that, hey, this looks falsifiable. Can you show me why your position is true? And most of the time,
I brought you a real homie, man. That's what I did.
Yeah, man, I like this. It's a really good thought experiment. This is exactly what a lot of people go through when they start, you know, to question the mainstream narrative. It's this approach. And I'm telling you, if he's serious and he walks this same journey, the same path, and he gets met with that, you know, the same steps that we just went through, and then it gets hit with that ridicule. Bro, it's the same journey that we all take. And it always comes down to having to make a personal decision at the end of the day. You know, like, what can I validate? What can I verify? What do my senses tell me? Even if my senses may be deceiving me, can I remove those variables to get a specific result that isn't distorted or misinterpreted? Is it reproducible? Can the globe earthers demonstrate? Can the flat earthers demonstrate? Once you start asking yourself these questions, then you're going to start putting the chips to the left and to the right. And one side is going to have more chips. And then that's when the decision has to be made. What is your reality? Do you believe what's being told to you? And are you willing to walk that path? Because it isn't fun. It becomes peaceful once you like understand what's actually happening. But going through that awakening is not like a fun thing. We were just talking about it earlier with Superfly, like, you know, space camp, you know, like rockets, playing, like all that stuff was super cool. And to have to give all of that up just to be honest with yourself is very tough, especially if you're basing your entire personality and intellect off of what you learned in school. Like, if you don't have anything outside of that to tell you who you are, then yeah, you're probably gonna crash out over a ball, right? You're gonna crash out thinking that, hey, I need this to be a globe. Otherwise, I don't know who I am. I'm that easily deceived. I'm that easily manipulated. I'm not as intelligent as I think. Like, all the different things that you start telling yourself or talk to yourself about, when you start realizing, like, hey, you may have been manipulated. It's a tough road, but there's light always at the end of that tunnel. And as long as you keep that open mind and you ask yourself questions and you're honest with yourself, I promise you're gonna come to the truth that you're looking for. So stay with it, bro. Like I said, we here whenever you want to come chop it up.
You know, I appreciate you. Thank you for listening. And I do keep an open mind, because that's why I spent some time in some other flat earth spaces, and I heard, you know, like, I listened. I didn't just come in there to try to attack or disprove or whatever. I just listened and was like, yo, they're smarter than you think. They're smarter than a lot of people that believe in the globe, because I didn't know what the circumference of the earth was. I learned it from a flat earther. I didn't know what the, you know, like, the curvature was supposed to be. I learned that from a flat earther, not anybody in the globe. They just say, oh, you're dumb. You just believe that you're dumb. But then there's the same people that'll be in the conspiracy theory space, and they're like, yo, JFK was shot by his wife. And it's like, but you don't believe the government here, but you believe them there. And that Antarctic treaty thing, that's what really was like, yo, what? Wait a minute. What? So that's another thing as a goal, is I want to go there. I want to go down there and see for myself. I want to see with my own eyes. You know, I want to send my own phone, attach it to a balloon, and send it up to space as far as I can without editing it on YouTube and stuff like that. I want to do that all myself.
I want to help you, brother. I want to be there.
Hey, Rich, real quick. You had an interest in how we see things, right? One of the things that fascinates me is how we see when we lift up off the earth. I've told this to a bunch of people, and somebody in here, I think it was Nathan, mentioned this earlier, how you see things once you're up off the earth. So I want you to watch the SpaceX live launches. Okay, you're gonna see two things. First thing is the horizon, right? Focus on the horizon, and you're gonna see, as you lift up off Earth, you see more and more and more until a specific point, and then the horizon stops expanding, and it just stays as a circle, right? So now, as they continue up, and then they turn the ship around, because the SpaceX ships come back to Earth, right? What you're gonna see, the second thing is, you're gonna see the horizon change shape based on camera angle. So when it's facing up and away from Earth, you're going to see it go sort of concave, right? The opposite direction of what it should be. When it's facing directly past it, it's going to be flat. And then when it turns and it's facing downward toward the curve, toward the horizon is going to be curved, which is what you normally see because they're always taking the images facing downward at the horizon. That's why it curves that way. It's an optical phenomenon. It's not a physical phenomenon from that height. So check that out as you do your research. That's one cool thing that it blows my mind. Like, I don't know where we're seeing. I don't know how far we can see, but the circle seems to expand to a specific point and then stop. Does that mean it's a globe? I don't think so. So check it out.
And also, it doesn't matter what altitude you're at, the horizon always meets at eye level. That's another thing that I've noticed.
Yeah, I want to get into more conversations about the horizon, where it is, how do we use it to determine our reality, if we're using it correctly, which horizon we're using, because I'm just learning that there's multiple horizons. So there's a lot to discuss. But great questions, man. I agree that a lot of the information that I learned about physics and the sciences came from just having this conversation. Just engaging and learning things, being wrong, correcting myself, learning new things, being wrong some more, correcting myself, learning more new things, refining my position, refining my argument, refining my worldview. And now I have my own basic conclusion of, where we live. But it all came from just being really critically thought-provoking.
Hey, Sacred, I could speak to that double horizon thing because, like, right now, if I look out the window to the left, it's open sea. And as far as I can see, it's just the sea, and then beyond that is the sky. But when I look to the right, it's the same sea, and you would think that it would be cut off there, but no, behind that is mountains, and I can see the mountains at a farther distance. So that's like a whole second depth where I can't see the sea leading all the way up to those mountains, but I can see the mountains way off in the distance. So that means the sea, for some odd reason, blocks our vision at a certain point, but we can't see over that. And that's a very interesting thing. I don't know what that phenomenon actually is. Do you know anything about that?
Bro, I literally had a conversation about this on TikTok. TikTok versus flat Earth versus the level head. I don't know if I got the whole conversation, but we went into depth over an image that I found, and I think I'm gonna save it for a space because I think it'll be an interesting conversation. The way that it went on TikTok when we was talking back and forth, I mean, bro, they like 20v1 me. It might be 20v2. I think probably might have been up there. But man, it was crazy. And they got so triggered when I showed them an image of where the horizon was supposed to be and where it appeared to be. So I don't know, man. I think that if they claim the physical obstruction of curvature is supposed to be at a specific point, and then things are supposed to disappear from the bottom up from that point, and then also start to tilt away, yeah, we don't see this. Like, I don't know. Like, have anybody ever like made a long distance observation and seen something tilt away? I don't think anybody has that observation.
No, you never see that.
Right, and they'll say, oh, well, it's just a couple degrees. It ain't, but it's like, well, what is a degree on a sphere that has a circumference of 25,000 miles? And it be little things like that have me really start looking into the details. I'm like, why are you trying to trick me with these values that seem small? But when I'm scaling it, like, it ain't that small, bro. Like, these things should be like vastly detectable.
They try to be clever with the wording, see? Just to distract you from it, like, so that you don't really look at it from the point of view of, like, how great the scale really is. It's just 1 degree, bro. What do you mean? It's not really that much.
Divide 360 into 24.
You know what's another phenomenon? I'm sorry, Sacred. I was just gonna say, you know, another phenomenal is that if you look at a distance, if you're staying at 1 point standing straight up, you're looking as far as you can, and you see.
I think he's breaking up a little bit. Is he breaking up for y'all or just for me?
Yeah, he's
Nah, he
lagging
breaking
out.
up.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah,
I'm breaking up still.
You sound good now.
What about now?
That's better.
Okay, so real
Solid.
quick,
Now you
if
good.
you're standing at 1 point and you're looking at an aircraft coming over your head, but from a distance, you see the white trail, and you when you're looking at it, it looks like leaning out. It's really not
We're losing you again. We're losing you again. We're missing keywords. Now you're just completely gone.
Yeah, you got
Ether got
claimed
him
him.
again. Yep. Vortex swooped him up. Yo,
I could have been the Air Force.
You know the other word they use. Sorry, real quickly. You know that other word they like to use is fractional. That's the other favorite one to try and minimize the actual physicality of it. But Rich is gone. I wanted to add two things to what you were saying, Sacred, because it's also the convergence of the lines as well. The parallel lines, and then the atmospheric density. Sorry, as well. Depending on the height, depending on the conditions, temperature, and all these other things. That was very key. That people have to understand. Like that's part of the reason why you can only see so far. And then I don't think people really see the problem. The other problem is it's too the model that people are thinking about in their head, and the assumption of why they should be able to see so far. It's another problem because the actual dimensions of this plane, I don't think we really know. Because if we're going to say that, Antarctica is obviously the south, and then there's more land beyond it. That means then obviously the physical dimensions that people have in their head are incorrect. So therefore, until we really have, these actual numbers, it's you're never gonna be. I don't think you can say for sure that we should be able. I mean, we know we can, but I just don't see how people can just assume in their head that they should be able to see the whole Earth when they don't even know the actual size of it.
Yeah, man, that's a really good point. I think Rich is still hear you too. I think he can still hear you, so he might not be on the mic, but he can still hear you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say because we don't even really we're not even claiming to know the actual size of the Earth. I mean, I've never heard anyone say, "Oh, well, the Earth is this big," and So I mean, especially from our side. I mean, I could be wrong. Have any of you guys ever heard anyone saying that? Are any of you guys claiming that you know the size? As far as I'm concerned, I don't think we have. So then again, like I said, this assumption that you should be able to see it, it makes me wonder if are these people still using the conflicting model that they were taught and the dimensions that they think that it should be that flat little disc that they like to show just sitting in space, or the little square one. I mean, I think people before they can really ask these questions, they gotta ask the more basic questions first, or we have to find the more basic answers first, if that makes sense.
Yo, I'm glad that you said that. For y'all that just pulling up for Stationary Saturdays, we've been going since Flat Earth Fridays. We had a special guest, Dr. Bennett, who showed up and gave us a little bit of his background and definitely hit us with some wild sauce. So what he was saying was, and I'm gonna draw this back to what you were just saying in a second. So what Dr. Bennett was saying is, it's easier to kind of just say geocentric, right? So let me just preface, if you guys weren't here earlier. He is a PhD physicist that appeals to a geostationary Earth, which means he believes that the Earth is not in motion. And he has physics, he has experiments, a lot of historical science to back his position. He's retired now, but he's been in physics for I think he said over 3 decades, right? Now he says normally when he's in conversation, he'll just say, geocentric. which means the Earth is the center of everything, because it kind of appears that way, that everything revolves around Earth. And he was even more specific and said, really, everything revolves around just the quote unquote North Pole. He said, but the Earth seems to be like the center point. However, it's difficult for him to claim geocentrism, which means the Earth is the center of everything. And he more appeals to just geostationary, which means that the Earth is just not in motion. So we were inquiring about, why do you draw that distinction? And he said, well, if I'm gonna be intellectually honest, I would have to know the boundaries of everything in existence. I would have to determine the boundaries of everything in order for me to claim to be the center of everything. And he says, as far as I know, we haven't been able to determine any boundaries yet. So it's hard for him to claim that we're the center of all things. But he knows for a fact that we're not in motion. Again, PhD physicist, not a flat earther. But, we're going to get to that conversation, hopefully, later on down the line. We're really just talking about motion and ether dynamics this evening. So it's the same respect, it's the same regard as how flat earthers, say this, the same thing. Like, okay, what's the boundaries? Like, what's outside? Like, what's the edges? How big is it? It would just be dishonest to make a claim about it if we haven't seen it. So it was just so interesting having a credentialed PhD physicist take the same position, like, hey, everything does look like it's the center of all things, but it will be dishonest for me to claim that if I haven't verified the boundaries. Same thing with flat Earth. It will be dishonest for me to claim a scale, claim a size, claim a shape if we haven't been to the outer parts or the outer lands, the extraterrestrial, right? So can we say that, what the size is if we haven't seen the boundaries? No, same thing like the PhD physicist said. We can't really claim definitively that we're the center of everything just because it looks like it, because the scientific method would require for us to establish boundaries. And I thought that was really insightful and honest. You could still claim like, hey, everything looks like it's the same, we're the center of all things, that's fine. But in his estimation, according to the PhD physicist, which makes logical sense, we would have to define the boundaries. And we haven't done that. So it will be hard to just claim that. So it's kind of the same argument. Do we know the size of everything? No, because we haven't been to the boundaries yet, if there is any. And it was just really good to hear that from someone outside of the flat earth community, because now they can't sit there and talk crazy, because it's like, bro, no matter what model you choose, whether it's heliocentric, geocentric, whatever it is, no one knows the boundaries. Like even in a heliocentric model with an expanding accelerative boundary of space, if that's really a thing, they don't even know. They just think it keeps on going. And not only is it expanding, it's moving faster than the speed of light by 4 to 8 times what they claim is the speed of light. So it just gets really wacky. And it's just so funny when we get ridiculed for being honest. Like, yeah, I don't know the size of the earth. I haven't been to the edges. Oh, you silly flat earthers. Well, like, what you gonna say to the PhD then? What you gonna say to SciComm? Whether it's a geocentric or a heliocentric model, y'all don't know the boundaries either. How can y'all claim anything? How can you he even made a distinction for y'all that wasn't here of heliocentrism. Most globe earthers will repeat that, heliocentrism. And I didn't even catch on, like, that means the sun is the center of everything. Now they say, oh, it's just the solar system, but it's like, how can you claim it's the center of everything? Like you really don't know. Like there really is no center position in the current mainstream model of the universe at all. So there is no heliocentric anything. And I just thought that was super interesting. So if you hear a globe earther that says they believe in heliocentrism, they're using and appealing to outdated science, because the top levels of science don't even appeal to heliocentrism. They say there is no center of anything. Everything just looks like it's the center. It's all relative positions. And no matter where you are, you're not in a unique position. So just keep in mind when you hear that from now on, whoever's saying it don't know what they talking about.
A sacred, to the point you made earlier about things leaning away at maybe 1 degree or less, fraction of a degree or whatever.
Word.
In the distance, the one observation I really like about that particular thing is the airplane video where the guy has the infrared camera from the plane and he's shooting hundreds of miles out, and he's seeing mountains there that are, right level with where he's viewing.
Is that Jay
If
Tolan?
it was leaning away,
Yeah, JT.
Yep, Jay Tolan
probably.
Media. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if it was curving at the rate that they say it's curving, you would see it leaning away, not level, and it would lean away in all directions from left to right. So
Right.
not just straight, right? It would be left to right that we would see this, and it's never like that. And then I just posted the video. I mean, the photos of what I was talking about before in the chat there, in the pill, or jumbotron, whatever you call it. The one on the left is just like a 60-degree change from the left to the right. Okay, so it's not very, very far. The one on the left looks like the horizon. It's only the water, right? And they would tell you that if you saw a ship going over that, right, it would be going down. If you look at the right, though, you see way off in the distance beyond that horizon another landmass that's sitting level with, it's sitting above the horizon there. Like you can see it going down to the horizon, but you can see that that's basically the bottom of it. So it's a whole separate, I guess, like you said, a second horizon or something out there. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, it's almost like adding another dimension, because if that
Yeah.
there, you wouldn't perceive that horizon there on that second picture.
Exactly. The same observation, like with the Canagoo thing, right? We would look out at the water and say, okay, well, that's the end. But then when the light goes behind Canagoo, you say, oh shit, that's way out. I can see way farther, right? So yeah, interesting stuff. Rich, if you want, man, you can take a look at those two to see what I'm talking about. And yeah, that's it.
Facts. Yeah, that conversation when we get into like where the horizon is, what they measure against, that's gonna be an interesting conversation. Because the reaction that I got when they crash out on me and they start censoring me, trying to talk over me like 10 people all at once. Granted that there is no real mechanism like Twitter, like to raise your hand over there, so they kind of just have to jump in wherever they can. But man, you can't even get a full thought out over there sometimes. It just get crazy. And it's always when you about to make a good point. It's always, and I said, it always happens like that. They don't never wait for, they have no mic etiquette over there. Like, so it's just a little weird, but the reaction is what makes me want to have a conversation over here. Like, there should be no reason why you crash out over a picture of a horizon, even if it's not where you think it's supposed to be. Like, you just got to take it for what it is, bro. Like, you ain't got to get mad and try to censor me about it, So that's gonna be dope. I see we got two. Oh, Magnus is back up here, and we got Presidente. Magnus, you want to jump in here? I don't know if you want to. I think you had your hand up earlier. Emmer Schmidt.
Hey, y'all.
Welcome.
Hello, Magnus.
Hey, Proud.
Straight to the co-host.
Hey, Proud.
Proud, where you at, Proud?
It's funny that you're.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I've been awake for like an hour and just barely sentient and barely able to talk. But it's funny that you're mentioning my profile picture, and I just want to give you a beginning story on that. You ever hear of the show called Metalocalypse? A band called Death Clock?
Metal Alchemist.
Metalocalypse. Metalocalypse. It was a show on Cartoon Network, and it was about an imaginary band called Death Clock. Anyway, Magnus Hammersmith is one of the original guitar players for the band who got thrown out for having differing opinions with the band. So I kind of like that kind of person. Like, I'm like the outsider who's thrown away from like the mainstream of the band, So, just like a lot of other people, like, I don't want to, use my real name, just for obvious purposes, and so that's where the origin of that story came from, Magnus Hammersmith. But anyway, listening to everyone talk, I'm like, CAT spells cat, DOG spells dog. I'm like, a lot of this stuff is like, wow. I'm like in a totally different like world when I'm listening to like such intellectually stimulating people. Like when I listen to Alan talk, I'm like, oh my God. And everyone else, I feel like there's definitely like a lot of stuff to learn, Like I got into flat Earth a year and a half ago. I had to get my shoulder operated on, so I was out for a few months. And, just like everyone else, I have heard of flat Earth like years ago and just shrugged it off as some kind of joke. I'm like, of course the Earth isn't flat. Everyone knows that it's a planet and everything, and I just shrugged it off. But I'm like, I have all the time in the world. Let me just look at this. And, it all just made sense. I'm like, we've been lied to about where we live. And it was certainly eye-opening that we had to go through as a race of people the lies and manipulation to our minds of the obvious evil that runs the world. And it's depressing in a way that so many people believe that we live on a spinning water ball in outer space. And, you ask anybody, like, oh yeah, we live on a sphere. And the cognitive dissonance is so real and so stunning that the people that run this planet actually brainwashed 6 billion people to convince everybody that we live not where we live. And you got to ask yourself why. Obviously we know a lot of those answers, like why, the whys and everything. But it could be like really depressing and liberating at the same time. Like for me, like you feel like you learned this great secret, like I and it's so obvious. And it's like, okay, but now I don't have to live in fear anymore of, getting wiped out by an asteroid or a comet or what is that called? A solar flare that's going to knock out all the electronics in the world and plunge us into darkness, or a gamma ray burst, or aliens invading and wiping out, all life on Earth. So it was very liberating in that sense, to learn everything. But then you got to ask yourself, well, why? Like it's hard to explain. Like, you understand why they're doing it. Well, did they want us to learn about where we live? So because they don't want us to leave. Are they trapping us here are we being like trapped here for a good reason or a bad reason? Like they say Satan rules this world, and you look around and you really start to believe it. And everywhere you turn on the TV, you see violence, or you see obvious corruption and everything, and you try and just pick good pieces out of the world. You know, like I'm 57, going on 58. I've traveled a lot. I've done a lot of things in my life. You know, I have 4 kids. You know, I have a house, a job, hobbies, motorcycles, scuba diving. You know, I do a lot of things. You know, and I've experienced a lot. But you see, like a lot of people that are younger, like technology, and like I'm talking to you guys right now. I'm in New Jersey. I don't know where everyone else is from. But I remember watching Star Trek back in the day and saying, man, how they could talk to one another on that screen. I can't wait for that to happen one day so I could talk to like my cousins who live in California, or my dad who was in Florida, or whoever. But now that that technology is here, it's scary in a way, because humans have evolved. Not, I don't want to say we went from going out and playing in the sun all day and riding our bicycles around and exploring, and to being stuck inside the house all day, hovered over a fucking electronic screen. And that, to me, is just, it's very problematic. You look at the skies, what's going on overhead, and you obviously see the geoengineering that's going on. You see, they're why are they trying to darken the sun? Why are they? Why are they trying to do that? What? The skies aren't blue anymore. The sun isn't yellow anymore. The food.
But when I started talking about the color of the sun change, people thought I was literally insane. I'm like, bro, it is not what it was. I'm telling y'all, it's not what it was.
No, definitely not.
Now,
Sacred, I have pictures from 30, 40 years ago, and it has changed. Like I said, I'm 57, and I started taking pictures when I was 15, 16 years old, sunrises and everything, and the sun is definitely a different color. So
it's more intense too.
What we're leaving our kids. I mean, like, it sounds to me like some, like some of y'all are like in your 20s and early 30s, maybe late 20s, early 30s, and it's just becoming worse and worse. I mean, you see what kids have to go through, and they can't afford to buy houses. Like, what's going to happen in another 30 years? And it's just becoming depressing. I've seen the changes like over the years, and as far I've seen, like, all the epidemics of drugs. Like, I've seen the crack epidemic, the heroin epidemic. You did, everything, alcoholism and everything. But I think that technology, cell phones, and internet is probably the worst drug ever. It controls your mind from them. Guess what? What's the first thing you do when you wake up? You grab your cell phone, right? And right away, you can be instantly overjoyed or instantly pissed off. You cannot go 2 seconds without looking at your phone. It's like, and it's right. I'm not wrong, and I see people, they can't even look at the sky anymore. They're just so busy looking at their phones. You see people in a waiting room, no one's talking to each other. Everyone's looking at their phones, So it's a blessing and a curse at the same time.
I got some pushback against that. I got some pushback against that. Like, a lot of people say that the phones are destroying people's, ability to talk to each other. Listen, man, I'll be honest, man. I'm from New York. People on the subway walking around, they were not talking to each other either. They were reading a newspaper, reading a book, listening to headphones. Not everybody was chatting it up before either, bro.
No, I get that. I mean,
it's worse. It's worse now. It's worse now for sure. But like, people think it was like all goody back in the days, like everybody saying hello and talking and chatting and shit. That's not how it was, bro.
No, I get what you're saying, but just how people socialize now is definitely different than it was, like, 30 years ago. Call me old fashioned, whatever, but we used to have to leave the house and go socialize. I know, like, every generation is different, So like I get it. It's just something new and different, but it also becomes more isolating in a way. You know, I mean, people don't
I agree.
people don't leave their houses much anymore, and you know. So anyway, I really appreciate like all the conversation that I hear. I've learned a lot from everybody, and I you know, I've been listening to Flat Earth Fridays probably for about 3 months now, 4 months, you know, and listening to the Dr. Bennett talk before was really eye opening, you know. So I want to thank whoever brought him onto the show. I just want to thank you for that. So I appreciate that, you know. So.
Hey, that was all Shane and Alan, and I guess you say Whitson too, because that's where I first seen Dr. Bennett. So
Yeah.
Shout out to the lads, man.
Yeah. So Sacred, when you were on vacation, where did you guys go?
Got to go get some upgrades, drifted off into the
Oh,
ether.
stop it! I knew you were gonna say that. No,
Hey man, just had to get upgraded for season 2. That's all.
I guess it's none of my business, but I'm just happy that you guys, you know, got a little break, and everyone needs a little vacation, you know. So, yeah, just you know.
I missed you guys, man, and I'm glad that you guys are pulling back up. But I kind of feel like you was around for a little bit longer than 3 months, Magnus. To be totally honest,
well,
maybe it was only 3 months.
Well, maybe it was 4 months. I don't know. I think maybe I started listening like maybe episode 85 or 86. I can't really remember exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, but I appreciate your wittiness. That's for sure. I mean, you're definitely a great host, and you know, I try listening to other people, you know, in other spaces, but you definitely have something that's very, you know, very entertaining, and I appreciate your wittiness, and it's really good. And so, yeah, I don't know. Thank you, I guess, and thank you for giving me a mic. And I'm just gonna listen for a while now, learn more. All right, good talking to y'all.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Magnus, man. Appreciate you, man. You always got a mic here.
All right, thank you.
Honorary level head.
All right, guys.
Hate us so much because we're interesting.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, as much as I push back on that, he is right though. People don't go out as much as they used to.
Yeah, and thank you for reminding me. It's not just like the social interaction. Like that's one main part of it. Like we're literally being rewired in real time, but it's just used like the functionality of just existing, right? Like there was a time where they didn't have maps or not maps, like GPS to navigate. Like you had to literally know how to get around. You know, there was a time where you had to literally remember people's phone numbers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there was a time we were literally accessing part of our brain doing different things. You know, what's happening? Like, are we devolving? Even if we didn't have the technology that we have right now, were we less advanced back then? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like, we could use these resources as tools. We just gotta be responsible with it.
That's the key.
Right.
Responsibility.
Exactly.
I agree.
Pre-MapQuest is crazy.
You have all the information at your fingertips. You know, you have all the information at your fingertips. You can look up something in like a matter of seconds. Like, how do I do this? How do I do that? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I love the technology and YouTube. I mean, like, I'm a motorcycle enthusiast, you know, and I have literally saved, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars just by watching YouTube videos. Otherwise, I would take my bike to the shop for this, take my bike to the shop for that. So I am grateful for that technology. There's no doubt about it, you know. And if it wasn't for YouTube and modern technology, like I wouldn't know about the existence of our world and what it really is, you know. So I think, Sacred, you may have said this a few months ago, that they didn't anticipate that we would have something one day called the internet. You know, I think you said that. And then, you know, we have the ability to dissect things now and look at everything with a critical eye, whereas we couldn't really do that before. You know, we could watch a video, stop it, pause it, blow it up and really take a good look at, holy shit, that's the lunar lander. That's the thing that we supposedly landed on the moon with. And so they're probably like really like they definitely didn't anticipate that, So it's been it has been a blessing in a way, in a lot of ways. And like right now I'm talking to 50, 60 people from all over the place, which is pretty damn cool if you really think about it. So I am grateful in a lot of ways for that. There's no doubt about it. I can't take a total shit on it. It's just that I have 4 kids, and the amount of time I'll look at my one son, he is just on his phone all of the time. And I said, dude, man, you've got to like friggin' do something. I mean, he goes to college, and stuff like that. But every waking moment, he's looking at this like tiny friggin' 2-inch screen and not participating in any social. I mean, like I get it, he's socializing via the internet and talking to people that way, but you start to like lack in your social skills. Like actually talking to people face to face. And I get it. It's like it's a generational thing and everything like that. Like it's so easy. Like when I was younger, younger, I would look at like people born in like the 20s and 30s. Like, man, how did you guys live without refrigerators? Or you guys actually used to have a milkman, and things were different. So I was like, man, how? And then they would shake their head at me like, well, shit, listen to music you listen to. Like there would be that back and forth thing. So now I'm going through with my son, and it's just that it's like I said, it's a blessing and a curse. I think you have to look at everything in moderation. But it's so easy for me to pass judgment on others. It's always so easy for someone to pass judgment on others. You point. Just remember, you point your finger at someone, you got three pointing right back at you, sort of deal. So it's a hard thing to discuss. And like you said, it's how you use it. Just like you said, it's how you use it and using it responsibly. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. We all have choices. They put the things in our hand, and we decide how it's going to be utilized.
And how your kids utilize it.
Right, because that's going to affect the next generation. That was something that Dr. Bennett was saying earlier. Like it only take but 1 or 2 generations to like change the path of all humanity or society. Like it just 1 or 2 generations, and that's it. It's the reason why today you still paying federal taxes. Ain't have none before the World War, and y'all still paying federal taxes. You know why? Because your parents paid it, their parents paid it, and their parents paid it. So you just was born into it, and y'all ain't never stopped. Just saying.
That's why the education, they target the education. That's it.
Facts. All right, let's slide over to President, and then Nathan's up after that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Unelected Fred. Welcome to Stationary Saturday.
Hey, man. So I just wanted to call in. I don't really have much of a point. I just wanted to call in from London in the UK and say that you guys basically kept me going for a whole night shift with some of the most interesting fucking debate I've ever heard. One amazing time that we can have actual PhDs come on and address questions that normal people have about the way that science doesn't work. What a time to be alive.
Isn't it, bro? I said it like 3 times. I was trying not to like get too giddy, but I'm like, bro, I was getting like, listening to all of this stuff, bro. It was just like hitting me so crazy. I hope y'all got the same feeling that I got. Man,
it's so hard. It's so hard not to fanboy sometimes, honestly. But yeah, so I just wanted to call in, say thanks for getting me through the night shift. Thanks to Sacred, thanks to Proud, thanks to Dr. Bennett. That was fucking awesome. Thanks to all the listeners and all the speakers, and to yeah, just to everybody out there. One thing I will say: do you not find it absolutely fascinating that no matter what, no matter who we're listening to, whether it be someone like Billy Carson or Terrence Howard or any of the UFO whistleblowers or actual physicists, they're all using exactly the same fucking language. They're all part of my language. I apologize. They're all describing the exact same thing. It's all rotation and counter rotation, attraction and repulsion, magnetism and electrostatics. Like for me, the big strength in this whole debate isn't about the shape of the earth or whatever it is, whether it's flat or it's round. I think there's a deeper truth about the nature of reality, and everybody is coming to the same conclusions. We're all asking the same question. It's just that everybody's got a different angle. Do you know, is that reaching, do you think? It sounds to me like everyone's talking about the same thing.
Yeah, it's just some part of society is not caught up, right? And when I say not caught up, what I mean is, I think, me and Proud was talking about this the other day, like starting from our day one to where we at now. Obviously we stay super confident every single week.
Trump, so you can be in a set and outside of that set at the same time.
Right. Yeah. And just like knowing, like, when you learn something, you realize how much you don't know. So flat earthers is like, well, wait a minute, like a lot of the science and the physics don't really work. Now we have use cases for a lot of different compartmentalized portions of science, right? We could build things, we can engineer things, but how does how does our world actually work? By admitting we don't know yet, I think that's ahead of everything, as opposed to acting like we know when you really know you don't know. So I think these conversations bridge that gap, because now it takes the argument, oh, you're just a flat earth that doesn't understand. It's like, well, we just had a PhD physicist come in here and make the same arguments. Like, it may be applicable to different things. Like I was saying earlier, like how big is the earth? Don't really know. We didn't reach the borders. A geocentrist, is hard to claim where's the borders of all of the existence of all space. So can't really definitively claim that either. So like, these are the same arguments that are aligning. So when you have two parties finding their way to a mutual ground, it's the anti flat earth or the anti like open mind. I don't know. We got to maybe get a different name for them, but they don't like that. They don't like that unity. They don't like to see physicists and flat earther getting along. Like, that triggers them. It's just like, bro, we may not agree on everything, and that's okay, but we should all be trying to find common ground and get to, the truth. And if that's not your goal, then what is your goal? Right? So I think as science progresses and as more people enter into the field of science and keep that open mind, hearing these conversations, we may spark that idea in the right mind in the future, hopefully the near future, to literally make that change. But it's not going to happen unless we stay with it. We continue to have that conversation and continue to think critically.
Oh shit! Can you guys hear me? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. You're loud and clear. You're good.
Hey.
Oops, my bad. Little short mute there. You got unmute.
No problem, man. No problem. I'm not sure where I dropped out there, but my point was, I find it fascinating that everybody, whether they're on the left or the right or however you want to label it, of any argument, we're all arguing about the exact same thing. Everybody's coming to the same conclusion. It's just that their framework won't allow them to see the truth of what they're saying, because they're trying to defend the framework. It's like we're both looking in a mirror and I'm trying to tell you my reflection and you're trying to tell me your reflection, but we're both looking at the same mirror. Does that make sense? It's like my feeling is that the binary nature of all of the arguments it's intrinsic. I don't believe there are answers to these questions, because they're harder. For example, how can all of the maths on a globe work out on a plane? Like, how can there not be a simple answer to the question, what is the shape of the Earth? It's 2024. And the fact that we're still asking this question shows to me that we've got no fucking idea about the nature of reality. I mean, maybe Jaren's trip to Antarctica, will the sun go around his head and be behind him while it's midday in Australia? Maybe that's going to prove something or cause somebody else to ask a question, which will then bring about a greater experiment. But I personally, I don't believe these questions can be answered. I don't think we can know where we are, because that gets rid of the binary nature of the debate, and the debate has to exist. The debate is the point. Anyway, man, I'm gonna check out. But yeah, once again, thanks for an amazing space. I'll definitely be back here again. My full appreciation and love to everybody listening. I'm tapping out. Big love from London all. Ciao.
Unelected prayers in the building. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you for joining. Great points. Glad we was able to get you through the evening. And yeah, looking forward to talking to you again next week, man. We here every single Friday, and we get to it. And we're gonna have some very, very interesting topics coming up with some more dope speakers joining in the upcoming weeks. So stay tuned. I'm super excited. Tonight was fire. I can't wait to keep it moving. There was something else I was gonna say. I think it was something in regard to like the unified theory of everything and, moving towards that. But I'll leave that there because I know Nathan been like super patient. So Nathan, what up, my boy?
All good, bro. I don't mind being patient. It's a very important virtue. We all have to learn it. It will take us further in life. But yeah, so I was two things I was going to mention. So I was scrolling in the comments, of the purple pill down below there, and I seen some interesting things. Like, so I started reading this one comment. I have a dumb question. Where is the access to the purple pill spoken of, right? And I was thinking to myself, does she not realize that she's actually just commented in the purple pill? But anyways, and then you obviously replied, blah, blah, blah. And then I seen something very interesting. It goes back to what we were talking about when I first came in, about the toxicity of these people. Like, literally, this guy, I don't know if you mentioned it, Sacred, already yourself. I don't really want to give him too much, exposure. But the heckler, did you mention those comments? Like how deep and like derogatory he went with it? Like, you know what I mean? He's like saying the purple pill is what obviously he has your mother took. Unfortunately, it didn't take. Right? This is how disrespectful.
Oh yeah, did you see that?
You guys are, right? Yeah,
Bro,
bro.
so listen, listen to what Nathan's saying. So there's an anti-flat earther, right? That just and Proud called this. I didn't believe her. And she said, yo, because we having a physicist pull up all the anti-flirts from across Twitter X is gonna pop out the woodwork because they just gonna be triggered about that. I'm like, bro, they ain't pull up in I don't even know how long. Like, why would they pull up now? And she's like, no, watch. They be like, it's gonna get active. Bro, somebody asked about the purple pill, which it is funny because they're commenting under the space link, which it seemed like you would have the purple pill like to get to that tweet to comment. So I respond like, oh, it's in the corner, whatever the case, woo woo. Somebody says the purple pill is what Sacred's mother went to take, but they basically saying like I was trying to get aborted or something, and I wasn't aborted. And I'm like, yo, how do you even get to this? Like, where is your soul at? Like, where is your mind?
No. Look, can I rephrase it? Because he was saying it like it was like a e-pill. He was saying it. So basically, he was trying to say like Sacred's mom took an e-pill while she was pregnant, and unfortunately, it didn't take to Sacred. So that Sacred's not mentally, mentis compass or whatever, right?
I took that as an abortion pill. I ain't gonna lie, but maybe an e-pill. That's
no, yeah, because he's saying, because obviously you're talking about a purple pill, and it could more than like I think it would just be like an ear pill or something. But anyways, but even the fact that he went on to say after your next comment when you said I was a plant birth, because obviously you thought he was saying something else, and then he goes on to say Well, you know, evolution sometimes lets the weak slip through, but it always corrects itself. And then he put yes and yes, and this is the key part where I wanted to really fucking hit where he went with it. Also, they never went to prison. Your turn. Like this is the level of like of these people, man. This is deep, man. Like we ain't doing that. We
That's
ain't going up in like
crazy.
SpaceX fucking comments, you know, trolling globers and be like, yeah, your mom's, you know, oh, this is crazy, man. It's literally crazy. I had to point that out, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like they say, oh, well, anyway, to me, it just had like super racial undertones. Like, you know, why are you talking about someone popping the pill and I'm still alive? Why are you talking? And I didn't even read that last one you were talking about. My parents going to prison. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what does that got to do with anything? Like, where are you getting this from? But obviously, it's just this is the person. But I'm trying to figure out like why is your brain going there? Like, why when someone mentions a pill, you go to abortion? Like, why when we're talking about family, you're talking about prison? Like, what happened to you, bro? Like, what type of trauma did you like? Who bullied you? Like, who touched you? Like, what's going on? Like, you seem like you really need some therapy, bro. Like, there's no way that you're like that miserable where we're talking about science and you're talking about prison and abortion or EPA or drugs or whatever the case is. Like, it's just a weird thing to do. And this is somebody that we confronted this
I was
person.
just about to say this Brook friend, Mr. Build a Bridge and Bridge the Gap. Interesting.
Yeah, so like I mean, we try to have conversations like, hey, bro, like I don't know who you are or why you think you could talk to me like this because you wouldn't do this in real life. You're probably out of shape, never touched the play sports or anything at all. Like, you know, like trust me, we don't want to get into the physicality and who could be more physical because that's not what this is about. We're just talking about mindset. And it's like when we try to talk to you after you started attacking us to begin with, it's just like you the last time we had a conversation, you said you wasn't going to behave like this because you were causing your flat earth friend trauma, like emotional heartache. Like you were doing this and you said, hey, I'm not going to do this because I realized that the flat earthers is all cool. By me behaving like that, I'm really, you know, fucking with somebody that I actually care about. So he's like, yeah, bro, like you ain't just attacking me when you say things like that. Like if when you say things like that, like you're pushing a specific energy into society. And maybe you don't care, but I do. Like it's unnecessary. If you want to like pop shit about science or whatever the case is, you want to come up and challenge me and have a little fun jokes back and forth, that's cool. But you take it to such a dark place, somewhere that my mind won't even go. Like I said, me and Nathan got two different interpretations because I'm just like, where is this coming from? And it's just very interesting, like what happens when they like reverting back to the same behavior after we already confronted you. You know we pulled up on you already. Like you know we did. You know we had a conversation. So just to see that you right back to the same thing since the last conversation, we ain't never talked to you since then. What happened? Are you really just that upset that we got a PhD in here and nobody cares about who you are or something? Like I really don't know. I really don't get it. But it's very telling. And I don't really worry about it too much because this is why the space exists. It's to pull the cards of people like that. Because if you're going to pop shit like that on the internet, that means you ain't never really been through nothing, right? It means like you ain't never have to really deal with no pressure for real. Otherwise, you would know not to play with nobody like that, especially on the internet. Like that's crazy. But other people are seeing that too. They would have you think that flat Earth is the minority. Oh, everyone's a globe earther. Like, no. Not everybody's a globe earther. There's a lot of different people that have viewed the Earth in a lot of different shapes, a lot of different ideas. But the smallest community is the toxic anti-flat earthers. Y'all can't gaslight us. All y'all do is project. You guys are the smallest community. That's why you're triggered. Because me and Proud came up here for fun, popping shit. Now we got like one of the biggest science spaces on a weekly basis. Do you think that we wasn't trying to do this? We took y'all whole shit and made it our own. Then we challenged you and y'all didn't show up. Now we pulling y'all card to this day, and it makes you mad because you couldn't do nothing with us. That we just having fun. We have more intellectual honesty and capacity than you will ever have, no matter what schooling or science you think that you have. And it frustrates y'all. It makes y'all uncomfortable. That's my purpose, to make you uncomfortable. So that way you can't pop no more shit anymore. Whenever you say flat earthers are scared, 200 people gonna be like, yo, I was just in Flat Earth Fridays. I didn't see you. Sacred calls y'all out. Proud calls y'all out. Every single moment. We was waiting for y'all. Why are you sitting there saying that flat earthers is this and this and that? They looking for you. So you just blatantly just lying. And then when you do show up, you don't even talk about science. You talk about abortion, drugs, prison, and death. These are demons, y'all. Like I'm telling you, like these are like energy draining demons who got trauma, who look in the mirror and be upset with themselves, and they come to the internet and take it out on like people who got a different opinion about the nature of our reality. Why? I thought we got past that. I thought we got past like ridiculing people because of their ideas. Like, where are these, like, who are these people if they're people? Do they got souls? Do they got spirits? Like, are they possessed? Like, what is going on in their life where they got to do this? Like, y'all see me, I be chilling. Like, I don't really be doing too much.
You know, the other thing is, Sacred, it shows the intellectual dishonesty and their lack of integrity in this perspective. Because think about what we're discussing, right? How this is supposed to be like, you know, professional. We're talking about physics, you know, and all this high tech stuff, right? But look at their behavior and their approach to it. That just shows that their understanding and their comprehension of this is not to the level that's needed to actually have this conversation. Or even not even just to have the conversation, but even to have the ability to understand what's actually reality and what's not.
Right.
It shows that they don't have that mental compass, that ability, that capacity to even, like I said, be on this level. So that's why I always used to say before, let's make sure we can identify those particular ones straight away so that they aren't, being those energy vampires and draining the energy and the life from the room. Because the other thing, what happens is sometimes they can derail the conversation, and then you have genuine people who are like skeptics, but they're open, and then they'll come in, and then the space is not really producing sort of, any sort of like, coherent sort of like, conversation for them to like be like, let me ponder this, let me ponder that, because at that time, the way the space is going, you know what I mean? And then we could lose people because of those type of people.
Right. Imagine your whole online presence is dedicated to take down a group of people. And every week you got to see that they're growing. Imagine what that would do to you. Like, if I'm just saying, if for some reason you were fixated on trying to take down a group of people online and you couldn't do anything, you literally have zero impact, and you believe that you're the smartest person ever and you can't do nothing with a group of flat earthers, that probably is destroying them inside. I don't know why. I don't get it, but like, that's just what it is. And it's sad, bro. Like, it's funny, but it's sad because it's just like something must be really wrong with you. And the reason why I'm spending a lot of time on this, because I want y'all to know, like, me and Proud was ready to go crazy and turn up and crash the fuck out. Like, at a certain point, I just don't care. Like, hey, I got some guys on a squad that is way better than me. That like super like, hey, I'm just not trying to start no issue. Nah, I'm ready to start an issue. Like, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm ready to get into it. But I know I got a platform, and I know, like, we are the level head, so we're not really supposed to act like that. But from where I come from, we ready to turn up. Whatever y'all want to do, what up? Like, that's where I come from. So it's just interesting when we say, okay, we're going to take the high road. I see you talk about my family. I see you like low blows, just saying the most craziest derogatory things. For some reason, Elon allows it. You know what I mean? You can just say whatever you want. And we're still going to be like, okay, let's start over. Even though you've been attacking me since day one and I don't know who you are, something that I said must trigger you. Let's start over. Let's get rid of everything that you said. I'm going to take the high road and hopefully we won't ever have to be in a situation again. I open a space with a PhD and people talking about like death, abortion, drugs, and prison, like in regards to my family. It's like, bro, like it's just the weirdest thing, bro. So I just want y'all to know, whenever y'all hear us turn up, it's probably for a reason, because we probably went and played an away game somewhere else to try to have a conversation outside of Flat Earth Friday, so we can keep the conversation specific, on topic, and focused, and not too much drama shit going on. But sometimes at a certain point, we just gonna have to address what's happening. And then like, it's gonna get to a point where it's just like, they just want your attention. Like, I'm pretty sure by me just replying, it was like the best part of this guy's month. Sacred replied to me finally, like type shit. Like, I don't really know. I don't get it.
Especially during the space as well. Especially while the space is going on, because his goal is to trigger you, so that it basically disrupts your energy and your flow within your space, because that is the whole goal, isn't it?
Yeah, it gotta be. Like, I don't get it. What's the other objective? The thing is, it just don't do anything. So when you see like, hey, like you had no effect, sorry, bro, failed. It just is what it is. And your account is censored too, bro. Like, you know, like you're in the show additional, so nobody sees your shit anyway. Like nobody.
Yo, in the probable spam,
especially you were the one that introduced bots. Not you, Nate. I'm talking about the guy that was tweeting. Like, you brought all your bots over to Twitter, and now you don't got no bots no more, and that's why nobody sees you. But go ahead, you get the last word.
No, I was saying they end up in the probable spam category. That's what they changed to now.
Yeah, which is so hilarious, because your behavior is putting you in a lower tier of visibility. Like, the only reason why I see is because I might have tried to reply to somebody else, like a level head that was trying to figure out how to navigate spaces. Like, that's it. Otherwise, bro, nobody sees you. Nobody cares. The only thing that people see is you not showing up on the mic, heckle. That's all they see. They see you with doctor in your name, not standing on nothing. You cowering away in my comments and my replies. You trying to shoot from a distance, acting like you're doing something, but you're not right here in my face. That's all they see. They see cowardice. They see somebody who's intellectually inept in order to have a conversation or a dialogue. Someone who can't state their own argument coherently. That's all they see. And then you push people into more Flat Earth Fridays, and then they become flat earthers. So it's like the antithesis of what you want to actually happen. We've been trying to give y'all game, like, stop acting like that. I'm telling you, if y'all was just like nice, coherent globe earthers, y'all probably would do way more damage. But because y'all be so triggered, y'all can't do shit. Y'all don't have like the composure that's necessary to have this conversation with the likes of the level heads. Y'all don't have it. It's absent. There's been like one or two of y'all, and them two tapped out. So y'all foundation is weak. Y'all don't have no arguments. We pulling y'all cards. We're not even gonna get into the things that's actually happening in the community over there, in the Globe Earther community, the pedophiles, the sexual harassment, the sexual abuse, the predatory behavior that's substantiated all over the place. We're not even gonna get into all of that. But this is probably the reason why y'all so triggered, because y'all don't have anything. Y'all have your view of science, which is really scientism, and we've been stepping on that for 106 weeks straight. And you're mad about it. So continue to be mad. Run up the engagements. Keep showing people that you're not really like that. And we're going to just sit here on the mic, keep growing, laughing at you, and we're going to get to the truth. And then you're just going to end up saying that you're wrong, and then we're going to say, we told you so. But we're going to take the higher road anyway. And we'll probably just forgive you. So whatever. So go ahead, Nate. I see your hand still up.
Yeah, no, because I wanted to let you just flow, so I thought I'd just let you know that, obviously, and then when you're finished. But so my last little, like, I guess, mental sort of reminder and tip is, because the conversation sometimes idles or can get derailed, and then obviously it slows down or we drift away from the actual topic of the space, just do your due diligence and reset the room and just, remind people of what the space is about, and, encourage them to come up and ask questions, just so that you don't miss because like I said, like the space is going for such a period of time, and the reason why I'm saying is because when I look and see 10.9 thousand people have like viewed this, space or whichever, and at any given time it's what, like 100, 150, sometimes it can get a bit higher, but I don't want to miss those people who are like coming genuinely like, all right, let's go hear what they don't agree with us necessarily, but they're like willing to come and hear what we've what our argument is, or what our side is, or why we believe is, and what we're pushing. And I don't want those people to come in and then the conversation just be something totally somewhere else, or derailed into somewhere else, and then we just completely lose those people because they're like, oh, these guys are not really talking about what they're promoting. So just I thought that could be a bit of a mental reminder so that we don't lose those people.
Yeah, that's
Or even just putting like a little thing below the space, like the first comment that says like, just like disclaimer, the rule, rules, whatever it is, telling people, come up if if you ain't, been here for so long, things like that. Just, little things like that.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I wonder about that sometimes because sometimes the conversation gets really technical, the information is really dense, and I feel like some people need to decompress sometimes. But there's always going to be somebody that pop into the space. It's in my bio, like you never know who's listening, and it'd be probably in our best interest to continue to recap throughout the night. So for anybody that just pulling up now, we spoke to one of our guys. 30, 40-year physicist, Dr. Bennett. He is a geostatist, you could say geocentrist, but what he truly acknowledges is the Earth is not in motion, whether it's flat, spherical, square shape, pineapple shape, whatever the case is, the Earth is not in motion. So we established that, and we also went through a few of the dynamics and the mechanics behind the ether. And I didn't want to do too much. We went through ethereal physics a couple different times. I think we had like 2 or 3 episodes in the past, but this is the first time where we got to discuss the ether with a PhD who acknowledges the ether, not just someone who says, oh, space-time curvature is the same thing, ether, virtual particles, it's all the same thing. Like, no, there's a fundamental difference. And, we got into some of the meat and potatoes, of the lack of Earth's motion and this absolute frame of reference, this background medium of potential energy. And I'm looking forward to more of that conversation down the line. Dr. Bennett does presentations with SpaceAudits. Alan, y'all see him up here with me. Over on EtherCos with Toby and Shane. He does conversations. He has conversations with Witsit. I think Witsit had Dr. Bennett in the field, which is a show that Witsit holds where he talks to like PhDs about cosmology and things like that, and just science and physics in general. So he has a lot of information out there, and I thought that this was like the perfect time as he's navigating through different social media platforms to come, shed some light on us or shed his information on Flat Earth Fridays for you guys that haven't really heard it. Because I really want y'all to, we say all the time how there's an equivalence at the very least. Don't know if the Earth is in motion or stationary relative to the sun, right? At the very least, it's relative. There, you can't really know until you remove yourself outside of that frame of reference, right? But we're here on Earth. So when we see the sun move, flat earthers are saying the sun is moving. When the sun moves in a globe earth paradigm, they say it's an illusion. It's relative. I know it looks like the sun is moving, but we're really moving. So I just want to have a PhD come here and tell you guys the same thing that we've been saying this whole time. Like, hey, this geostationary Earth is viable. As a matter of fact, it's demonstrable. It's measurable. If a lack of motion is measurable, I don't know, it might be bad grammar or something, but like they can't detect any motion, but what they can of the Earth, but what they can detect is this flux in this field, this background medium. They can detect this differential. So there's a lot of things in physics and science that have been abandoned in order to keep the Earth in motion. So when you have a 30-year PhD physicist that says, hey, this whole thing is just abstract concept. Your whole reality is based off of something that's, first of all, fundamentally flawed and completely abstract, no relation to reality at all. Actually, everything that we observe is as if we're stationary. You can't discredit it now. Now you're forced to acknowledge it, because the best you can do is have an equivalent PhD. That's it. Right? There's no, you can't go beyond that. So when you have someone at the highest level of science with a lot of tenure in the science, because it's not just a PhD of 2, 3, 4, 5 years, which not discrediting those young guys. We're talking about somebody that's been doing this for decades, coming to tell y'all, hey, the earth appears to be motionless. That is a flat earth argument. Flat earther or not, that's just what it is. That's what the science shows. So it was really valuable to hear that, to have him walk us through some of the demonstrations, Newton's bucket, some of the dynamics behind how we view physics and things like that, some of the flaw within it, some of the applications that we can use it. But at the end of the day, when we could find that common ground with the highest levels of science, what is a random anti-flat earther gonna tell you? You know, what is a random troll in your comments gonna tell you after we just had a PhD say the same thing that we've been saying? That's why they triggered. That's why they mad. So anyway, that was the basis of the conversation, just for like surface level. We didn't really get too much off in the weeds, but I wanted you guys to see in real time, this is not just a flat earth argument. There's real science and real physics behind this. And the more you want to learn, the information is going to be available. So follow Alan, subscribe to his YouTube. Same thing with Toby and Ether Cosmology. Same thing with Witzit. Same thing with Shane and anybody else up here that you resonate with. But if you want the sauce from Dr. Bennett, he's going to be doing presentations throughout the week for his worldview and how he's providing substantive evidence for his worldview. And then hopefully we can go ahead and recap some of these conversations back in Flat Earth Fridays in the near future. I think that's really valuable, and I think you guys can get a lot of information out of that. So, but that's pretty much it. Shout out to Dr. Bennett, Dr. Robert Bennett. If you guys want to go look him up, he's the man. Ether Dynamics. Oh, and last thing, I see Son. Let me bring Sin up. He has this model for his worldview, or I think it's the Ether, but it's called Alpha, which is an acronym for Absolute Lab Frame and Fluid Ether. And current science, there is no absolute lab frame. They measure everything against the speed of light. They say everything is relative. No matter what frame of reference you're in, everything is equally valid, even though no one has ever really left Earth, and we make all of our observations from Earth, and all of our physics only apply here to Earth and fails everywhere else. And again, it's just interesting to hear somebody with a credential acknowledge that, because we don't get that honesty too often. So take what resonates with you, leave what doesn't, continue to ask questions, and hopefully we could figure this out, man. What do you think, Sign? Or Sin? Is it Sign or Sin? Were you earlier?
It used to be Sign. I mean, it used to be Sin, and now I go by Sign. But
Sign is cool.
I think we met when I was doing that transition a long time ago. But
yes, sir. I remember. Were you here earlier for some of the discussion with Dr. Bennett?
No, I'm really upset that I missed that. In fact,
and it's all good. Hey, link in bio. If you guys want to go watch a replay, we've been going crazy over on YouTube. Shout out to AlanSpaceAudits. If you guys want to go watch some of the Flat Earth Fridays replay, link in bio, or you can just join real time and we can get straight to it. But he's a physicist, PhD physicist, who acknowledges the lack of motion of Earth. So he says that Earth, they don't detect any motion, and he has a lot of evidence and science to back that observation. And it was interesting to hear him talk about it. So hopefully you can catch that replay, and he'll be back in case you want to catch part 2, son.
That's huge. That's a huge thing, man. Congratulations to have that kind of validation coming, to have somebody with that kind of credential to actually acknowledge and even expand upon that, to actually talk about this in a serious manner. A lot of people won't even give it a chance, and I recognize that. It's quite a struggle you have going on here, It's like this speaks to something huge, right? Like this, a lot of people, and I've even said it, like, flat Earth doesn't seem like a topic that, is maybe digging in to the most, important of things happening in our lives right now. But it speaks to something on a whole higher level of the people who control this place. And this is something that I've been obsessed with, more than just like politics, and more than just like, what local war, or what distraction they have us on, because this is all theater. This is all theater. Everything that we see on politics is not real. They're actors, literally.
Yeah, no, that's the fact. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was one of the other points that Bennett mentioned. Because they always say, like, when we say, like, they lying to us, or like they this, they that, they be like, who's they? Like, what flat earthers are so paranoid? Who's they? Bennett came in here and told everybody straight up, if you're not part of a specific club, you cannot get scientifically validated. You can't get peer reviewed. You can't get published. You can't get none of that stuff. That's out of here. Like, you're not going to be able to do it. He said he, as a retired PhD physicist, can't even go to specific publications and get certain ideas published because he don't got like the sponsorship. He don't got a relationship with the institution. So like, when we say they, this, they, that, he even mentioned indoctrination. He even said the things that they're teaching in school now, even in regards to heliocentrism. He's like, that's not even what current framework of science is. Like, the sun is the center of everything. Like, that's not what they, or at least the center of the solar system. Like, that's not what science acknowledges. Like, there is no center of anything in current space. So he's like, even when they teach certain things in school, elementary, high school, higher learning, and uni, before you get to like the highest levels, everything is like outdated. He literally used the word indoctrinated. And it was so crazy hearing that come from a PhD physicist who is not a flat earther. And I'm like, yo, we've been saying this the whole time, and now you said there's a select group of people that's indoctrinating the whole society? We've been saying this the whole time, bruh. He was like, yeah, man, it's crazy. I can't even get certain stuff published without having a relationship or working at certain institutions. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. And this is the type of stuff they don't want. They don't want to hear. They only want to hear from flat earthers so they can dismiss it. But then when it comes from somebody with a literal scientific credential, now you can't dismiss it. You got to acknowledge what is being said, because you're talking to somebody who's in it, not somebody who's just looking from the outside. You're talking to somebody who is in it. And I thought that was really eye-opening.
Peer-reviewed doesn't mean anything. Peer-reviewed literally just means academia. It's like peer-reviewed means that like it's within that circle. They all have like scratched each other's back. They're all supported by some sort of financial institution, to support some sort of narrative, and it's like, it has nothing to do with actual doing of science, right? Like, you can have something peer-reviewed and have a bunch of people agree upon it, and it doesn't mean it's actual good science. It's insane.
It's because it's based on the data points that they already have. So they work within the paradigm from which they know. So when someone puts out a paper, basically they're grading or rating that paper based on the science that they already know. That's the problem. It's not so much that it's all corrupted. It's just, and I'm not saying that majority of them probably are, or I should say majority of them probably are, but it's not just based on that. It's based on the marker from which they're using to rate the paper.
castles made of sand eventually fall into the sea. You know, this is stuff built on nothing, right? Like it's pure, you know, like you're saying, like science that we can't actually have firsthand. Yeah, like when you can't verify things and you're just going off what you've been told, it's maddening after a while, you know. And that's a lot of like our history. I'm obsessed with our history and how it's been changed on us. It's one thing I'm obsessive about lately, and it's just there's so much there, you guys. If you haven't dug into it, it's like there's so much of our history that has been changed on us. It's fucking crazy.
Yo, that was the other thing that Dr. Bennett said. He said it only takes 2 generations. I'm paraphrasing. It only takes 2 generations to either change a viewpoint or to hide something. If you hide or change or push society in a specific direction, 2 generations later, it's just gonna be set, almost like it always has been like that. And I was like, bro, that is crazy. Like he's right about that though. It only take not even that much time to quote unquote indoctrinate a whole society. Like if you born into something that you thought that was always the case, you never gonna question it. I had brought up an example earlier of federal tax, voluntary. No law saying that you got to pay them federal taxes. All them taxes that y'all paying, federal taxes, that don't go to nothing but the U.S. debt, the same debt that they running up every time they print more dollars. Yeah, that you're voluntarily paying that. Ain't no law to pay it, right? So it's like we just born into that because they needed to incorporate that tax to fund the World War. But like, when do we stop? They said, oh, y'all gonna keep on paying that? Well, shit, go ahead then. We just gonna keep running up a check. And we just born into it. We just not fighting back against it. And you go look into some of that stuff. I don't want to get too much off topic, but there's people that worked like within like the tax or the IRS that heard about this voluntary tax, federal tax. They're like, hey, wait a minute. I don't see any laws. I see a bunch of codes, but I don't see not a law here. And if it ain't a law, why are we abiding by it? Dumb people don't pay taxes, but they also lost their job as IRS employees. So I'm just saying as an example, like if we're born into a system, even if it was just created before us, if that's all we know, that's all we gonna know. And science isn't settled. It changes all the time. So like, what can they do within a short amount of time? Who knows, bro? Who knows what was happening in the 1800s for real? Prior to that, who really knows? Hey, I just got a question. Well, it's open. Y'all don't got to raise your hands. We can try to keep it a little bit open.
I didn't want to interrupt you,
Hey,
right,
real
because of course you've been flowing in it, so that's why I thought I would just let you choose the time for to have a break. But I just want to add 2 quick points, right? So when you were talking about like the 2 generations, the other thing is you got to remember they throw in a war here and there. What you got to do is take out different people here and there, and different bits of knowledge from history is being lost. You see what I'm saying? And then if you, as we already know, and as was stated, if you're controlling the curriculum already, then obviously you're controlling what the world, especially the way globalization is now, the way they're trying to like intermingle the curriculum throughout the whole world to be very similar. You see what I'm saying? It's very, like you said, it's very easy to control what people think is reality to what actually is reality. And then going back to the peer review, this part ties in as well, because then if you don't have people who are actually going out and testing with their own observations, their own science to actually validate what they've been taught, then people just kind of fall into this paradigm of just believing that what they believe to be reality is reality, when in actual fact, it's not. You see what I'm saying? And then in the peer review process itself, the individuals that are peer reviewing, it's not to say that they're actually doing actual experiments like what the person done in the peer review who actually put the paper out. They don't do that. As I said, all they're doing is reviewing the information based on the paradigm of information which they already understand. And that, that's where the problem does lie in most cases.
I gotta say something just real, because like this is like what you were just talking about is literally what my rooms have been like for the past few weeks. I don't know if anybody in here ever pops into my spaces, but you'll hear us talking about stupid legal jargon and really boring, long-winded, stupid shit, right? Like stuff we don't want to learn about, right? But there's a reason why we're going through it, and it's because we've been raised without having the proper type of schooling that we should have had. We are unaware of our rights. We're unaware of what is actually being done to us, how we're part of a system that's based on policies, codes, and statutes, which aren't laws. They're unlawful. So we're living in a society right now of an illusion. This is why all of them, at least I can only speak for America at the moment, right? But everybody here has the boot against their neck right now. They can barely afford to pay for what is essentially a giant scam, right? And they have big plans. They have the next big step. It's happening right now, you guys. We're about to take this new step. We're going on to a whole new level, a new revolution. You know, like we've had the industrial revolution, we've had the intellectual revolution. You know, now we're moving away from the age of information into the age of knowledge, right? It's no longer just about tons of information and stuff. Now we're moving into intelligence of utilizing knowledge and having like a new type of intelligence, you know, that we're going to be integrating with, where we're already doing it. So I just wanted to say, like, the reason why we're doing all that boring shit in my rooms is we're trying to help people change their status. You can actually correct this shit. You can actually you can actually change this and you get back to where you're supposed to. People will outcast you, but I think we're all used to that by now anyway. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I always wonder like what it would look like when and if and when when society finds out that resources are abundant. Like, what does that actually look like? Like, oh wait, you're charging me $5 a gallon and it's barely 10 cents. Like, you know, what happens at that point? Like, what like, do we like start turning up on our government? Like, what happens at that point? Are we free? Do we got to still fight? Like, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the different controlling mechanisms. You know, what's the shape of the earth? Hey, you go in one direction, you're just going to end up in the same spot because you want a ball. Don't even worry about it. Resources. Hey, you guys need this within this system, within this grid. It requires these resources. Hey, by the way, these resources are limited. So you're probably going to have to go to work 50, 60 hours and just do that for about 60 years, 65. Then we'll give you 15 years to hopefully live after eating all the bullshit that we've been feeding you, because none of the foods are natural. Even the meats that you're eating are all vaccinated. So it's just like, yeah, hopefully y'all make it out by 80. Like, it's like, what, bro? Like, is this reality? Is this what it really supposed to be like? You sure there ain't no such thing as a sensu bean? You sure I can't just pop a bean and I just become super cyborg? Y'all sure? Because look, where y'all get that idea from, man? I'm just saying. Hey, man, it's all about a system of control. And I think we have a duty to make sure that we're not being manipulated. Now, I don't want to get too dark, but there's some people that have been in captive their entire life. They don't know nothing else outside of a dark room. And they might even fight for that. They might be so indoctrinated and programmed. They capture, or whatever the case is, whoever's keeping them and hopefully, you know, rescue them and everything like that. But they might actually not even have to watch them, because the person that's in captive their whole life only know that. So they could probably leave out the house knowing that person is never going to leave. And I don't got to lock the doors or lock them up and stuff. Like, I'm just saying, like, there have been like compartmentalized situations that we know of where people just don't know the true nature of their reality, even the most bleak, grim circumstances. So what make it seem like they can't scale that same thing up to all of society? You know, it would be so simple to do if it's done correctly within 1 or 2 generations. You know, like I just be thinking like that, and I want the truth, man, no matter what it is, even if I'm wrong. Like, I just want to know what is actually happening, because if they're lying about something that big, yo, what do they know about us? What do they know about us? What is that junk DNA in your body that they tell you is nothing, is junk? What is that? Why is it not activated? What happens? What's this resonance frequency that they can't get rid of? Why we can't get to a perfect vacuum? Why they can't reach absolute zero? What is still in that vacuum that they can't claim it's empty? Who are we, bruh? Why they don't have this figured out? Or do they? I just got questions, man.
Our third eye, man. It's all about our third eye. It really is. Everything in the system is designed to keep a certain gland that looks like a pine cone calcified, damaged, not able to connect with each other the way we should be on another level, like dimensions, right? It's not like we're gonna whisk away like in contact, and like shoot around the stars and shit and then fly back into our feet. Like, sure, there's some out of body experiences that could be like that and stuff, but it's more like we're able to communicate with each other on a whole other level, and that's what they don't want us to figure out. They do not want us to be able to break through that, and that's why the toxins, that's why all the confusing shit where people are like, why would they do that? Why would they just want to hurt us? It's because of that. They're just trying to keep us injured so that we can't reach our potential. It's like what you're talking about just now, like Plato's cave, right? People they're hanging on white knuckle, gripping tightly onto this reality that they think that they know, but they've just been seeing a flicker of what's out there, right? And then it's like when people start to see a better picture, it blows their mind and try to go back and tell everybody in the cave, and everyone's like, fuck you, get away from me, that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's like a prisoner fighting for their cell. And the flat earther's like, hey, that door look a little open. You sure we can't just walk out of here? Oh, you silly flirt. Why would you want to leave this? You see this brown water we get to drink every day for free. You see this, like, bro, what? Like, why are you fighting for this? Why aren't you helping me figure this out? It would be in our best interest if I'm right, like all of us. It's not in our best interest if you're right, but if I'm right, it helps all of us. So let's figure this out together. Let's stop fighting. Like, even if you don't believe me, let's just go validate it. Once we validate it, then we can let it go. But the more you fight, the longer it's going to take to get to the truth. And y'all probably wrong anyway. So it's up to y'all, man. Each individual got to make a choice. Are you going to go with just get along with the go along? Do what they tell you to do, live your short life and be up out of here? Or are you going to figure out why you're actually here? Like, what is your true purpose? Or are you going to appeal to science and say, hey, you have no purpose. You are just a probability. You're just random by sheer chance. I don't know, man. Go ahead, Nate. My bad.
Yeah, it goes even deeper than that, man, because it goes like, why do I have to fight with you like this? Why is it so much resistance when we already know that we're dealing with known liars? This is the problem for me, right? But I don't get. They know for a fact, right? You have all these people out there. We know for a fact that there is corruption within the government, with probably every government in the world, right? Nearly almost 100%. I'm not going to say all of them, but nearly 100%, right? That are part of this whole fucking global, whatever you want to call it, right? Everybody knows that there is something that has happened, that has been covered up, that has been fucking lied about already, right? It should not be so much resistance to say, look, why are we letting these people just constantly lie to us, feed us narratives without actually challenging what they're telling us? Like, why are people comfortable living with corrupt weasels running the place? Like, it shouldn't be this hard. That's what for me, that's where I'm at now. Like, why are we like wasting so much energy trying to hate people because they're telling us, yo, hey, bro, there might be a problem here. Maybe we should check it out. And it's just as simple as that. Like, why does it have to be this way? It really shouldn't. And it's like, it makes you really understand, the challenges that we're facing in a sense of like how programmed and, brainwashed people are at this particular moment in time, because like, and that's not even the tip of it. Like, there's other shit going on, like where, people are dying. And I don't want to change the subject, but, people are dying every day in this world from fucking atrocities, wars and all this other nonsense, people profiting off of death, all this warfare, all this warmongering, And it's only gonna get worse. I've been telling people, and I'm just to like go on a quick side note of like, the real dangers we're facing. Like, these people are got like long-term plans, mid-term plans, short-term plans, and the world's going to descend into chaos. And eventually, like I keep telling people, it's not just going to be on the television somewhere else. Eventually, it's going to be home. And my thing is this: how long is it going to take for people to say, well, I'm putting a line here because I can't tolerate this anymore, before they decide to like push back a bit? Because as I stated, it doesn't even have to be about just like this particular subject, flat Earth. It should just be in general. Like, these people are sick, they're liars, they're murderers, and and all sorts. So it's like, why is it so hard? Why is it so much resistance, about this? Like, so much energy wasted.
You guys, we have to be proactive. I know it sucks. I know everyone's just having a hard time getting through life, like shit's difficult. I get it. But the progress that's making, people being told and having the opportunity to speak right now and actually being woke up, that could go away, right? Like, sorry, I'm talking like an idiot because I just woke up like literally 10 minutes ago. But what I'm saying is, like, if we aren't proactive on sharing this and helping other people open their eyes, if we don't proactively participate, it's going to slip back into the hands of people who want to control this because they are proactively working at it, right? So it's like, it's our duty. It's up to us, for our other fellow mankind, to be proactive in this conversation. You have to force it. The person at the grocery store, the person at the gas station, like your cousin who scoffs at you, mocks you, like, keep working it. Keep pulling those other angles or showing that thing that they can't, that they have a hard time, like, comprehending because they can't actually make sense of it. And it's like, bringing these things up, keeping them in the conversation is important, right? Because it is a reality that we need to change this. We have the ability to do this, but it's going to take everybody proactively having this type of conversation, right? Whatever your angle is, whatever part of that conversation works for you, that's your thing. That's your calling. That's the thing that is why you're here, why this type of conversation attracts you now, right? Because this thing in the back of your mind, the back of your soul, you can feel what's not right, what's out of balance here, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with most of everything you said, like probably everything you said, more or less. I was just talking about the naysayers, the people who don't want to have the conversation. Because the people that want to have the conversation, I enjoy it. I love having, like, we have such like good builds when we have those people, because they come at it from an honest point of view. We're brainstorming. It becomes less of a debate and more of a productive conversation of understanding. And I really love those conversations. So yeah, I agree with you. But the people that choose to put the energy in it in a way that becomes derogatory, that becomes nasty, becomes evil, demonic, I'm just talking about those type of people. So, and obviously I was just pointing out certain other things, as well, because it's a lot of other things that we need to be proactive about as well. And obviously your space is like that anyway. There's a lot of other spaces on X, but I think we need to even take it a step further, because there's a lot of things that we could be doing on the ground, even helping each other, even if like we're like far away. If we're having more like private sort of gatherings, I suppose, where we can have like, because you got to understand, we're dealing with people who are like, they've got institutions. They're putting money into their whole operation. You understand? They have this group here, that group there. They're meeting, discussing, and brainstorming and planning. And I think that if we're not going to do that, if we ain't finding a way to somehow build something like that where we have our own institutions as well, our own groups, whatever it is, societies, where we have these same sort of plans and operations going on, then we can talk about it. We can inform people. That is very important. But we always have to start thinking about going on the offensive, because in order to win, we can defend, and play for a draw. You know, I play sports, so I understand, you know, times you have to defend, and that by us like speaking about it, talking about it, challenging and debating people on, you know, ideas and what they think, that's cool. But then at the point, there has to be a point where we push forward and attack, where we attempt to score, because that's the only way we're going to win.
Yeah, man, I totally agree.
Yeah, we try to limit some interaction with the anti-flirts only because we know there's no productivity in it. But you know, our brand is kind of giving everybody a chance to like get their shit off. So we try to hear them out, but it's just like after so much of denial and attacks. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't even be surprised if we changed our brand down the line.
Oh yeah, nah, that's a fact. Like they way comfortable. But y'all having me starting to feel like our point has been proven. So we have like a no block policy. We got everyone get a mic policy. Like we got a lot of policies that we try to make sure that y'all can't obfuscate or deflect away from the points, but y'all doing it anyway. And y'all still being toxic. I don't know, man.
I say
Like,
we should call them out. All the prospects for getting blocked, call them out. Tell them they gotta either apologize verbally, in text, something for their behavior, specific behavior. And if they violate it, if they try to post a mugshot or attack, like a personal attack, then they just get sent to the gulag.
that's what I'm saying. And it's like, hey, I mean, we gave y'all 100 some episodes to pull up, and now you want to cry because you can't come over here no more. Hey, that's tough. That's tough. So y'all keep playing with us, man. If y'all think it's gonna forever be like this, because it ain't. Because it ain't. We're growing too much, bro. And it's like at a certain point, I gotta stop holding y'all hand. I stop babying y'all. Y'all gonna have to just deal with whatever energy that y'all incorporated into this dynamic. And if that leads you to be banished to the gulag, just like Proud said, then hey, that's on you. Should never been popping shit. But you act like you don't care anyway, so what's the point?
Can I just share something that like actually just happening in my rooms the past 2 days? I rarely block people, right? And like if I do block somebody, I always forget why, first of all, but it's only when it's something extreme, like somebody's like really nasty or does something that's incredibly inappropriate, you know? And like those people, I'll block them and I never worry about it. I never see them again usually, right? The past 2 days I've had these two people in my room that are a couple of those guys, and they've been in there for hours, for like 2-3 days. And I'm like feeling bad because I got them blocked and shit. And I'm like hanging out. I'm like, fuck, I gotta unblock everybody because people grow and people change, you know, and like people like, you know, if we hold people to grudges, if we like blocking to me feels like a grudge. It's you saying, okay, something went wrong and I'm permanently never gonna like open up the channel of communication with you again. And I think that's a mistake. Is maybe someone wants to apologize. You know, maybe somebody is going to acknowledge that, or maybe not. Maybe they forgot about it too. But I'm just saying, like, it's something I think we should think about with blocking. And I'm gonna clear up my blocking list. I know that much.
Yeah, no, I mean we that's why we try to keep it open, right? Try to give people enough time. But at what point, you know, can we start protecting our own energy? Right? I know it's just one mic. It's just for, you know, a few hours that we're doing this per week. But it's a lot of energy that's given to this. You know, like, especially when we first started. Like, it looked a little easier now because maybe some of y'all ain't really been here from day one. But in the beginning, it was me and Proud only. That's it. Like, going against the top anti-flirts on Twitter. Like, you know what I'm saying? We have to deal with a lot. So there's a lot of energy put into something that didn't really manifest. At least those interactions didn't really manifest in anything. Those guys never pulled up for a conversation, even though tweeting at us 1,000,000 miles an hour. Now, because we were operating in good faith and just I guess in a righteous manner, like we were able to kind of like pull a community together with these just fringe, accounts on Twitter that generally had the same idea of a worldview or the same approach to a conversation, and say, hey, you're like me, like come to the space, like let's talk about it. Oh, you're like me too, like come to the space, let's talk about it. Oh, you're not like me, let's come to the space, let's talk about it. Oh, we found common ground, we could leave on good terms. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because of us trying to prove a point to those that didn't matter, we built relationships with people who did matter. And I think that's the most beautiful part of it, because it's like we don't gotta like play into y'all tactics or y'all toxicity anymore, for real. We could keep it rocking with the squad, and we could have conversations amongst ourselves, or with people that come in and just have random questions. People who aren't completely invested into the conversation to make a point or win an argument. It's just like, bro, like it's okay to just talk, and it's okay to disagree. And if you don't agree with somebody, that doesn't make the other person dumb. It doesn't have to go like that. So, in the process of moving through, all the ins and outs of a polarizing conversation, it ended up developing into something like super beautiful, something that I'm super proud of, that I love to be a part of. I love my squad, I love my gang. And, I just appreciate being able to come amongst so many different ideas, so many different voices every single week and learn something, and we doing it by ourselves. Like, we're not really getting no help. And we're just seeing growth, and we're figuring things out. We're excluding things that doesn't make sense, and we're zeroing in on the truth. And I think that's the most important part of it, as well as, building a community, because, that's the important part. Witsa said something earlier. I might have mentioned it earlier, but Witsa he says this all the time. It's like, flat earthers are really just trying to help people, right? Like, if we're right, like, it helps everybody. Like, it's not like we're trying to do anything like, we don't gain anything from this, like, at all. I always make the point, like, bro, like, can you imagine Sacred and Proud, like, as Globers pushing science? Bro, we will probably be so lit, like way more lit than we are right now. Like pushing mainstream, like fallacious, just accepted science that haven't been validated at all. Like, if we were just doing that on the opposite side, like, we wouldn't be censored. We probably get a lot more love, I guess, or so, I don't know. I just feel like with the way that we handle conversations, if we weren't on the opposite side of the rest of, globe Earth, who knows what it would be like, right? But, we honest with ourselves. I can't sit there and say there's curvature when there's not. I can't sit there and say there's motion when there isn't any. So I got to come to my own conclusion, and whatever happens when I talk about that, I just got to deal with it. But it would just be nice for the toxic part of the conversation to just be alleviated. No matter what you believe in, no matter where you came from, no matter what you think, it's just unnecessary. I feel like we'll figure it out.
I'm just waiting for Elkies to fucking acknowledge the shit, because he's like one of my boys, like, he's in my space all the time, and like I agree with him with so many things that we'll talk about. And then there's this one thing, and this is the one category, the one topic that doesn't make quite much sense. And I'm like, what's his deal? Like, what's his angle here? Like what is it? Like,
To be a flat earther.
what? Wait, what?
Yeah, Oki's claim he used to be a flat earther, and then he converted to back to Globe Earth.
Yeah, that's
Which never happens. No one ever becomes a flat earther and goes back. It just doesn't happen at all. He was never really a flat earther. But yeah, man, I feel you when it comes to Okies. I think he was just in there for a little bit. But yeah, he like totally switched up on me over the last couple conversations, and I don't really know why. Like, I had a lot of respect for Okies. I appreciated some of the information that he used to talk about in the other conspiracy spaces. But just like you said, when it comes to flat Earth, shit just go left. I mean, you should see the type of stuff he be tweeting at me. It hasn't been a while. At least haven't seen it. But I mean, man, like people were like looking at him like, Okies, like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you crashing out on Sacred for it? Like, it was never no issue. Like, just because it's flat Earth, bro. And it's just interesting. It's sad to see because there's a lot of great minds that end up being in conflict just because of a difference of opinion. Even though everything else we may agree on, but this one thing will have us like beefing for no reason. So I don't know. Hopefully Okies will start to engage a little bit more, and not only engage more, but just I know Okies got a lot of information, and I
He's
feel like
listening. Believe me, he's listening.
Is he?
Maybe
Hey,
not right this
Okies,
second, but I feel like he keeps a pretty good tab on things. He shows up. Let's put it this way: he shows up right at this perfect opportunity a lot of the time.
Right. Hey, Okies, if you're listening, bro, chill out. It's okay. We could talk about it. I'm just gonna say the same thing I always say. If you're gonna make a claim, we just want to see some evidence of it. Okay, that's all. Like specifically with this conversation because it requires it, right? Like this requires evidence. Can't really we can have conversations about it, but if we're in contention and I can show you something that supports my position, I'm hoping that you could show me something at least equally valid. So that way I can update my position or maybe engage in yours. But if you don't show me anything, it's gonna be a problem. And just because I highlight that, bro, doesn't mean that we're enemies. Okay? Like it's okay. Like if just I'm just always gonna use the nest for my evidence. And if you decide not to, that's cool. I'm not attacking you or anything, but if people end up siding with me because you're not showing the things, that doesn't mean that we are against each other, bro. Like just that I can support my claims and you can't. That's all. But it ain't even about that, bro. Like I'm not trying to beef with nobody. I don't really got no smoke with nobody. I don't like it's just a conversation to be had. That's all. So Okies, lighten up, bro.
I feel like we're all human. He's a human being too. He has feelings too. It could just be that there's a something in his life, a person, a voice, something that has pressure on him, to be of a certain opinion. It could be something as simple as that. I guess I didn't want to just kill the conversation with that, but I was trying to say is that like this being safe, having a safe environment to explore. Like when we were children, we don't get a lot of that anymore. We don't have many environments where you can speak and explore and ask questions and not be ridiculed or labeled or or judged harshly. And people are cruel on the internet too, so it's like people just like unleash on people. And like, I mean, I had a bully when I was a kid. Like I can totally relate with the whole damage, lifelong damage that comes from a bully. And you wouldn't think it would be that big of a deal, and it probably isn't. It's just it happens to us at such a young age that it really fucks with your head, and it makes you timid to make those leaps with things and trust in your own logic. And yeah, I mean, we all do our own reasoning and compare and contrast, and it's like, well, we'll be sure of something, we'll see something, but we'll look to others around us, and I think that's where that's a big problem. Maybe it's not a problem, maybe it's just human nature, but like we'll look to others around us to try to help us fill in those cracks, those voids of what we don't know. I think that's a lot of times where we can get confused even more, because nobody has all the answers, so it's it's a weird dynamic of like wanting to get answers from others around us, wanting to trust in others, but then knowing that they're in the same position as you, where there's a lot of things that they're unsure about, And people fake a lot of confidence with stuff, or just, I don't know, different. I guess not fake it, but they try to be confident in what they do know. But if there's something that comes and challenges that, it's really like a lot of stuff like that happens in my spaces, and I'm not trying to go that direction, but like things in the religious side of things, because a lot of things about religion are just things that we have, something that's passed down from family members or tradition. And so like a lot of it is stuff that's just like, it's like the most difficult conversation to have, even over flat earth, I feel, probably.
Oh nah, like religion, politics, those can sometimes get as equally as polarizing as flat earth and globe earth. I 100% agree. My whole thing is, it just doesn't have to be like that. You could use ideas, but you're right when you say like it's hard to appeal to somebody else knowing that they're in the same position as you. We gotta learn from each other, but again, we got to get out of the mindset of being told what to think and just learn how to think. That's it. That's the key, in my opinion. What else? Superfly flies back.
Okay, I went to go take a shower. I had to go put fuel in the truck. But listen, you guys were talking about how it needs to be exclusive. This is a club. This needs to be exclusive. It might sound kind of corny or something, but it needs to be like a fraternity. You sign up for the membership that you're belong to the Flat Earth Club, and this is how you're gonna get your people that are gonna be the serious ones, like myself. Make it a little expensive. Don't give a shit, but you know what? I'm 100%. There's got to be some club rules, and maybe some you know maybe some goodies come out of the whole club, like learning and webinars and stuff like that. And being able to be part of a certain region of the United States. You would be in that region. If I was in the West Coast and I lived there, then I would be part of the West Coast region under the mother club of sacreds, Flat Earth Club, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's got to, but you want to keep your, and then the people that don't want to, it's kind of like when you go to online and they say, it's free to join, but then you have a premium if you want to really get involved in the club. And that's kind of like the way I look at it, at maybe joining something like that. But I know there's nothing like that. I mean, that would be nice if we were like that, the first ones to be something like that, where, hey, you can join for free, but you're only going to get this much information. And you want to get all the information, you want to get all the goodies, then you will join as a club member, and then you'll see who is serious and who is not. That's really is what it's all about. It's trying to weed out the bullshit, because some people, they just say, oh yeah, I want to be a flat earther, and then the motherfuckers don't want to be no flat earther. They're just wasting time. We don't have really time to be wasted anyways. So that was my 5 cents. A lander.
Nah, yeah, you made a good point, man. For me, like going through like 100 episodes, it is a challenge finding that balance, right? Between wasting time and exhausting every opportunity or option in order to try to find your way through a conversation that kind of isn't going anywhere, for the sake of the audience to see how it would go, right? Because not everybody knows as much about the quote unquote flat earth as I do, or Proud, or anybody else, let's say Alan, or any one of the guys, or whatever the case is. So they want to see, okay, well, I'm not sure how this works. Let's hear what the guys got to say about it. And they're going to talk to either, someone with a credential, or someone that's an anti-flat earther, and I want to see how this plays out. And, y'all know how it goes. That's why we still here. That's why we still lit. But at a certain point, you are right. Like, we got to make sure that we're using our time efficiently. That's why, like, when Proud had brought that up earlier, I'm like, I think we done made our point already. Like the whole, like to hold a space for 100 weeks straight, for hours and hours and hours. And I mean, we first started, it was only like 4 hour space, maybe 5 hour space. And we're like, people was complaining, oh, you shut it down. You knew that we was going to show up. So y'all shut it down early. Wait, what, bro? All right, keep this thing open, man. Matter of fact, it's Saturday? Stationary Saturdays, bro. Like, it burst into whatever it became due to every single obfuscation, deflection, whatever the case is. And at some point, we're going to exhaust every single way to have a cordial conversation. It's like, all right, bro, we doing too much now. Like, let's focus on people who actually want to engage. Like my man Rich that pulled up earlier. That was like a great conversation. Like, you'll get like these great globe earth minds that come in here with good points, with even better questions. And bro, we leave dapping it up, saying thank you to each other and keep it moving, and we'll talk to you next week. It's like, that's the standard right there. You know, like these toxic personalities, at some point it's just not gonna be worth it. I think people see that they not showing up. There's a lot of people that tweet about, you know, the nature of our reality, flat earth, globe earth. They're in their replies, they're in the mentions. They see everything that people are saying, and they never see those same people having a conversation on a mic. So it's like people on the sidelines, whenever you see like something that has maybe a few likes, but it has like wild views on it, like, yeah, those are the fringe people that's looking at from the sideline to see how this conversation is gonna go. Then they pull up to Flat Earth Fridays and say, "Oh, okay, so y'all was just acting like y'all was acting like y'all knew what y'all was talking about." But when it came time to show up, the level heads was there and y'all wasn't. And those are the people we want to talk to. Like, okay, well, something that these level heads are saying got some credence to it. Let me go ask a few questions. And
You gotta trademark that one, dude. That's a good one. The level heads.
hey, word, yeah, man. That's a part of our whole approach. Like we say, hey, we are able to have a very divisive, polarizing conversation without having to insult, ad hom, do any of that other stuff. Like, we don't even rely on mute if you have mic etiquette. So we really thought this through. Like, okay, how could we remove every single biased view, or how you call it? Sorry, y'all, we've been live for so many hours.
Well, you just have a tyrannical
not prejudice, but like when you have a
Opposition.
yeah, but the same thing about a group of people. Like, it's right on the tip of my tongue. My bad, y'all.
You have like a bias against it, you know. Like,
yeah, like, you know, like, yeah, I'm forgetting the word. It's gonna pop up in like 30 seconds. My bad. My hard drive is glitching, y'all. Don't blame me.
perhaps it is time to take it to another level. Like for example, what's stopping you from, you know, putting out a crowdfunding and putting together this money and getting yourself like one of those medium-sized, like you could literally put together like a medium-sized rocket that could actually, I mean, I don't know if there's something that can go high enough in a price range that's doable for civilians, but if there's a way to have something up there where we could put cameras on it, put devices, you know, instruments of science, tools that can actually, you know, debunk shit without there being interference of a satanic group like NASA, who literally alters everything and is a gatekeeper. It's like, if, you know, like I have seen that video where they put a GoPro on some sort of rocket and it went up and up and up.
Stereotype. That's the word I was looking for. Stereotype. I knew it was gonna come. Go ahead, pause. You got it.
But you see what I'm saying? Like whatever that rocket videos I saw where a GoPro went up, and just hit something and just stopped. It's like, well, we need more of that. We need something. We're like, what the fuck was that, right? And people are like, oh, well, it hit something, or you know, whatever. I'm like, okay, well, we need more experimentation. Then we need more firsthand, you know, visible evidence. What is that? What is it when it's firsthand, secondhand? I forgot the term, but where you see something and you don't have to base something off of previously told you jargon, right?
Right. It's coming directly, like firsthand observation or firsthand measurements. Yeah, I feel that. To answer your question directly, though, like what's stopping us from doing like a crowdfund. I'm still letting the anti-flirts gaslight me, like or manipulate my psyche, because all we get called for while doing all of this for free is grifters. So it's just like I still have not found it in me to take no money from nobody, like not asking for nothing, like no, like nothing at all. So like I probably got to get over that hump and say, okay, y'all, if we're gonna start getting active and take this to the next level, we're gonna have to start putting some stuff together, and I'm gonna have to be okay with being ridiculed for that. And I don't know if I'm okay with that yet. Like I don't like that. I put a lot of energy and effort into doing all of this for the free. And when someone called me a grifter or like whatever the case, it just bothers me. I'm like, yo, where are you getting this from, bro? You know what? Fine, I'm gonna stand on it. I'm not taking nothing. You know, like, but that's me letting them get the best of.
What if you changed it? What if you made it so like anyone that's putting in anything as far as like value, that's for their own participation? Like for example, I had a room on this, and I really, really want to actually do this. It sounds crazy. I know it sounds really nuts, and I maybe need to revamp it, but I want to get a ship, a very, very big boat, ship, whatever you want to call it, something they can haul like maybe 30 more people comfortably. And I want to challenge the ice wall. I want to cross the ice wall. I want to find out what happens when you get enough people, enough push where like society says we're no longer backing down. Like, and I'm not talking about like storming S4 or Area 51 kind of shit. Like that was poor, right? Like that was crazy. What I'm talking about is something to where, I don't know. It involves maybe a submarine. It's another idea.
You trying to be cute, but never serve any time.
Mouse always come up here saying the most random stuff.
Why do they choose our space to drink in space in?
I'm so thrown off right now.
I don't know. Why do they choose Xanax for you?
Sorry, Mouse be in your spaces.
If I had a Xan, I would not be here. Choose violence or no?
You can. You can, bitch.
I actually want to talk to
I don't
Mouse.
even really give a fuck tonight.
Oh God.
Well, go find somewhere else to not give a fuck, Mouse. You brought your ass up here. Nobody invited you up here.
I know. Why'd you fucking throw a fucking fit at me?
Because incoherency is annoying.
No, it's not incoherent.
Have you been drinking, Mouse?
Root beer, Barks. Do you guys know the brand?
You been drinking alcohol?
There's cyanide in that. You know that, right?
I smoke weed and drink Barks root beer.
You didn't have any alcohol tonight?
Yeah, that has cyanide in it.
Cyanide? My goodness, who did that?
I don't know. You could probably hit him up, ask him why. Say, hey, why are you putting these crazy chemicals?
And they'll drop like flies.
Miles, are you a globe earther?
No, I don't know what that is.
What shape of the earth do you believe it is?
A globe, a circle. Why? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
You are? Oh, man.
It's Flat Earth Fridays.
How many times have you come and grabbed my
Goodness gracious.
It's ridiculous.
You think that? You can't really believe that.
Why?
Because that wouldn't make sense with gravity, babe.
How does gravity work?
Oh, gravity, that's like a law.
I don't know, go to your science class, but you know what? That ain't right.
But so this is what Proud was talking about like incoherency. When you say, hey, this won't work on a flat earth. And I ask you, well, how does it work? And you say, you don't know. So you say it wouldn't work on a flat earth, but you don't even know how it works in your model, your reality. And that's a little bit weird, don't you think?
gravity. I know how our Earth works, but you guys are flat earthers and you have all these weird fucking conspiracy theories, and I don't know how to answer you. Okay, cousin, bitch.
That's okay, Miles. That's
Don't
okay.
fucking talk back to me.
I'm gonna though.
Oh snap!
Oh, good. I was gonna say he's a
Nothing's
little.
happening.
I was gonna name him Scrappy.
Everything's still the same. I'm still talking back. Nothing changed.
Yeah, I don't think you're talking back right now. That would be different, pretty sure.
I mean, I'm not talking front.
Could be on the side maybe, or going around. I mean, that's
It's direct. It's direct. I said, Miles.
You're saying that. I love him.
Well, you don't want to like, it's like a Titanic type thing. You don't want to hit an iceberg or a rock. So usually, if you are up on something that's just going to put holes in your vessel, you might just go around it. Find a way to maneuver.
I was actually thinking about that too, son. If we could get a boat and a navigator, could we go to the ice wall ourselves?
I think so. I think this is a worthy adventure. And like, so many people came in the room. They're like, "Yeah, I want to fucking do it." Someone came in. He's like, "Dude, I got money. I was gonna put on a house. I'll do this." I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" So like, I mean, it was like a 3-hour, 4-hour long room. It was short. But like, all kinds of people were like, "Yeah, this is amazing. You want a boat? Go to the ice wall."
Yeah. What do we do when the Navy warships pull up?
Well, you see, that's part of it.
Oh,
We
the
have to show
real
them.
military. I love those women.
Yeah, they're good kids. But I was gonna
They're
say,
not cads, bitch.
Cad's batch.
Women. Oh,
Wow,
cats.
I don't think they're batches at all, and I don't know about those Cads, but they're crazy kids. I know that much, and they do like to intimidate.
You didn't just hear this. Anyway.
But military also isn't going to just blatantly commit like violence on its own people, and that's the thing we keep forgetting.
No
These
shit.
people work for us. We are civilians. It's like them pulling a gun on a
Quit
German.
watching movies, and you need to tell them. That's totally unacceptable.
Hey, Miles, do you feel like you're on a globe Earth that's spinning?
No,
So why do you believe it?
just a globe Earth. Yes, we are on globe Earth.
Do you believe
You
that
wanna
it's
get in
spinning?
trouble?
You believe that it's spinning?
Well, it has to turn slowly eventually.
So why don't you feel it?
Because it's so damn slow, you're not gonna feel that, you fucker.
How fast? How fast is it spinning?
Really tiny fast.
Do you have a numerical value for how fast the Earth is claimed to spin?
How fast is really tiny? Is that like fast in a smaller micro?
I'm gonna fuck you up. Because I can find out who sent.
I know, I'm ridiculous.
You guys
But
are
seriously,
terrible.
What about the orbit around the sun, Miles? Do you think that the Earth is orbiting around the sun?
Listen, you need to calm your fucking little scientific ass down. All right?
What you mean? You said
You're scientific Sam. We gotcha.
nah, scientific sacred.
You don't have to just attack me. How come you don't attack any of these people?
You
with
feel
the
attacked?
Scientific
we were just attacking
questions.
me.
You feel attacked, Miles?
I could show you attacked.
Yes, girl.
I just don't understand every week for 106 weeks.
Wow, that consistently? Holy shit.
Miles pull up all the time inebriated with something, off of something. We have no idea what it is.
That's really consistent. I gotta hand it to you. I'm not even that consistent.
Because that's one of the little pop-ups.
Like you have a schedule and there's like a reminder pops up on your, it's like, hey, Hey, girl, get drunk. You haven't done it yet.
No, it pops up, and I'm like, that's a cute room.
It's a space, man. This is spaces.
Spaces, not rooms. Okay.
But space isn't real.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Look at my apartment. You'll realize space
Sober for
doesn't
the
exist.
tomfoolery.
Yeah, you guys are like little aliens and you float around. It's kind of fun, right?
I gotta be too sober for the tomfoolery. Yo, Greg, you have something to contribute besides the soundboard?
No, why aren't you guys
No,
playing?
you have nothing to contribute besides the soundboard. So, what shape of the earth do you think you believe in, or live on, or subscribe to?
It's
Why aren't
flat.
you guys playing a song?
It's flat.
You can't play a song?
That's the beat right now. You know.
Greg, you said it's flat, Greg?
That's horrible.
You gotta time your soundboards appropriately. It's
There's
like
a
a
beat.
skill.
Oh,
There's a beat.
to get on your. That fucking sucks.
Mouse, did you even know in your PFP the mouse is standing on a flat surface?
Excuse you, sir?
I said even in your PFP, the mouse is standing on a flat surface. It's not curving.
Well, he's. He's fine. He's gonna hit you. And
Bit aggressive.
that is the sidewalk. That doesn't mean a thing that about the earth. Little cray cray.
What, the sidewalks don't curve around the earth?
We have officially reached delusion, guys. This is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays.
I did not bring mouse. I did not bring mouse up here.
I did. I'm
It's a
sorry.
cartoon. It's standing on a sidewalk that's straight.
I actually
What
tested my
is the
theory that
point?
every time
Flat
Mouse comes in here, Mouse is
earthers.
inebriated. I literally had to test the theory. It has not failed me yet. And to know, after at least 10 episodes of this same incoherency, Jit has no idea what we talk about every week. I am baffled right now.
That is a skill in itself, right there. That is quite something to achieve.
It
I mean,
is.
like, you could be utilized on like a game show or something where they need to have something be like, you know, reset. That'd be helpful. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Greg, save us.
Yo, you know how a raindrop is like a sphere? Well,
A raindrop's a
on,
sphere?
yeah, like you know how it like
I know.
collects into a circle?
Good God,
If
bitch.
if the center of gravity was pulling towards the earth, wouldn't that make it a different shape? Because essentially you're saying a raindrop has a center,
No.
has a gravity mass towards the center of the raindrop and not towards the earth.
I agree with Mouse. Cape Cod, bitch.
Like, do you know what I'm trying? You know what I'm trying to say, or am I being stupid?
That the raindrop would form a different shape if it was being pulled towards center mass.
So raindrops appear spherical when they fall out the sky because of gravity, or just because they're coming down towards the earth? I mean, even when they go sideways, I guess they're still kind of drop-like shaped.
I think it's like
Oh,
the
I
lyrics
think
say. They always come every time you are near, right? That's when they appear.
I think it's density, just because it's in a different density. But essentially, what everybody else is saying is that the center of the raindrop has a gravitational pull towards the center of the raindrop instead of the earth.
That's heavy, man. So like it has its own little planet type thing. It's got gravity then. The raindrop.
Yeah, but it doesn't. That's the thing.
So he's saying, like, if gravity were a thing, the raindrop would have a different formation if it was being pulled from the center. I do feel like you may have to account for the environment that it's in, but I do like that argument if we're appealing to Newtonian physics or Newtonian gravity. I don't know how bending, warping space-time would form a raindrop, but hey.
Yeah, like everything's a sphere in space. We look at the sun and all the planets and their spheres or whatever because of the gravity. But then what's a raindrop?
Wait a minute. The things we've looked at in space are all spheres?
Allegedly.
That word is important, bro. Always remember that.
Allegedly. It's kind of like gravity itself.
Yeah,
Like,
because it's being pulled in towards the center of mass. Okay.
isn't
So
gravity
now we should,
theoretical though? Still.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Because if gravity was real, then a raindrop wouldn't be pulling itself in towards the center of the raindrop.
Oh, I feel you. Shut up, get high. What do you got to say down there? Fuck. Just laugh, you frog. Frogs are gay, you know that? You ain't got no wiener. You're just you got boobs, I see, but you can't even do it. Call yourself a frog.
Frogs are only gay if you put chemicals in the water, bro. Don't be a bigot. Y'all remember that test that they did on the frogs? Where like these chemicals was all like dumped into the pond or something like that, and they went and took a group of all them frogs, and they all turned. Anyway, never mind.
Not the gay frogs.
Frogs are gay.
Yeah, we're past the point of delusion at this point. I think you're right, bro. My bad.
No, it's true. We did this. The frogs are all gay.
I think I was the one telling me that marijuana plants can actually, and it related to like the story of Mother Mary from Jesus because she had a kid without like, having sex or whatever. But I guess marijuana plants can do that when they feel threatened. So it was like a metaphorical thing. It's pretty cool.
Hold on, marijuana plants could do what?
They can produce buds without being like pollinated.
Damn.
What?
Yeah, when you threaten a marijuana plant, it'll like produce seeds or whatever without actually being pollinated.
Just by bad words.
So you want me to verbally abuse my pot plant?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you threaten it? What's
It's
the
trickery.
No, well, you don't want seeds.
Smelly, green, dirty, like what? Sprout.
Don't abuse your plants.
Boom. Boom, bitch.
So basically, what he was saying is like if we had a catastrophic event where like women felt threatened to where they wouldn't have kids, they'd probably just produce kids on their own.
Hell no.
What?
A rebuke in the name.
Hey, it's in the Bible. I didn't write it.
It's like the logic
Spontaneous inception.
It's like the law of make like a tree and get out of here. It's like the same level of that. It's like what?
Man said, make like a tree and get out of here.
Yeah, it's like what? Yeah, I can't come up here right now because he's too busy.
Last call, guys. Last call.
I would say on that topic, maybe that's something interesting about. One of the things I've come upon that a lot of truthers haven't heard about is something called the Ebner effect. Has everyone heard about that before? The Ebner effect. Anybody?
No, actually, I don't think so.
This guy, supposedly the two guys that were working on it or discovered it, doing the work for it. I guess they died. It's kind of like maybe they were killed off. I don't know, but it's a very useful thing that they really don't want people knowing about, because the way it was discovered, this guy had like an electrostatic field in his room, and he noticed that the plant was actually growing towards the electrostatic field rather than towards the window. And they've done all these experiments and tests, and evidence is there for them being able to make this a species of fish much larger and more robust. Same with plants. They could actually, you can make the plant have seeds that will reach back into its genetic history and produce a plant that's already extinct that actually has more resistance to environmental conditions. But this would basically do away with the need for pesticides and GMOs and make your crops like 10 times more abundant.
This is electroculture. That's what you're talking about. It's the same
Basically,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, you're just pulling from the electromagnetic. Yeah.
It's not electroculture, because I've talked to electroculture guys that have never heard of the Abner effect, but I guess it would be somewhat similar to the effect of that.
Well,
I'm not familiar with the electroculture as much.
Victor Schauberger specifically was developing shit for agriculture, and it would make it so there was no need for pesticides. So this focused energy would get rid of any insects, unwanted insects, and it would act as a fertilizer as well. For the fact that it's going to make your shit grow twice as vibrant, twice as large, twice as tasty, even taste better, you guys. So this is something we desperately need in our mainstream regenerative farming design. I think it's fundamental.
Check out the Ebner effect if it's not exactly the same what you're talking about. Maybe there's something that could be used along with that. Schauberger is like another. He came up the other night. We were talking about the jet fuel hoax and how the engines are probably using a Schauberger technique or design that they're propelling themselves through the air without the need for all the gas that they say they're using. Yeah.
Vortex energy. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yep, the vortex. Yep.
Which is incredible in itself. Restructures water, eliminates all impurities, things of that nature. Like something about definitely has to do with restructuring, and it does something amazing to food when you cook with it. Like I don't know, there's like even a nozzle you can get. It's like one of the few things that has remained from his work is a special nozzle. They use them in Holland, places like that, but it just goes, in whatever type of faucet, sink, and it just restructures the water through like a very like I don't know. It's kind of like watching it go through two different likes of what's the word, like spirals, I guess. I don't know how to even explain it, but
yeah, it can be done with magnets or just the structure of the device itself, or both actually. Ken Wheeler has like a DIY structured water device that you can watch one of his videos and just go to the hardware store and get it. But yeah, structured water, structured cooking. I've never heard of that. How do you cook with structured? I mean, you cook with the water? Is that what you're saying?
Well, like even the copper piping in our house, there's a reason why they use copper piping, and it is actually to help restructure the water somehow. And even then, I don't know how effective it is because of the right angles that our piping takes, So I think it's like, but it has something like old school reasons, like, kind of like how copper handles and doorknobs and railings used to exist, because copper is kind of an what is it? I think it's a
microbial.
Microbial, yeah, something like that. It cleanses in some fashion.
And actually, if you drink out of copper, I have a copper mug because I've heard for a long time that's the best thing to do. Drink and use that as a drinking vessel, and you're less likely to grow. Actually, someone was claiming that they had gray hair, and the gray hair went away after drinking with a copper cup.
Wow, it's kind of like when you get like drinking out of copper, you get a 10-inch penis.
Could be, yeah. They weren't trying to sell anything. It was just somebody I was talking to, online.
No, copper is
like they had a copper, like it wasn't like they had a copper cup table behind them. They were selling copper cups.
And there is misinformation on the electroculture stuff too. I have discovered, like, not that it's like intentional a lot of the time, but there's like certain ways that you're supposed to twist the wire, you know, like if you wrap for example, if you're going in a spiral, and like there's also like which end, there's like a top and a bottom to the whole design if you're doing like a bed of, you know, if you had like a bed of flowers or fruit or vegetables or whatever, and like you want it's supposed to cycle through things in a direction, you know, like the current. And I think that's the part that, you know, isn't always so clear on which way to do it. So there is a way to do it where you get incredible results, and then I'm just guessing when you do it wrong, it's not so incredible, you know.
Oh, I know a couple guys that are doing it that yeah have certain techniques, and yeah, pyramid's another way to do it. There's this guy, look up Pyramid House in near Chicago. This guy had this gold pyramid house, and he started with just like a gold, you know, copper. Actually, he was using to begin with, just like pyramids that he would use as like a overhead, a bed of flowers that would totally change the way that they grow. And then you decided to make a pyramid house, and it was amazing. He had to actually change the outside because it was too bright of a shine off the house. But he was going to make an indoor pool in the bottom floor of the house, and all of the water from the ground came up into the house, and he had to build a reservoir to get it out. So the pyramid structure drew the water up from the ground on its own. And you see the pictures, it's just like the whole place is like surrounded by water. And he started selling, and people said there was something to it because they started making beer without water, and people were lining up for it.
Yeah, man, there's a lot that's associated with the pyramid shape and it channeling either energy or I don't know. I don't even know really exactly. I bet you anything it's illegal. If you wanted to build a house that was just shaped like a pyramid out of certain material, I bet you it's not allowed.
Well, somebody might have sabotaged him because it did burn somewhat recently. He has to rebuild now. But yeah, I was thinking another thing. I was thinking it does seem like there is something to that, and maybe even living in the house would be something crazy. But what about like a big mansion that has a pyramid inside that you'd never know? Like that'd be a way to get away with it, right? Like you just think it's a mansion, but inside it's actually a pyramid.
Yeah, I guess.
And then I heard, you know, I had that idea, and then I heard somebody saying that. Somebody was on a hangout with said that there was actually that was a real thing. People were doing that.
I know you can do it. Like there's one company that he's basically making the toroidal field out of copper, and he's made like a whole mold with it out of epoxy, and it basically is used for healing. You focus. You can even put like a magnet in front
like
of it.
Orgone stuff.
Orgonite. He has some of that. Like he incorporates that with like his larger pyramid shaped like things, where you sit in a chair and you're in a pyramid, but it's copper. Mm-hmm. It's like copper piping, and at each corner there'll be something that's kind of like a cloud buster kind of thing. You'll take an epoxy and they'll make like that same toroidal field out of copper wire. And then they'll have different stones, like you mentioned, like different, you know, well, not stones, but crystals, certain crystals in there. Like the same stuff they use for like a cloud buster, something like that. And I guess pyramid shape, it's focusing it all on you. You can have it over your bed. You can have it over just your.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. I know a girl that she said her dad made a living out here in California. Her dad made a living selling pyramids to structures just like that, copper pyramid structures to go over famous people's beds. They were paying money for that. So yeah, sleeping with that over here. I wonder if that's like a dream enhancer at least. What does that do? I want to make a pyramid hat. I wonder how that would work. Like, you know, like there are, you know, examples of that online. Just look up, you know, copper pyramid hat. What do you think that would do? Like you'd be receiving signals and shit, or you know, I think that's where like a lot of the ancient jewelry and stuff that was probably meant for receiving more energy or healing, you know, your.
Well, the pyramid just in general, I think just that shape, even if it's not made out of a conductive type of material, I think even then it's able to do some interesting things with like electromagnetic energy, and that in itself is kind of strange. Maybe it's because there is something still to it, like even if it's made of wood, or there's going to be metal in there somehow. So I don't know. Maybe that's not true. I don't know where I got that, but I definitely want to build a pyramid shaped shanty boat. If you guys have never heard of shanty boats, they seem pretty fun. I've been, my little fantasy living on the water, kind of just side thought here, but but still, like, it seems like really cool to have things in a pyramid shape. I'm like, oh, that would be great. I bet you that would be a good structure for the water. Like, who doesn't want to live in a pyramid, right? Pyramids are really, really appealing. Like, I don't know why that shape is just so cool. All right, I said too much.
That's some interesting stuff, man. Shout out to New Perspective. Oh shit, he just dropped down. Man, where'd he go?
Oh shit, I was stomping all over him when old Greg was wanting to go.
So again, guys, this is a space recap, episode 106 of Flat Earth Fridays. Went over a little ether dynamics. Thanks to Dr. Bennett pulling up. Covered the lack of motion of the Earth. A little bit of physics with evidence using Newton's bucket. We went ahead and attached some of those visuals in the jumbo and the nest. Or you could just go to Alan's page and type in Newton's bucket. I'm pretty sure you'll find it there if you want to go see. We also got the replay, link in bio. You want to go check out some of the conversation from earlier this evening. But yeah, we covered some ether dynamics. We covered the lack of motion. We got into the physics and science and some of the history behind these observations. And it all came from a PhD physicist who appeals to a geostationary Earth, which means current framework says that the Earth is in motion. This particular physicist, Dr. Robert Bennett, says the Earth is not in motion demonstrably. That changes everything. We really didn't get into a lot of the nuances that I kind of wanted to get into, but I mean, it felt like 15 minutes, but he was probably talking for like 3 hours, to be totally honest. But Earth not in motion doesn't require a expanding universe that accelerates 4 to 8 times the speed of light, which no matter could travel faster than, except everything, I guess. We don't need an expanding accelerative universe to 8 times the speed of light. We don't need dark energy. We don't need dark matter. What we do require is a unified background medium of everything. We call it ether. And
you guys talked about that tonight?
Yeah, we got into it, man. We got into the physicists in history that acknowledged the ether, how it applied to Maxwell's equations. I don't know if we really got into like Maxwell heavy side, but definitely touched on Maxwell and some of the other physicists in the past. And there's still physicists to this day that acknowledge the ether that are active, in physics. Dr. Robert Bennett is retired. But yeah, we covered a lot of those different things. It was such a dope topic. And there's so much more to go through. I mean, there's diagrams. There's hours of diagrams showing an ethereal framework and a lack of motion. And I've been privy to some of these presentations by watching AlanSpaceAudits presentation with Dr. Bennett over on Ether Cosmology. I think he even has some conversations with Witsit as well on Witsit's channel at Witsit Gets It. And And it was just a great conversation to discuss motion or the lack thereof with someone who isn't a flat earther or an ethereal framework, which a lot of current mainstream science is starting to acknowledge with different compartmentalized, abstract, conceptual words like, I don't know, quantum foam and all this weird stuff, you know. But we did get into the dynamics of the ether. I want to get more into the properties of it and some of the experiments and demonstrations to validate some of these ideas. So we just scratched the surface. This was Dr. Bennett's first episode of Flat Earth Fridays, but we are really familiar with him in other platforms. And I'm super excited for the next episode whenever he decides to come back. I think he has a presentation on ether cosmology in Discord. If y'all go follow ether cosmology on Twitter, y'all probably could tap in and get some of that information. And then hopefully very soon we'll have Dr. Bennett back and we can build on this a little bit more with some new voices, new perspectives, new ideas. I really want you guys' mind wrapped around these concepts and how this is what they're talking about at the highest levels of physics, that there is at least an equivalence, right? There's at least an equivalence to a geostationary Earth. But I would personally say that it's more viable because it doesn't require this 90 or 99% of missing mass and energy to keep the Earth in motion. It's called dark energy and dark matter. Don't need it in a geocentric, geostationary worldview. Everything is everything is what it is. There's a lab frame that we observe all of our observations from. And current physicists will sit there and say, every frame is equally valid. There is no lab frame. There is no preferred frame to make observations from. Even though we make all of our observations from Earth and we treat it as stationary, current physics doesn't acknowledge that. And I think that's the problem. I feel like if we had a better idea of how physics can be unified and applied to all scales, like the true nature of our reality, I think that we will be far more advanced than where we are right now. Even with all of our technological advances, I think we'll be far more advanced. There are other conversations that happened this week that we weren't able to really get into. Hopefully next week we get touching on it because there's been conversations about interferometry, conversations about the ether and merging the ether with current physics. And I really want to delve into that to see if that's actually viable or not. There's been a lot of science and technology that has been hidden. So I do acknowledge that. And they may have been able to develop new tech, new science that haven't been released to the public yet. And we're viewing it as anti-gravity, and really it may just be something completely different than that. So there's a lot of different ways to approach this conversation. There's a lot of avenues to touch on, and it's a lot of dense and technical material. But the way that my guys lay it out is super digestible and super informative. And it's things that just we haven't been taught in school. And I think that's what makes it so dope, is that these things are literally scientific, but for some reason, they're leaving the options of this reality out of school books, out of the educational system, just completely ignored. And you're only given one framework as fact. This is what it is. Trust us, bro. And I'm here to say that's not true. So super interesting. Like I said, replay, link in bio if you haven't caught it. Shout out to Dr. Bennett for pulling up and kicking it with us for his first Flat Earth Fridays, episode 106. Let's clap it up. And here's to many more episodes with him joining as speaker. So if you guys got any questions after hearing and joining in the conversation, make sure you keep them for next time, because I want to definitely get to the rest of them, because we didn't get to all of them, and there were a lot of people that wanted to engage and ask Dr. Bennett some questions. So we're gonna try to work that out a little bit better next time. We got some cool topics coming up in the next couple of weeks as well. We're gonna figure out which one's gonna come first. And yeah, let me know what you think about the space for episode 106, man.
I'm super jelly that I didn't get to be part of that conversation earlier about ether and like ethions. I'm sure you guys mentioned, and the whole idea with it being like, there was a time it was in books saying that it was 1.5 times the speed of light, which in itself brings up so many questions. It's like, what do you mean? You know, like the whole thing is just it's a big can of worms, right?
Right, and
Yeah,
that's
it seems like
the speed of light. If the speed of light is actually the constancy of the speed of light, right? The speed limit of the speed of light, if that's a real thing, but it doesn't seem like it. Go ahead, New Perspective. Didn't mean to cut you off.
oh yeah. I don't know how long I was talking when my phone died out and or went to home screen. I was just rambling on about the pyramids and the Ebner effect and then the microzyma. I was talking about that. Yeah, I'm like, wait, no one's hearing me. But yeah, it seems like the ether. Actually, speaking of microzyma, it seems like the essence of everything is the microzyma, and that's what Antoine Béchamp figured out back in the day when at the heart of the whole germ versus terrain theory, and he was against Pasteur, and they funded Pasteur because they had their agenda with the pharmaceutical industry and all that, and avoiding the truth. But at the heart of everything, at the heart of every cell, what Béchamp discovered is this what he called the microzyma, and it's like this bundle of intelligent light that makes the cell pleomorphic, meaning it can morph into whatever it needs to be. But because it has to know what it needs to be, the microzyma need to be connected and in communication with every other microzyma, especially within the system. Like if child's developing one of the microzyma is going to be working on making the heart, the other one might be working on making the brain, and they both have to know their roles and know the other's roles in an unconscious way almost for it to work, for anything to work. So if everything is microzyma, including rocks and air and everything, then that could be called the ether collectively. And it's not just like this thing that's outside of reality, even though we're talking about counter space and all that. But it's like the universal unconscious intelligence that makes it all one thing. And yeah, the ether is the thing I think that they want to hide more than anything. That is because it not only for the free energy, but just the understanding of everything. Maybe even some kind of sixth sense that we could tap into or whatever else. But yeah, it's interesting that is the thing that you really don't want people to know about.
Yeah, because that'll bring more questions than answers, to be totally honest. Like, we want to figure out what is the ether, where did it come from, why is it encompass all things? I mean, and there's still questions with current physics. Where does energy come from? Because it's not neither transferred. It's only transferred, it's not created nor destroyed. So there's still issues in current physics, which the ether can explain a lot. But I think what's the issue with science is they don't want to reset it. They already had to reset with Einstein. They don't want to have to go through that and then admit that they were wrong about everything, because that would just look like competence. Y'all been paying them to give y'all the information. So if they've been wrong and they've been knowing that they've been wrong, how y'all gonna feel about that? I'm just saying.
They probably have ether tech that they're deploying for themselves or employing for their own use. There's probably islands of ether tech fantasy, amazing shit that we'll never see, that they use. And it has to be, right? I mean, why would they just let it not even be used if they're trying to hide it? That means they're using it, right?
I would definitely believe that they have that technology somewhere up, built up, and they're
Oh
like
yeah.
harnessing it, like basically rerouting the ether to their servers or beams or whatever the fuck, so that they can channel all of it. But I do think it should be simple to derive. Like the average civilian could figure out some technology to wire together and grab some ether. Secret. I was thinking. I wonder if that color, like, I kind of want this to be the case, but who knows? I kind of wonder if that color I can't explain is the ether. Like, am I seeing the ether? Like, if that, like, that would be dope.
Oh, snap.
I think the ether is everything. Like the essence of everything is the ether.
Yeah, well, everything in our observable reality is in motion, except Earth, right? But I'm just talking about, like, we were talking about these toroid fields that they categorize as particles. That was another awesome breakdown by Dr. Bennett. And these things are constantly oscillating and vibrating. And the way that I understand it, when I hear some of the guys talk about it, when the ether is disturbed, shout out to Shinku too. Smack the ether, you get some illumination, or you get some type of disturbance in that background medium that causes that illumination or whatever field or force that we observe in real life. So the only time something would not be vibrating, which means it would be in like an absolute state of rest, which means could it exist if it's in an absolute state of rest? Just got questions.
And what would an absolute state of rest actually be? Like, would you say a rock is in an absolute state of rest?
No, I wouldn't say so, because I mean it still has those vibrations at the quantum subatomic level, if we're needs to atom stuff.
If it's matter that's made of fast moving molecules held together, if that is still something we're considering, then that's there to consider.
Yeah, whether you call them molecules or particles, or it doesn't really matter what you call it, but it's the oscillation that they're basically describing. But they want to make everything little balls, right? It's all about the balls of these fags.
Balls. I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Everything's electric, right? Everything's electric, and everything is made of water, right? To some degree. So, and light, water, electricity.
And going back to the whole thing about vibration and energy, like everything's like a sine wave, right? So if you take a sine wave and you look at it not from the side view, but from like what's it like the other cross view, like downward, you'll see that it's actually within a shape of a ball, right? It'll just look like this weird sine wave within a toroidal field kind of thing, like oscillating around. I know you guys have had Ramtix in here, and he might even be in here right now. He's the first one to come on and talk at length about the toroidal fields, or how they're in everything, these shapes.
Hey, I don't know if Ramtix been a Flat Earth Fridays on mic. I've seen him. I don't know if he's ever spoken. Hey, if you get a chance, son, tell him to pull up.
Yeah, like he's always he's a few times he's been frustrated too, because he gets so mad. He's like nobody asks me questions, and I'm like, man, I think it's just a language barrier. Like that might be what it is, but because I get what he's trying to say, and it's very clear what he's trying to lay down for everybody, and it's the fact that everything is a toroidal field, everything is sound, everything from electrical energy, all things fall into this sine wave, which is also, depending on the angle you look at it, in the toroidal field, as I think I understand, and it makes sense. Makes sense.
For sure. Yep, Schauberger, a lot of these people that have been lost, Steinmetz, reminds me of one of the Brenner comps I put together, and he's talking about the ether. Everything is electric in this reality, right? And the godfathers of our electric civilization are not even taught in school. Why is that? Because they're set on teaching an etherless world, right? They're set on that. So I think at some point, people were able to use this for their own, power or it just made things a lot more even, right? Like they can't take advantage of it. If people can make their own power, you can't control them. People can use the ether for things that are,
We lose you? Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like your mic went out. New perspective. While you get your mic fixed, we do have Clocky Podcast. Probably gonna be one of the last speakers. Is it Plocky? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, hello guys. I am sorry for my English. I am from a small country in Eastern Europe called Czech Republic, but I am like following you and listening all that has Alan and Shane and Witsit and you've been saying, and I'm actually like trying to do same thing in Czech Republic. And I'm doing content in Czech. And to be honest, I'm like almost half of the time, or almost 3/4 of the time, I'm like just translating content from Witsit, Ellen, and Shane. And it's amazing because how I was saying that the popularity is growing. It's true in Europe and in Czech Republic, we are getting a movement as well. Like I had a chance to talk eyes to eye to Czechoslovakia cosmonaut or astronaut, and he lied about seeing like bright stars. I don't know if you there's that clip. Where different astronauts lying about seeing star bright shine, not shine, bright shine. And he also lied. He said that he saw like super shining stars everywhere. And it's like amazing. So I just like want to thanks to you all for this work, because you are like making this movement not only in English and not only like in Western, but also in like Europe and Eastern Europe as well, because like we are growing thanks to you, I think, honestly. So I just wanted to thanks to you all for your amazing work.
Bro, clap it up, my man. Clocky, bro. Appreciate that, man. It just blows my mind sometimes, because we got like the Twitter space and everybody's here, but then when people like pop up and say, hey, like I'm from the Czech Republic, or hey, I'm from Japan, or hey, I'm from like Africa, and we're like, wait, what? Y'all listen to Flat Earth Fridays like all the way over there, bro? Like really? Like it's just it's crazy, man. Like shout out to you for putting in that work, number one. Sorry if I'm speaking a little bit fast, but shout out to you for putting in the work to find the information, translate the information, because I know that's got to be a lot, right? So just by you putting in that extra work to interpret the information, so that way it's digestible for you, man, I gotta clap it up, because that's real determination right there. And it's so cool to hear you pop in the Flat Earth Fridays, man. Like you're always welcome if you want to come chop it up with the guys. I don't know what time zone you're in, but we do try to keep it open, so that way, no matter where you are, you got a chance to at least come say what's up. But if you can, like, try to pop in a little bit earlier next time, and maybe you could say what's up to like Alan and Shane and Witsit and Toby or Stone or any one of the guys from the squad, man. I'm pretty sure they'll be delighted to hear from you, knowing that they're making that impact, all the way over in Czech, man. So appreciate you showing up, and shout out to you, man.
Thank you very much. I'm listening like for I don't know 6-7 hours. I am in station Saturday right now. We have like 1 hour past lunch, and I like honestly I had to grow my balls to speak up in front of all people not in my language. I don't have an issue to speak in Czech, but I don't have a lot of time to speak in English. So I was like getting to brave up to speak, and that the drunken lady honestly helped me because when I, when I
Mouse
heard
has a purpose. Yes.
yeah, so it's amazing. Like honestly, the population is growing, and even in Czech Republic, we have a globalist politic. They are controlling us like 100%. We had everything you got, we have as well, but they are trying to shut us down as well. It's insane. I got a YouTube channel about I don't know 3,500-4,000 like subscribers, and I am censored like same way. Like it's a Flat Earth Day, or if you like searching in history in Czech, we have the same censorship in Czech on Czech YouTube. Like you cannot find true Czech Flat Earth videos. You only find the shills and same thing you got. Like we got everything. You got like I don't know FTFE and all this like anti-flat earthers. We got the same in Czech.
Y'all got
I
a
am
Czech
not kidding.
FPFE.
I am not kidding. I am not
Same.
kidding. I am not kidding. Like it's everything same. I'm like I cannot say how like big metrics from my point of view is when I'm like watching this big scene, and I'm comparing to our Czech scene, and it's completely the same. Like from paper to paper,
Wow,
everything same.
that's insane. That is so
Imagine
wild. You really think like there's like like a doppelganger Czech FTFE just running around trying to straw man flat Earth in Czech.
So
Yeah,
like, you have your opposition is what you guys are saying, like already up in these other places, right? Like in these other languages, basically.
Yep.
Shit.
Yep.
That is organization. Like, that is deliberate. Like, yeah. I don't know. That doesn't sound like no grassroots, like impassioned person putting out, like their content. That's not what that sounds like.
Yeah, man, that is super crazy. It's so wild that all the way across the world, you're still kind of dealing with the same things that we're dealing with. Yeah, which means it seems like it's systematic. Super wild, man. But I'm glad you found your way over here. We got to get you a new term. We don't want you to have the balls to come up. We want you to have the planes or maybe the ether to come up or something like that. We got to get the balls out of here. But
The vortices.
Vortices, yeah.
Yo, Palucci, I hit you with a follow. If you have any questions or need anything, man, hit me with a DM and I got you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I honestly, soon I will, because like I said, everything that you have in your big scene, we starting in our Czech Republic. They are like the mainstream is talking to us. I honestly was in a big Czech podcast that there are only politics and Czech stars and whatever, and I was there talking in Czech about flat Earth. I'm no kidding. Like that podcast had. 100,000 of views on TikTok, on all crossover all the platforms. Like they are almost everyone is laughing to me, like for sure. Like I don't care, but the movement is growing. So the mainstream is talking to us. We had a chance to have a big debate with like a young globalist leader, like some engineer and some people from mainstream, and that Czechoslovakia cosmonaut that was in lower orbit, but he was lying as hell. Because and we all have this on tape, but it's all in Czech. But I don't know, maybe at least that clip with that cosmonaut would be like a good to translate to English, at least with subtitles. So I guess I will do that, because we got some good, I don't know how to say it, info and arguments as well. but it's we have to get it out from Czech Republic to you and spread it as well, because you don't just imagine how is this movement is growing when you just share something and I am from Czech Republic and I translate it, and somewhere will be sooner new flat earthers that will doing the same, and more people will be doing sharing this info in their countries and doing this well. I think we can change this this realm actually, and it will be because we won't stay quiet and we won't be like fear or fearful to talk about it in public, and that's the only way I think talk about it.
Yeah, it's crazy how flat Earth galvanizes people. You know, I mean, like it's so fun. It's endlessly hilarious how confident people are with this ball and their rudeness towards people that don't think it's a ball when it's the opposite, the exact opposite. The most ridiculous thing is the ball, and they're convinced that thinking that reality is like it seems is the most ridiculous thing. It's so funny.
And it's crazy that it's the same no matter where we are, America, Czech, like it's the same thing. But I am super interested in flat Earth Czech Republic evidence. So, bro, if you whenever you get that stuff translated, or even if it isn't, man, like DM me, send it to me, because I would love to see it. Because I didn't even think like, hey, like there's there's got to be other flat Earth evidence outside of just my main area. So like that would be super dope to see. So yeah, whenever you get a chance, bro, if you find something that you think will be worth sharing, please send it directly to me, and I'll go ahead and get it out to everybody. So shout out to you, bro.
Sure, I will. Definitely, I will share with you that debate with the Czechoslovakia astronaut, because we had that debate like 3 months 3 months ago, and after we shot it, they told us it will be like 2 weeks of Reddit editing, and they will let it out. But after like 2 months, the info slipped away that all the 3 flat earthers that were in the debate with me, there was like 2 other flat earthers with me, we all crashed them in that debate. We totally crashed all 3 like engineers, architects, whatever, they had like all degrees, and we totally crashed them in the debates. And they didn't know how to put it out there, so they had like 3 months of editing, and now they are letting it out like this week or next week. But we had a signed contract that they had to give us the uncutted material. So after they give us, I hope they will, then we planning to share it like all away, so all to public. So I will definitely give you that talk with that astronaut, because I think that's hilarious, and we got them lying again. And he said first when we started the debate with the astronaut, he said, I seen the whole ball Earth, and when we pressed him, he said, I only seen a curved horizon. And like, duh, man. so I will share it with you for sure, this one.
Hey man, that was a smart move to make sure they had to give y'all the raw, uncut footage. Hopefully they follow through. But that was so smart, because you know that they're gonna edit that thing so crazy where it's not even gonna look like how it really is. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, man, keep me posted. I can't wait to look at that, because that's y'all crushed that astronaut, bro. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and honestly, again, it was thanks to you, because I watched Behind the Curve, and I knew that it will happen. I knew that on the beginning they had the honest intention to just do the movie, and that was again with the Jaren was the same thing. I think that Behind the Curve at the first, it wasn't like a hit movie or hit piece. I think they just thought like stupid flares, let's show them to the world. But when they show up, they are not stupid. they had to change the plan. And I think that this was the same thing, but we in front like wanted to have a signed contracts that they have to give us the uncutted raw material, or we won't talk. So I hope they will follow their law, and I think they follow. I hope so. But again, it was thanks to this community that we learned from our mistakes. That's true.
Man, that's awesome, bro. Go ahead, son.
I didn't want to like. I'm not trying to completely derail the topic at all, but I just wanted to mention to see if anyone else had even heard of this. But ever since the eclipse, people have been putting up content, and maybe this is way off. I just know that we're talking about Earth and stuff, so I don't have many people to bring this up with. I think I might do a room, like an hour or two from now or something like that, or whenever I do a room next, I might actually make it about this, even though it's really random and it's about the sun. It feels as though there's some tampering going on, and I think it all has to do with controlling food. Who can grow, who can't grow food. Like people have called it the like sun simulator. And for me, it's a hard pill to swallow, because it's like, well, how can we cover up our sun completely and then have this, counterfeit one? And I think some people feel like the eclipse is when this happened, like this whole switcheroo, which I don't know. There's an indication of something strange that happened on the eclipse. I don't even know if that's something you guys have talked about. It's the weirdness of what happened during the eclipse, right? And a lot of people bring up like Nibiru or Planet X, Planet 9, whatever you guys want to refer to it as. It's all kind of like the black sun concept. And this is something that I've just seen referenced a lot in like for example, that series, The Lost History of Flat Earth, I think it's called. And the gentleman in that film, he touches upon this whole, I don't know. So anyway, I just want to bring it up for a second.
Wait, Ewar was talking about what in there? Wait, finish that off with the lost history. What you were saying? He was talking about resets.
Well, he was talking about resets and people that are trying to take control of even our environment as we know it. So it's like, I am tired, so I'm trying to remember what exactly I was referring to with that when it just popped in my head just now. But I think it more has to do with the fact that we have the systems of this Earth kind of hidden from us. And I think he was kind of alluded to this being an enclosed system, and that, we're at the whim of some controllers, I believe.
Yeah, it's been excavated. At least one of them was talking about how it's excavated. Basically, we're living in an excavated land that's been kind of raped of all its resources. But that's a whole other discussion. But I'm suspicious of the replacing the sun stuff just from hearing about it, but I haven't looked into it yet.
It seems so ludicrous, and honestly, like I don't try to talk about things that are just so whack, but like I'm looking in my own garden, and I've seen some TikTok videos talking about things that are happening to people's crops and their plants that they've never seen before. And this is people that have been farming in the same place, in the same location, for many, many, many years. And there's just interesting things that are popping up amongst a lot of, like, I don't know. And these are people that don't know each other and stuff. And people are saying the same thing. They're seeing something happening to their vegetables that are getting burned or having sunspots or weird shit like that is going on.
Well, if it's not a new sun or a replacement sun or whatever, one of the theories that I've been talking about for a long time, but not so much recently, but a lot of people have been confirming that there is a cycle to the sun, and there's a solar minimum and a solar maximum. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but it does seem like there are cycles you can identify over time. And I had a friend that was studying this and looking into it, and there's the whole talk of plasma events and like there's a Carrington event. You can look that up, but is there some kind of cyclical plasma event that occurs? And one of the things that I remember him saying was that when you start going into a solar minimum, the electromagnetic field that that shields us from the sun weakens. So that would answer a lot of things. Because that's weakening, then you're going to get more direct sunlight. It's gonna make it a lot hotter in some areas, a lot colder in other areas. So, and they're conflating that with the whole climate change and global warming, I'm sure. But the other thing is that the magnetic north is oscillating and changing on a regular basis, and that's another thing that Ewar talked about. That this oscillation of the magnetic north might be part of the cycle that the whole thing's going through, and that our sun and moon system might even have a rotation to it, and that the whole great year concept and the reference to vibes of the cosmos with seeing the map of the Earth on the moon and showing the extra land on the moon, possibly very fantastical and interesting, and actually a lot more credible than you think, as far as they're like pointing out the particulars and the details of it. For a lot of people have looked into it, and it's just been, their minds are blown by the possibility that it could be something, but if it's not, then it would just be highly coincidental and amazing on its own.
There's some sort of
way
going on. There has to be, because like I had a gentleman in my room, I guess it would be yesterday morning, that was absolutely adamant that there's a bunch of leaves that are changing where he lives into different colors, like stuff that you see not at this point in the season, right? Like way too early, right? And like leaves are changing and falling. And honestly, that's the kind of thing that I'm seeing, like literally with I have pot plants, and then I have apple trees, and I have like stuff that's out exposed to the sun, and then I have stuff in greenhouses. And there is something going on. I'm getting yellowish burns into my vegetables. My apples are starting to do the same thing. Like they're not ripe yet. They're getting miscoloring on them. And like, this is stuff that I haven't seen before. And it's like, how could that be inconsistent? How could our sun be inconsistent? You know what I mean? Like that, to the point where it's even in the wrong spot in the sky, slightly off, like the moon has been. Like I made a video of it the other night. I posted it. The moon is in like some spot. I've never seen it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind here a little bit.
No, things do work in cycles. I mean, it wouldn't make sense if it was always consistent forever and ever. Like there has to be some kind of variation that's like slight drifting over time for whatever reason. The magnetic north was what my friend was saying was the cause of that, because everything's centered around that, and he even proposed that possibly that's the reason they have like the ghost cities in China and stuff, or these areas where they build up cities where it would be terrible to live there right now, but with the weather, with their knowing about these cycles, it's going to be prime real estate 10 years from now. Those kind of things. Yeah, I think that they know that there's a cycle. It would answer a lot of things if there is some kind of plasma event or some kind of drastic change that they're aware of. As we know, yeah, that would make a lot of sense, because the underground cities and all that, they're preparing for not just like what we think is like some kind of war on top. Most people think is some kind of like fallout that people are going to be scorched by bombs or something, but it could be some kind of plasma thing. It does seem like there are mountains that were actually buildings and something melted them, whether it was directed energy weapons and they're just they're claiming it was a plasma event, or the other way around. I don't know. But yeah, that would make sense.
This gentleman was convinced that this is a military operation, and he said there was something about, like, he had somebody he was speaking to. This is what he said. Like this guy was military type friend, someone that has, connections with what's going on, and the guy was saying something about how like there was 7 of these simulators that China had built once. Like there's 7 of these things. I don't know if China's made them all, and that supposedly these have been launched during the eclipse thing, and that they're all in their own like little cycle or some shit like that. And I don't know why.
What do I look up to find that guy? The guy you're talking about?
Let me find I have in my recorded last room. Let me see if I can find out who it is, and then I can get in contact with him. But yeah, that was like just like a few hours ago before I slept. So yeah, I'm still waking up. Let me see if I can dig that up. That guy.
Yeah, and then there's talk of like the sun simulator and the possibility of them using some kind of fake sun for this final observation, or whatever you want to call it. Like Antarctica thing. I propose the idea that maybe this whole Antarctica thing might be a way to get people down there to witness something else, right? Like if they're planning on using flat Earth, like I always bring this up, if they plan on like actually like absorbing flat Earth for whatever reason, like they're gonna use it to their advantage and then make a whole pseudoscience about the flat Earth and tell us that the aliens with the UFO disclosure are actually our ancient ancestors, outer ponders, right? The outer ponders that have more advanced civilizations outside of our own, and we have to now unite as one world to either protect ourselves from them or, you know, praise them. And they can have good outer ponders, bad outer ponders. I always talk about the outer ponders because I think that's something, whether it's true or not, they could say it's true and have real-time gods to work with. And I put it out there not because I want it to happen, but because I think they might have been planning to do that. So just, you know, and we have to figure out a way to like debunk that when it happens, if possible. Like, not that that's going to make a difference, but very interesting if that is the goal.
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm like interrupting, but I just wanted to ask like exactly about the final experiment and your thoughts about it, because from what info I was able to gather, I think that Will Duffy is like Freemason shield. But also I want to ask about the real final experiment. If you like ever thought about building something like, I don't know, some kind of device on land, like for something like LIGO, but for like Earth curvature, and something that like would be able for everyone. Like everyone could go there and like measure it and see it for his own eyes. That there's like it's flat and there's no curve only in your eyes, something like that. Because I honestly have a like a sponsor, like some rich Czech flat earther that is like super rich, like super rich, like in millions of dollars. And he actually like want to contribute and like build something or something like that. And he's actually in like water business, like in third world countries. So he's like, I believe him. I believe him that he's like honest and he wants to help us. So like right now we are like trying to find an idea to like build something, and I was like want to have these two questions. Like first, what is your like opinion on a final experiment from Will Duffy, and if you ever think about like some real final experiment that would be able to show to public that we are right.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I'll give you my rundown real quick. I know other people probably want to answer that too, but yeah, Will Duffy, definitely sus. I wouldn't go anywhere with him. I wouldn't go anywhere with his money. I wouldn't do any of that. If there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, we would have that evidence right now. That evidence would exist already. So it's not like there's some like, oh, now we got to go find. I mean, if it existed, we would see the 24-hour sun, not these fake, you know, videos that we have, like the one guy putting out and then one other guy claiming to have it. That none of them are good. We would have plenty of good footage of that already. We don't need to get some flat earther to go down there and witness it because it would exist already, right? As far as the other experiment you're talking about, a lot of people have talked about a force the line type experiment where you could actually, you know, show that there's no curvature. Those are very difficult to show as a definitive proof because there's always some kind of lag in the string or the whatever you're going to build is it's gonna show. I mean, railroad tracks have enough give in between the railroad tracks, they say, to account for the curvature. So if you can't use railroad tracks that we know go straight across the land everywhere, right? There's no curvature of these railroads, but it's enough give, according to the ballers, that they can just claim, oh, that there's enough give in between each section that they can account for the curvature. So it's so slight that it's almost like hard to show anything definitive, even if you are convinced of what your own test shows. I'd say that it's already done. Airplanes prove every single second of the day that we're not on a spinning ball. That is the final test. Every time a plane lands, That's the final experiment, because it can't land on a spinning ball when the pilots are treating it as stationary. It's that simple. But I'll let other people reply to that too.
Yeah, there's there's something like, it feels like this is a big thing going on right now. I guess that's why I was bringing it up, because I just didn't know if it was on other people's radar. It seems ludicrous, and it's like, why would this be happening? Like, what would be the point? That kind of stuff. I always try to see if I can dig up a reason why. But I guess I'm having a hard time.
Did you find the guy's name? Did you post it somewhere?
Just give me a second. I'm still working on that.
Oh, no worries. But yeah, definitely. If you keep that person's name kind of under wraps, I would recommend. If they've got millions of dollars ready to do something that's threatening to the powers that be, try to keep that in your back pocket. I would recommend. But yeah, definitely hit me up, or Alan, or any of these people that are in here for ideas. I would say other ideas.
I am like 100% with you on that. Like, if there was the South Antarctic sun, we already would have that pictures. Like, for sure, 100%. There will be zillion of them. It will be regular.
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
And there will be no reason to talk about it. And I think the reason why is now, because honestly, I think that flat Earth moving is growing like all over the world, like all over the realm.
Oh yeah.
And they know it,
yeah.
and they know it, and they feel it, and they are like making this move, because honestly, when in our Czech Republic, like regular globies know about this, they are trying to like push it like so hard. This final experiment, that's regular people in our country like heard about it, or heard that like flares are going to be sent to see 24-hour sun in Antarctic. Like in our small country, people know that. Like, that's insane. Like, they're pushing it so
And the
hard.
thing that makes it so suspicious is like, we know that. I mean, anybody with common sense knows that footage would exist. Plenty of it would already exist. So why are they so confident? Why is this coming from the baller side? Let's go down there and prove it one way or another. Because we know that there's no 24-hour sun, and they must as well. So why are they? What's the ploy here? Like, what do they get? Why would they allow that to happen unless there's something behind it that we don't know about?
My guess is Sun Simulator, and to public, like to how to say it in English, to public that isn't like following flat Earth movement, and then know about things, and they're like thinking that we think that we live on pancake in space. For them, it will be proof enough if they will have like a mainstream articles about flares that see in a 24-hour sun. Even if we will point it out that it is simulator, and we will find out later on, like we always do, it will be like something like behind the curve. We will hear about it for next 10 years that we are stupid and we already had flares in Antarctica. That's my guess.
Right. But then again, they already claim to have the 24-hour sun footage, right? So what are they saying? Like that footage is fake. They're admitting that and saying we need to go get new footage, right? So like what like, if you're already claiming to have it, this Anthony Powell guy already has it. So why is this like something that anyone needs to do? You think that's real, right? So you already have what you need. Right.
Well,
but yeah, you're right. It's got to be some kind of like public thing that they're going to put out. The stupid flirts thought there wasn't going to be a 24-hour sun, and now they're proven wrong. And fighters, they could try that, but it won't matter to anyone really paying attention anyway, because we all are just going to laugh at it. And if they try the aliens from outer space, flat earthers are going to be laughing at that too. So they'll never get away with the alien invasion unless they make it out of pounders, is what I'm saying. And this could be like a twist, go down there, and then all of a sudden we got some outer pounders standing on the ice wall looking down at you, and that's the whole reason they brought these people down. Now we have people from the flatter side and the glober side coming back with a story about, seeing ancient ancestors up on the ice wall or something. I don't know. That's just my thought. That would be an interesting twist, right? I tried that.
I have a reply for new perspective.
All right.
I know of a proposed experiment that's very practical to do and very decisive. You can ask Flat Earth Dave about it. He's proposed it. Putting a set of gyroscopes on an airplane and getting them going and then taking off and doing maneuvers in the air that demonstrate by the gyroscope that the Earth is flat. I can't explain it in detail, but he has it worked out theoretically. I think it's fairly inexpensive compared to building a giant facility like LIGO. And it's civil aviation, so it doesn't need a lot of permits and stuff to do it. Flat Earth Dave, if you want to get in touch with him, could discuss it with you. Maybe somebody else in here. Maybe somebody else in here knows more detail about the proposal.
Yeah, I heard him talking about, I mean, first of all, mechanical gyroscopes already prove that we're not on a spinning ball. They are on planes. That's what Lebet, the model builder, the beast, that's what convinced him. And he used to work for a space agency. And he said it was the mechanical gyroscopes on airplanes. They have some special setup that would be kind of like foolproof to show it, which would be great. I was even telling Austin, like, yeah, tell them when they ask you about going down to Antarctica for the final experiment, tell them that you'd rather just fly to Antarctica with this mechanical gyroscope and show it's not a globe, right? Like, it's already decided. Planes couldn't land. They could never land on a spinning ball with a tangential gradient if they're treating it as stationary. It can't be moving if the pilots are trying to treat it as stationary. That's an experiment every day. I know that for me, at least, that's enough. But yeah, that'd be interesting if they actually if they have like a foolproof way of showing it.
Regarding Flat Earth Dave's proposal for a gyroscope demonstration on an airplane, they would not fly to Antarctica. It would just be a normal.
I was kidding. I know, I was kidding about that. I was saying Austin should say that if they're trying to like give him shit about not going to Antarctica for the final experiment, he should say something about going down, fly in that direction with the gyroscope, instead. Use it as a way of bringing up this other final experiment idea is what I was saying,
Right. The idea is to find an objective for the funding.
All right. We'll talk to that wasn't the one talking about the funding. That was our friend. What's your name? I'm sorry.
It was me. I'm like my name is Dominic. I'm that Plochy podcast.
Dominic, okay.
Actually, like in Czech, Plochy in Czech, Plochy is flat. So I have a podcast that is called Flat Podcast in English. And I was the one asking about the final experiment. I know all this stuff that you are talking about, and my point of view, I'm like trying to get it to public, like everyone who like actually honestly like go to Flat Earth Road, like I don't know anyone who like honestly go this road and won't become a flat earther. So that's not the issue. Issue is like to get it to public who like think we are crazy, who thinks that it's pancake in space. And my idea is like to make something on the ground, something I know. I heard about the tension lines, and I know about all the issue about the tension lines. So I know that there's a big issue with that. So my idea is like to build something with like funding, and even like we have a like big movement in Czech, and that everyone is like want to like crowdfund this. So we want like build something that will be able to get it out to public and even like to mainstream, and like make them talk about it. Like even like I don't know, maybe they will just admit that it's like some anomaly and some little area of flatness, whatever. I don't care, but it will be something like to show the people and everybody. Like because I have my own measurements, and it's amazing to have something like physical that you seen on your own eyes, and you can talk about it. And so that's my whole point of view. Like I'm trying to build or think something that we are able to show to public, because I know that every plane that get up and successfully land, it's like a proof of flat Earth. I know that, like, but not
Yeah,
not
yeah,
like
yeah,
public,
exactly.
not
I
not
understand.
not public.
Are you on Discord at all, by the way? You know, do you have Discord? Or do you know what Discord is?
Yeah, I have it, but I don't use it at all, honestly. But
Because there's a guy that,
if you send me something, I definitely will like follow it and look at it.
yeah, if you have a Discord account, that's where you can talk to people about this kind of stuff all the time, not just Friday nights. But we had a guy that was doing a very detailed tension line experiment. He had it all planned out. He had even funded it himself. He got a lot of people calling the place he planned on doing it and trying to, report him. And he had some anti-flat earthers that were trying to sabotage it for sure. So be careful how much you publicize it before you get the final results and all that. But he had the whole thing with weights that he was doing, like the tension with the weights was going to be a part of it, and then maybe a moat of water underneath it so that you could have the water level to verify, to like double verify what's going on with the push the line type experiment. But I could get you those details if you were on Discord. That's all.
The objective of the tension line experiment is to bypass the complaints about optics. So it would prove that the water is level. I don't necessarily follow the logic of all of that, but I did learn that the motivation for the tension line experiment is to bypass the complaints about optics.
Exactly. It's just very difficult. I know a lot of people have thought about it and tried different things, and it's just very difficult with the lag, the sagging of the line to be so, it'd have to be so tight and so straight. I mean, but it's just so ridiculous at the same time. We see a horizon line 25 miles across, it's perfectly straight. But yeah, you would have to be able to show the whole thing from the side,
Yeah, exactly.
The accuracy of the tolerance of the rope is problematic. The weight on the rope itself is problematic. This is a very bad idea.
Yeah, people end up spending a lot of time and money to try to make it work, and that usually ends up not being definitive enough for the amount of time and money you might put into it. Not to
Also,
discourage you.
they need to study the science and to understand how experiments are even done or measured, and not to jump the.
Hey, who gave this guy a mic? Hey, David, last time you was up here, you said some really racist stuff. You wanna
really?
you wanna apologize for that? You wanna apologize for your behavior the last time you was up here?
And you're back for what?
Can you prove? I said racist stuff. What is racist stuff?
Everything that happens on the internet stays on the internet, bro.
What is racist stuff? What did they say?
I don't remember. I completely forgot about you once we got you out of here after saying like derogatory racist things. So you want to apologize?
If you want to apologize for something, don't you think I need to know for what?
No, you said it. You don't remember?
So you go around using racial slurs.
I don't remember. I know flat earthers say a lot of racist stuff all the time at tech people. I don't remember I said something.
So you can remember what a flat earther said, but you don't remember your own actions. Interesting.
Like, honestly, I don't like to interrupt, but one thing I learned from the flat earth community is that we really don't care about color or something like that. Like, that's the last thing that flat earthers care about, I think, honestly. It's like color of your skin.
Did you hear Witset talking ever on a...
So do you want me to get the clip of you?
I would be happy for you to show me how I was racist, because I was not.
And then what? You're gonna apologize for your behavior and walk back this claim now?
Yes, but now we are talking about a different subject, and I was reacting on a different subject in a polite way, so I don't see the issue.
Okay. Don't worry. How about this? Since I'm the one that made the claim, I'll take it for now. The next time you decide to come back up here, we'll go ahead and get you that clip. I'm not going to allow you to speak until I get an apology. But if you need some proof of what your behavior was, I'll go ahead and do that. But you don't get a mic in my space after disrespecting me and my co-host and all the listeners in here. So the next time you want to come back, maybe next Friday, we'll go ahead and have that clip and we'll play it for everybody. Then we'll expect you to go ahead and man up and take responsibility for your actions, so that way you can continue to engage. And we don't want to see any of that behavior over here anymore. Until then, you're not welcome. And yeah, we'll see you next week, buddy. Continue, guys. It's still last call. We're about to wrap it up soon, but go ahead. You can continue.
Great room.
Yeah, yeah. The final doing the force align is difficult, but yeah, if you get on Discord, message me through here, and then I can get you some more information on people that have been trying to do that kind of thing before.
Does that align with the whole charging the ice wall? I guess my idea is a little more insane, but I wanted to make it something that was, streamed, like just the whole thing being live, just showing like how our government reacts and treats something that has no explanation. They claim it's for military reasons. It's not. It's like the biggest. I think it's like the biggest key to one of the biggest pieces of biggest puzzle that we have about this earth. That's why it's illegal for anyone to go anywhere near, that part of the globe, Earth, or like the realm, whatever. It's like we can't even get anywhere near it. We don't get an explanation. There's absolutely nothing that makes sense. I don't know. To me, it's bullshit. But for me, it's like it feels like we need, not to go political here, but like there's going to be an election soon. Do we really want to keep going with this broken system? Do we really want to just kind of keep participating where like we're lied to on such an epic scale and controlled, and like our lives is just about working and paying for outrageous bills and working, and like we're being bled dry, and it's like I'm not doing it anymore, and I don't know what it is I'm gonna have to do in the next coming years of being proactive. I'm not a violent person. I'm not encouraging anything of a negative or hurtful or even infringing on people's rights type of actions. I'm encouraging people that we have rights. We need to start learning them. It sucks. It's a little boring, but because we don't know it, because we're in ignorance, we have people who are willing to control us and fuck with our reality because they know how they can screw with our rights. And it's like these documents are so important that, it's what our whole like supposed government is based around. And I don't know, I just feel like right now it's like we're about to slip into a new management of control, a new era. And it's like, this is I only care about this now. I'll never be like this, like 20-year long, like truther, like humping the same like old thing that I like a mantra repeat every day. But this is something that is going to change soon enough. This is the only time it's going to happen in our lives. Like this is like the big thing, the big event, the big war, the big whatever of our lifetime, right? And so, I mean, it's worth our attention. Maybe it wasn't worth it being into politics and all this bullshit when we were in our teens or 20s, but like, the world is having a fundamentally big change happen on many levels. And like, if we don't proactively say we the people are going to stand here and we want our rights and we're done, and whether it's a boycott or whatever, it's written into our, you know, these great documents that we have, that it's our responsibility to stand up to, you know, organized crime and whatever it is, it's like taking over our government and committing genocide in our name and all this. And so it's like, I'm not a political person, but I feel like I have to be right now. And I just have to like, at least say it and like, just put it out there. I know you guys want truth as well. So that's why I bring it up in this space. But thanks for letting me talk, man. I appreciate your rooms. Yeah.
I have something to say to that. I think that we already won, right? We already won. We figured out that we're not on a spinning ball. At least that we already won that. Getting everybody to realize that, you know, if that were something that we were like just personally or whatever, this small group or some, if that was our goal, they would find some way to stop it. Unless they want that to happen, like I was saying, with like using it against us. If they had to adopt it, they would adopt it. I think they are trying to incite revolution and trying to make us act out, right? Make us act a fool, because then they could use that against us as well. I'm not saying there's no hope. I'm just saying on a small level, we've already won. And that's pretty much the capacity that each of us has to affect the world and the rest of our lives and the people around us. Trying to change the whole world or demanding things with boycotts and any kind of violence and all that, they love that, because then they can react to that and persecute people. In fact, they'll probably stage a revolution and it'll all be fake, and we'll think that there was some kind of revolution that was thwarted, just so that, you know, if they were ever really threatened by that, they would just have like a fake one, and then everyone will think there's no hope, right? So if you're in control of most of the media, including most of the alternative media, you can influence anything you want, but they can't stop us from influencing our small communities or small, you know, our own lives, and finding solutions that, you know, are now, you know, in our grasp, realizing that our whole environment's not what they were telling us, right? So I would say stay cool, man. Things aren't that bad. It's a bright future if you want it to be.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I specifically chose words like non-violent, not inciting.
No, I didn't think you were saying that. I'm not even trying to say anything about what you're saying in particular, other than that they will probably try to infiltrate anything that you were getting on a mass level to happen. They would be like, great, go ahead and do it. We'll use it to our advantage.
I'm just saying that our rights are being taken away from us slowly, incrementally. It's what David Icke, for example, would say, the totalitarian tiptoe. It's this thing where like we're slowly being pushed into a communist state, and like we're it's like the boiling frog. Like we're not noticing it because it's not abrupt. It's so slow and gradual that we're not reacting to it. And like right now, we should be we should have been reacting back when we had a bunch of governments collude together to control population, which the only way you can control population is the obvious, to reduce it. So like that's a real thing. There's documents stating this. That's why I'm just saying, like, we've just been kind of numb to this, or we're just so. I believe a lot of this is cult behavior. A lot of us have just had, we're suffering from a thing where we've fallen in love with being persecuted. You know, we have like that I forget what the term is right now, but where you're in love with your captor. You know,
right?
You yearn the abuse, you long for the abuse, and I'm just saying it doesn't have to be
the
like
syndrome. I forget the name of it too.
Yeah,
everything you're saying is right, and that's true. But I always ask, if someone says that, you know, that there has to be something done, what would be like the most ideal way for that to play out in your mind? Like, say it just went like the best you could possibly plan, and it happened. What would be effective, you think?
The big thing for me is that we have extensive evidence of our government agencies and our intelligence agencies being involved in human trafficking. And that fundamentally is the core problem that leads to everything I'm talking about, right? Like that's the main thing, is the corruption that we have going on within our government, where it's like it's gotten to all the top of all the totem poles. Like all the compartmentalization hasn't stopped it. In fact, it's made it so that in those places of power, in those top tiers, there's a gatekeeper, And if you're not part of them, if you're not part of their club, meaning the gross shit of whatever they're into, pedophilia, Satanism, whatever, if you're not into that and they don't get blackmail on you, you're not allowed to cross that gate. So there's no way we can get good people in the very top tier of power, because those groups are now been infiltrated and now they've been taken over. And the whole Satanist type groups have like basically been gatekeepers, right? So good people can't get in. Only if you're in their club and then they get blackmail of you being in their club, then you're allowed in. Then they can control you completely, right? That's what I'm
So
talking
then what would be the most successful plan to stop that?
Well, just like it's written in the Constitution, you know, like it's our duty that when we've seen that this has happened, that we the people need to act. Not a president, not Trump, not like any one man. It needs to be we the people that unite and say that we are not going to put up with this anymore. You know, and for me it's as simple as like we're the ones in charge. As simple as just going in the office and saying, you guys got to leave. You know, we're hiring new people, you know, you're fired. And we implement like things that we have that can protect us, like blockchain technology, trustless systems, trustless contracts, things that we could do to where we start monitoring our public servants and they actually serve the public. And they're no longer allowed to be lobbied or bankrolled by big pharma or other, you know, corporations. You know, there's easy things that we could put in there. Easy stuff that would change the whole dynamic, change the game, you know, across the board. But they don't get implemented because corrupt people know that it would end what they're trying to be, what they're doing, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think it's good. It's a good thing to be, you know, to say there's no hope, or to say that, like, you know, if nothing can be done. They do seem to have some people that are saying things that I'm surprised. Like, what's her name, Candace Owens or whatever?
That's not the no hope thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm very positive about. Like, we could easily.
No, I'm saying for me to say that. I'm not trying to say there's no hope. Like what you're saying, I'm not trying to put it down or any of that. I'm just trying to figure out what would be actually possible, because it kind of relies on the system not being corrupt for it to actually work the way you're talking about. Like we would have a say in who's you know, going to run the place. You know.
Basically, we've let intelligence agencies be the ones in charge. We didn't police them, and now it's like they've gotten out of control. Kind of like a bad parent that has that child that's now like the brat child, gets what they want, calls all the shots, bosses you around. You know, parents are just like powerless to the child. It's like kind of my metaphor for us with the intelligence agencies, you know, with our federal institutions, right? You know, it's just like they've overreached, and we just now are in fear because they even punish us, our own, you know, their own citizens. And like we've gotten to such a bad place. That's why I'm saying we have Stockholm syndrome, because it seems like people
Stockholm syndrome, yeah.
You know.
Yep. I say speak the truth. You know, that's the one thing that we're doing right now. You know, at least it's like been flat Earth. Like I think we've won, and also in the sense that we just normalized the conversation now. They could never start, you know, putting out thought police or making it a crime to talk about flat Earth, because it's gone too far already. It's already over. They can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You know, there's no way to do that now because of people actually coming together and talking it out and doing, you know, because if they take the right for us to even talk, you know, speak our mind and, you know, have an honest conversation about the very reality we're living in, then we really lost, right? They can't do that now. We won. We already won. That's the way I see it. Not to say that's all we need to do, but yeah, speaking the truth, seeking the truth. You know, that's the main thing.
Yeah, it sucks because the only thing that this what I'm talking about really fits into as far as the category is political, and like that's the one thing we all know is no one wants to talk about politics and stuff because we know it's corrupt. Everybody can see that even from a young age, you know. So it's like it's this bleak category that people just ignore and say, "Oh, we can't change it. We can't do anything about it." But really, if we change the game completely, that would be fundamentally the thing that would change it, right? If we have crooked judges in the Supreme Court and we know ultimately that everybody has a number and everybody can be bought or blackmailed, well, then we need to use what we have with technology and change that dynamic, you know, like, and then it takes we the people recognizing that there's no civil war needed, there's no violence needed or anything. It's like we are in charge. If we could be united, if people could start looking at each other as being the same, that we're all just here wanting to be humanity free and actually have freedom of speech, that alone would change the game. If we just had actual freedom of speech, imagine how everything would change just in like 1 year's time, in 6 months' time, right? Like if every single platform or public platform actually respected freedom of speech, we honestly had it, I think that would change the game completely just in itself.
Oh yeah, it would. That's the last thing they'll allow, though. All right.
It's really sad when we say that, though, right? Like that saddens me to say, like, oh yeah, but we don't have that. When that is what we're supposed to have here, is freedom, and we did have it. Like we did have it, but now there's people who have infiltrated and taken control, and trying to control and manipulate. They've done that? They've been able to muzzle everybody. Yeah, it's like
But then again, we're like right now, we are able to talk, right? Honestly, in this platform, at least for now, and the success is that this conversation has been normalized to the point where there's no turning back. And I'd say that on a small level, we can all do all those kinds of things, right? We're not going to change the bigger picture unless they want that to be like, you know, what we think we did, you know, because they have, we've been conquered, man. There's like a world power. There's no countries, there's no border lines. It's all already controlled by some, you know, unknowable type group, right? But at the same time, I think they do allow us to see the truth. Almost, I don't know. I'd like to think that maybe it's
they're transparent.
Like they give the thinking man the out. Yeah, they do it in plain sight for maybe only just to mock us, you know. Like, but at the same time, you know, there's lots of technology and things that we could probably implement for our own use in small communities that would give us the more of a, you know, that kind of utopia type situation, or, you know, a better situation that we could defend ourselves with locally.
And I know there's a fear of this. There's a fear of free speech because I'm nobody. I'm a nobody. Like half you people don't even know who I am talking right now. And it's like my rooms are severely shadow banned. Like I only get the same core group of people. And if people do come in, they get pulled out, like whoop, or they like disappear. And it's like I've had conversations with people that were really, really wanting to talk about something, and they reset their mic because the audio mysteriously doesn't work, and I've never seen them again. You know, like never. And it's happened.
Oh, and even worse than that, have you heard of J-Trig? You know, there's J-Trig and all that too. If they really wanted to get like mean about it, they could have people do all kinds of shit, right? Post stuff that you didn't post with your name on it and start sending, like personally just ruin your life if they really wanted to, if you were effective enough. That they could do that. Not to say that it's hopeless, but that they do have something called J-Trig. Just look it up.
And it does get to that for a lot of people like that. A lot of influencers or people who get enough attention or trying to talk about something, you know.
But flat Earth is allowed, you know. Flat Earth is not something that they're censoring completely. So it's on the table for whatever reason. It's either because, you know, it's just too hard to contain, or like I say, I think they might try to like absorb it for their own nefarious reasons at some point, because it's already too late. It's over. The debates are over.
I don't think the powers that should not be are that threatened by it, because I think it's something they've been able to control for so long. They can easily just make it, snap their fingers, and you know, just make everyone look ridiculous or whatever. You know, whatever it is that they've indoctrinated us so well with it. You know.
Well, I hope they don't. I hope flat Earth is never in the mainstream, because then that means that they're going to use it, right? Like, ironically, it's like the last thing we probably want, because then they'll have like, you know, flat Earth taco stands and like outer ponder psyops and all kinds of shit that they could use that to their advantage. Reagan said it, you know. Reagan said, wouldn't it be, you know, something for us to all unite over if there was some kind of outside threat, right? And then there's other people that have been saying it. It's like the narrative fits right into that. Surprisingly, ironically, they may actually tell us it's flat and then say, well, now because of these flat earthers, now this is going to happen, or whatever. Like, I don't want anything to do with controlling those people or having anything to do with replacing those people. Those people, we want to stay as far away as possible and still make change. But
Yeah,
if we start putting our hands in their pot and saying this is how it's got to be, they'll be like, great, you get in this pot. We're gonna totally manipulate you now, and then either make a martyr out of you, or make it seem like your fault, or But if they really wanted to get rid of flat Earth, they probably could have done it and should have done it a long time ago, like right when it started, like 2015 or whatever. But they didn't for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think you're right. It could be, like the manipulation is really it's really good, right? And so,
yeah,
I mean, if you look at 9/11 alone, you can tell like these people aren't amateur about how to control, like an entire like operation. In fact, so it's people act like, oh, it's impossible. How could a government? But no, it's really not that hard. It's called compartmentalization, right? It's really not that hard to control.
Yeah, non-disclosure agreements. That pretty much takes care of it.
I think this might be something that will be used against somebody and somehow, or they are going to flip the script and make it look like people of this conversation are insane, out of their minds. I mean, it already is kind of a bunch of flat earthers. It's like, oh, you guys are just idiots. It's like spoken by.
I think it's too late. The paradigm's already shifted. It's just that most people haven't found out yet. For us, the paradigm's already shifted. You can't unshift the paradigm. And there's lots of people, like the rich people, like the people that have all the time in their hands to watch the YouTube videos that we've all seen. They all know already. Anybody that's got time and like awareness and common sense, they already know. Maybe they don't talk about it. Like Dave Weiss was talking to us about this, like, a couple of years ago. He said there was an after party for the Oscars, and he said all the stars there were talking about flat Earth. They all know. So if all the stars and anybody paying attention already knows, you can't just like all of a sudden make the straw man out of it that just the dumb people buy into. I mean, they could do that, but we're just going to be laughing at that. So go ahead.
Like Freemasonry, everything that's all about like their ancient texts and whatever, like it's all flat Earth shit. Like, like they more than acknowledge it. They specifically about it,
That's the right angle and the compass and that's those flat Earth tools. Yeah.
That's like showing that whole like that plane and then something projecting through it, like, which I think might be a big part of what the moon is. The moon is a hologram or something. It has a refresh ring, right? It has a refresh or recycle, phenomenon. And it was a Freemason years ago that told me about that. And that's the same gentleman that told me about Dr. John Dee, and like his renewed contract that he's had for the trade of humanity for technology, right? The trade of us, literally our blood, our physical beings with something in trade for technology, right? And, like I think a lot of people automatically go, oh, it's outer spacemen. But do people really think about how we've had past advanced civilizations here? And so like, we could just be talking about a chimera or something that's from genetic manipulation, right? Like the lizard people or the reptilians. I think that's just old chimera, fuckery, stuff that we built and designed with genetics, right? And they've just been here, and we've just been here, and everything's been just developing and moving forward. And it's like we have like, if you look at the bent pyramid and the vases and the 40,000 vases, plates, and all that shit they found at the bottom of that shit, it's like it's beyond what we can do right now, right? And so somebody had that technology, and that's pre-dynastic. So we've definitely had old, very advanced civilizations here, and they're probably humanoid or human or what have you.
Yeah, Ancient ancestors. Yeah, it seems like that's the reason that they reversed everything, because that they wanted that knowledge to go away. Part of it, for sure. Yeah.
And that is actually, I think that's actually like linked with ether, because with ether you have like free energy, like no space curvature of space time, anything, like that Earth is stationary, everything with ether. With ether, like there's a connection with like a physical realm and like that higher power or whatever. I honestly think like for me, like a creator is ether. My guess is like we are like all. That's just my point of view, but I think like we are all come from ether, and ether is everything, and like ether is even like unity, and like I don't know, higher mind. I would say like
For sure.
for me ether is like the creator, or something like that. So that's the reason I think that they want to hide ether for free energy, for all this stuff, because with ether you have the connection with everything.
Yep. I agree with that for sure. And that's not something we need to everybody. I mean, they have all kinds of ways of justifying it, I'm sure. And maybe even if we heard their reasons, we might not be able to even argue with it because we don't know for sure what happened. They could say that the ether had to be hidden because it gives people the power. Like I guess Tesla was said to have collapsed a building from a frequency, right? So if you have one man able to collapse a building with a frequency from knowing about this kind of tech, they could say, oh, well, we can't have that, available to everybody because it's a threat to the civilization. And to some degree, that might be true,
It's about control, right? Like that, exactly what you're saying. They can control how strong or how powerful any one person could be. Like, just like how we don't have the ability to use our third eye. Again, it's control, right? And
absolutely,
money would be second in line, but they go hand in hand. Control of information and money.
Yep. But getting everybody that information, I don't necessarily think is like the thing that makes us win or lose. Like I was saying, like I think a lot of people, it's not fair because they've dumbed us down on purpose. But I don't think a lot of people can handle this, right? A lot of people just can't, or they'll act a fool, or some people would be like stupid about whatever power they have, So it's a very interesting and special time for people that have figured it out this early. And maybe we could do something with it on a small level that would be mind blowing, regardless of who sees it. Getting the whole world to see this isn't necessarily a win for us, in my mind, because if that happens, that may be what they want. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it is possible. That's something to consider.
They have plan B, plan C, plan D, I'm sure, right? They have like whiteboards all over the place with think tanks beyond our imagination of all the scenarios. Probably the one that they want, it's going to happen, to some degree. But life isn't that bad. I mean, the fact that we're talking to each other across the world right now, that's amazing.
No, life is good.
And this conversation's been great. Yeah.
It's not like life's terrible, and that's why we need to do this. It's more like we need to keep at the helm. We no longer can fall asleep and trust in, it's all about a constant trusting and verifying process from here forward. It's like from now on, I know that when I have children, like when they go to school, that I have to keep tabs on what's going on there. That institution or the people teaching there could be corrupt or whatever. Or even if I want to even consider, like I wouldn't even at this point even send my kids to a public school system personally. But
oh yeah, and you have to, when they're born, you have to take great efforts just to make sure they don't get poked. They'll probably take it in another room and poke it without you knowing. From what I hear, like you just have, like the vaccines are huge. Like that's the thing. Putting all these shots in the babies, I think, has shortened our lifespan and probably shortened our limited our intelligence more so than we're aware, right? Collectively.
We're raised to be good little taxpayers, aren't we? Not to think outside the box.
Yeah, I think there's people out there though, kind of like on that tip as well. They're trying to make us think that everything sucks and that we're slaves. I think you're only a slave if you see yourself as a slave, right? I know the system's corrupt. I know that the fiat system, the fiat money is a way of enslaving us in quotes, but we have opportunities that people 100 years ago never would have had. We have information that they couldn't even dream would be at their fingertips. So let's try to be positive, I guess, and we can do all kinds of stuff without it having to be like the whole world being aware of it or taking part in it. So yeah, are you on Discord, by the way? You should get on Discord. I'd like to talk with you more sometime.
Yeah, if you have a link or something that I don't use it, I've set it up. I don't know why I haven't used it much.
I know there's a lot of people that are missing out on Discord. That's all I'm saying. Get on Discord because there's so many different places to go with lots of information.
Right, like as I understand it, like you get to like know where to go, right? Like to be going to a certain server.
Well, I'll send you all the links to the cool rooms if you get on there. I'll give you my handle. Yeah.
Right on.
That's where the Ether boys hang out. Ether Cosmology. Sacred's in there. I think it's the best platform as far as like just being able to like socially run all over the place and talk to different people and get information and post information. Twitter's a little bit sketchy and a little bit too public and also a little bit glitchy. But I mean, not that you have to have only one.
Yeah, it is. And I feel bad. I feel like we're keeping our host open here.
Yeah. They wanted to end a long time ago. They probably went to sleep.
Sorry, you guys. Thanks for letting us chat and manhandle your face.
I did post a song. Shane made an AI song of some lyrics. I said if you guys do want to have a song to take everybody out, it would be a good way to end if you want. I don't know if you have something else planned, but thanks for letting me talk to you.
No problem. It's good having you guys. Yeah, we were pretty much letting you guys close out the conversation before we let everybody know what upcoming events might be going on or what to look out for.
Thanks for putting on a great room.
Of course. 106 episodes. We do take suggestions, so if there is a topic or an event or something in particular that you guys seen or saw or research that you want us to talk about, definitely leave those suggestions in the purple pill or even in the DM. You guys can DM me or Sacred and let us know what ideas you might have floating around. We do host / moderate debates, so if you know somebody that you want to debate, primarily flat earth, I think we might change that, but yeah, if you got somebody you want to debate, somebody else wants to debate, whether you want to do it on a platform that's neutral or with a fair moderator, you guys can let us know as well. Comes with promotion and content, so that's fun.
Looks like our Czech friend has something else to say still. He's got his hand.
I don't see a hand, but yeah, jump in if you wanted to throw something else in there.
Could be my phone that's just keeping his hand up on my screen. I don't know.
Ooh, maybe. Wasn't Czechoslovakia?
Yeah,
Wasn't it Czechoslovakia and then now it's Czech Republic?
Yeah, we actually like when you talk about like planned political events and revolution and things like that. Czechoslovakia was divided like unlawfully, and actually our first Czech president, whatever, he was seen in Davos with Schwab. So like 100% dividing Czechoslovakia on Czech Republic and Slovakia Republic was intentional and was done by globalists, for 100% sure.
By the way, I don't want to make you extend the show any further, but I do see that Flat Earth Dave is listening. I don't know how long he's been there. He wants to come up to say anything, but I always like to hear from him. What's up, Dave? If he wants to come up and talk at all, I don't know.
I feel like it got changed like recently. I don't know. Yeah, shout out to Dave down there. We keep him up at night. We deprive him of sleep.
Dave Weiss in the house. You always say you're going to end, and then it ends up going way into Saturday. I don't know if how serious to take it when you say you're going to end the show anymore.
No, that's our
But
that's our margin of error. We give y'all like a 30-minute margin of error to come up, get your thought out completely, say what you gotta say.
Dave Weiss, you want to talk it all night today, this morning?
Yeah.
I think he's just getting up.
I'd keep going, so that's why I try to shut myself up.
You definitely woke Dave up. We'll let him say goodnight or good morning.
Actually, Dave, there's somebody on the panel that was talking about your gyroscope experiment, and then wanted to know more details about it. And it has somebody that has money that wants to put something into a final type experiment that you were talking about. How you doing?
Hey, man. I don't have a whole lot to say. I've been listening. The gyro experiment, I don't even know a whole lot about it. It just seems very basic. But we just need to get the right gyro. Excuse me. Need to get the right gyro and get a flight. It's pretty basic. What did he want to know?
He was our Czech friend. I don't know. I think he might have just dropped, or he was trying to talk. Maybe he hung up on. Oh, there he is. He's still here. Oh, he's just listening. Anyway, yeah, he had somebody with some money that wanted to do some kind of final experiment, more like a push the line type thing. And he was also asking if anyone knew any more details about the gyroscope thing that you were talking about.
Yeah, here's my thoughts on the gyro. I mean, a gyro, for those of you that don't know, holds rigidity in space. So they fire a gyro up horizontal on the runway, and that tells you the orientation of the plane. I say fire it up vertically, align the disc of the gyro with east and west, and use that as your navigation. So you fire it up east and west while it's just sitting on the runway. Then the plane takes off and flies west. And to prove that the gyro is holding rigidity in space, your magnetic west will bear off to the right as you maintain your gyro direction. And that'll prove that it's working. It doesn't prove flat Earth or globe Earth because it's the same in the north. Whether you're on a ball or on a flat Earth, if you dead wreck in west and don't turn, west will bear off to the right because you're going around the north. That's pretty basic. So where it comes useful is in the south. If you do the same thing in the south, west will bear off to the left if the Earth is a globe, and it'll bear off to the right if the Earth is flat. It's pretty damn conclusive. You just have to verify that the gyro is working, and you do that by, the first test in the north, prove that it bears off, and then fly to the south, aligning your gyro north and south, and you can maintain that gyro north dead reckoning, and your compass will not drift, because lines of longitude are north south lines, are the same on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. So that's like a double test right there. And then when you're in the south and you start going west or east, your west or east direction will veer off to the right, proving it's not a globe. Proving it's basic.
Yeah, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I said it's as basic as the fact that all pilots are taught to treat it as stationary. So if they fly towards the equator where it's a higher tangential velocity they have to land on, there is no way they could treat it as stationary, and there's no force to get them in perfect sync with the Earth being in a separate reference frame, and that's how simple it is. It's already over. It's over every single time a plane lands.
Yeah, the argument there is they say that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth and gravity. This doesn't question any of that. We're not questioning the movement of the Earth. We're were showing that that it's flat. I mean, it just shows that everything, east and west are circles around the North Pole, not around the South Pole.
Yeah, the atmosphere spinning with the Earth doesn't even work, but yeah, you know that. But yeah, it's already good enough for me. But yeah, what you're saying would show for sure for people that are just convinced that somehow magic accelerates the plane to be in perfect sync with the new tangential velocity. I don't know how that even flies in anybody's skeptical book, but yeah, it's so over in so many ways, Dave. It's already been over forever. I was mentioning something you said about the Hollywood stars at a party talking about flat Earth. Like everyone pretty much there after the
That was at the
Oscars.
Emmys a couple years ago. The Emmys or the Oscars, and they were talking about flat Earth. That was the hot topic in all the circles.
Yeah, I was saying to somebody, I don't think that if they tried to like straw man it with some kind of final experiment results or any kind of like trying to shut down flat Earth, it's too late already. I mean, like everybody already knows, that's anybody.
Yeah, the whole final experiment thing. People are making a huge big deal out of it, and flat earthers are freaking out also. And the main reason is, personally, I think this guy Will Duffy is a deceiver, a liar, and has an agenda. And
absolutely,
but his, the way he comes across, like, hey, you guys say there's a circling sun, let's go look. I'm all for that, getting more data, but there's no way they're going to let us see the sunset in Antarctica. So what are they going to do? Is there some reflection that we don't or are unaware about? Maybe. Is there?
Could they put a spotlight in a cloudy sky and make it seem like it's good enough for, flat Earth denying the sun or whatever? Yeah, do that.
That's it. Also, and then the whole thing. People talk about the sun simulator. That there's no way they can. When they hold it up with a helicopter. The stuff that they've already disclosed about electrostatic levitation, who knows? Maybe they can float that fucking thing up there. Maybe they can move it exactly where they want to move it. Maybe the thing that when they say the ISS transits the sun or the moon, maybe that is a Polar trick. I'm thinking it's just a plane flying, but maybe it is something that's held up electrostatically. I don't know.
Yeah, the confidence that that they have, and that it's come from the baller, weird, chilly side of people that, this is the final test, but they already claim to have that evidence with these fake Anthony Powell videos. So are they admitting that those Anthony Powell videos were fake and that there's not good enough evidence already? Is that what they're admitting by having this new final test? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I mean, they obviously know there's no 24-hour sun, or we'd have plenty of footage by now. That's just common sense. Yeah. So why they having such confidence in trying to take people down there and spend money on it? Well, got to be something behind it. That's what I'm saying.
This guy Will, the guy comes out of nowhere. He just wants to solve the debate. He's a pastor. He's in huge financial trouble, and all of a sudden he's here doing this full time.
Yeah.
And his scripts, he's not doing this himself. Okay. This is an effort. I don't know if McLooney Tunes is involved or whatever, but this is a deception. The guy is, listen, you got to trust your intuition. It's like people that, it's how you survive. Every bone in my body, every cell in my body says this guy is an evil piece of shit. Okay. That's me.
Absolutely. I say the same.
And there's other people that are falling for his kindness and his, and his rational thing. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying any of it. And
what you said about flat earthers freaking out about it. I don't know how many are actually freaking out about it, but you don't mean that because they're afraid of the 24-hour sun being proven, because that's not at all the case for any respectable flat earther. They just see it as like some kind of psyop, that they don't want people to get taken by. That's why they're freaking out.
That's why.
Here's my thing. He's a pastor, and my concern is he using church money for this?
Yeah, that's another question.
You know what I mean? It's like it's very shady. It seems very shady.
Yeah.
And someone else mentioned the other day, like the fact that he's a pastor makes it even more sacrilege, because if there was some kind of like shady shit or somehow like whatever the footage they claim is the 24-hour sun, then it basically disproving the Bible, right? Why would they have a pastor do that instead of some kind of
Well,
scientist guy? Right?
he's saying that the Bible doesn't say the Earth is flat, and
Yeah, right, but
like
still.
everything, like anyone that's looked into this as much as he supposedly has knows the Earth is flat at that point. But there's no
Yeah.
way you can. Yeah, I mean, like people that think the Earth is a globe, that truly think it, haven't looked, and getting them to actually take the time and look at the real information, they all become flat earthers unless they're just dishonest and
Yeah.
disingenuous. So
Exactly.
this guy is, it's not just a feeling. This guy is disingenuous. I think that he has massive legal problems, and this is his way out. And it could be even worse than that. He could be, who knows what he could be. He could be, all sorts of, into all sorts of crazy crap that we don't even want to discuss.
Yeah, there's some accusations that he was involved with other people that were shady, but
Yeah,
also
no,
there was
and
the whole thing
I
about
don't know if any of
Brazil.
that's true. I don't know if any of that's
So,
true.
yeah, who cares?
But his behavior, his amount of energy that he's putting into this thing, and then like all of his videos, he does these little neurolinguistic twists and these little just these little things he leaves out. That he can't roads he can't go down. It's so disingenuous. It's unreal. Like with me, he goes, Flat Earth Dave said a million times that he wants to go to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun to prove the Earth. I never said that. I never said that.
Everyone's being ramrodded over it. Yeah.
Yeah, I said, you want to do an experiment? Here's the experiment: 2 planes in Antarctica. Then they both take off, and one flies clockwise, one flies counterclockwise, one flies to the left or the right, follow the coast, and then they meet on the other side and go to Australia. Okay, they meet, and that would be an experiment, but that'll never be done.
Yeah, it's funny that they're even calling it an experiment when it's just an observation, which wouldn't be final in any way.
Yeah,
we should just force them to call it an observation and just say no. We can't even call it a final experiment. Let's change that before we do it because it'll sound so stupid to call it the final observation.
The final experiment. That's neurolinguistic programming right there. It's not an experiment. It's not final. And people that are saying, if we see the 24-hour sun, it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. True, but it does destroy our flat Earth model, our circling sun model. If we're seeing the same sun, right? If it's not a reflection, or who knows what we're seeing? Because the sun that we see, I don't even believe that's the real sun. I believe that's an apparent sun. I believe this. Yeah. This is my belief. The source of the sun is, as the Bible says, in the firmament, not under. When you put your milk in the refrigerator, you don't put it under the refrigerator, right? So the sun is in the firmament, and we're seeing its apparent position. Now, what happens to the optics of the sky down there? I don't know. I mean, the coffee cup caustic gives us light. So it's very, very interesting.
And there does seem to be reports of 24-hour daylight because of this possible coffee cup caustic, and so just conflating it to be the sun when they already have the daylight. And he was very adamant about it being during a certain month too. I guess the whole thing about the Brazilians, there was like at the very same time there was another guy trying to convince Brazilians to do this, to participate in this final experiment, and they said, why don't we do it right now? Because there should be a 24-hour sun now, and then they just shut up about it. Like if it had to be this certain time when everyone else is going to do it.
Well, it's interesting also that date is a very occultic date. That's the date that Sandy Hook happened. I don't know what that means, but they like their dates. But
right.
there could be a short period of time where there is some coffee cup caustic reflection that is confusing. He thinks the same. Seems to think there's going to be a crystal blue sky with a clear sun, but that's not going to happen. That never happens. And when the sun is low on the horizon, far away, it's always behind clouds or thick atmosphere. So can they fake that? Fuck yeah. They could fake the fuck out of that. But, are we going to see a crisp disk sun with sunspots go around for 24 hours? 0% chance.
Zero. Yeah, that's the last one. That last Anthony Powell one. That like it's the best they got, and the sun looks so weird, and it's got this weird cloudy mist to it, without any clouds.
Yeah.
Like there should be a crisp sun with lots of rays, and that's just like it's dog shit.
That's always been one of my concerns about the North and the South. Like you can find 24-hour sun and star trails on the North all day long from hundreds of people, and then you find like 3 videos for the South, and it's like, you mean to tell me like
because there's more people in the North. There's more.
I get that, but you're telling me that people in Australia don't think it's cool that there's the star trail in the South or whatever? Like, come on, man.
You're right. You're right. And then he loves bringing up, Colin O'Brady went across. If you look into any of these guys, they're all fucking liars. They're all proven wrong. Colin O'Brady's trip is the dumbest thing ever. I have a video debunking it. Just search Colin O'Brady on the app, and it's like, wow, that's proven wrong. So why are they lying about that? Why did they fake the sun? If the Earth was a globe, there would be no flat earthers.
Yeah, exactly.
There would be no flat
There's
earthers.
so many ways to prove it. Yeah.
If the Earth was a globe, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Like just the idea, right? Like, oh, the Earth is a globe. Well, how do we know? Well, we stuck a 24-hour camera in Antarctica, and it's stupid, but you can look at it anytime that you want.
Yeah, they would have that already. I mean, they would, if they really wanted to get rid of flat Earth, that they would have had anti-flat Earthers down there, or the government down there, showing it and proving it and making sure that flat Earth is never a thing for that reason.
If Will is so sure about this thing, he should address the other things. Hey, we can see too far. These plane routes don't make any sense. He should be looking into those and explaining those away, which he can't. We've done plenty of tests with lasers and lights and frozen rivers and, all sorts of stuff, but he doesn't address that. He wants to look up at lights in the sky, which could be faked and, in my opinion, will be faked. And the thing is, if Jaron and Austin go, I think they'll be able to see through the trickery. I do.
Yeah.
I think that they're not going to see the sun set because of weather or whatever. They'll if they do try to fake it, I think they will be able to detect it. But they might.
Yeah, but then will they be heard? Will they be heard? Like, say they could just say, "Oh, we saw it," and these flirfs are just in denial.
That's
and
right.
Flirfs
and say everything's fake. Flirfs.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I even have concern about their safety.
Absolutely. Not only because something can happen like intentionally, but unintentionally. It's not that it's a dangerous place to go to.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take that off the table because they don't want to martyr these guys. I think they're literally going to try to fool them, and then when they come back, they'll have footage. Dave McKeegan will have footage, whether it's pre-filmed or whatever, and they'll say flat earthers prove the globe and don't like the results, right?
Hey, what you were just saying is a really good point, though. Since we do have Jaron and Witsit, to talk to personally, that would be something to combat before any of this happens as like part of the agreement. We want to talk to Will Duffy about all these other things that can't explain. You agree to sit down with us and give your defense to all the other reasons we know for sure it's not a globe.
He probably
we'll agree to go down there and talk about your final experiment. But if you're not going to sit down and talk about the conversation itself, then you're very suspicious and not trustable at all for any of this.
There you go.
And make that a very public point.
That's a really good point. That's a really good idea. But he won't do it.
He won't do it until after.
Good. Then he can shove his final experiment because we already know it's not a globe. We already know it. So the thing about it is going to prove anything for us. They're not going to allow us to see the sun set.
Yeah.
So
he's being very cordial and he's being very fair and he's defending Jaron and he's winning Jaron's heart.
Oh no.
He is. He is. But I think Jaron's a smart enough guy to see through it. But he,
Yeah, especially after behind the curve, he I bet his eyes woke up to the
bullshit. But the problem is there's flat earthers that are attacking Jaron and calling him a shill, which is the dumbest crap on earth. that you know that means that you guys are all shills too.
Yeah.
Well, maybe suggest to Jaron that this would be a way of showing that he's not a shill and not in bed with what's his name, to tell him to push back and say an honest conversation about all the other reasons we know it's not a globe, but this dude is required first.
Yeah, that sounds like a big debate also, and you know, and he'll give his McLooney Tune answers and shit. You know, I hear you. It's just, you know, arguing with somebody with an agenda that will never concede isn't really productive.
Well, it sucks because if Jaron does, you know, sees through it or decides not to do it, and so does Witsit, then they'll probably get some, you know, possibly controlled opposition flat earther to do it and say, "Oh yeah, I saw it," you know.
Right, 100%. That's the issue.
As far as the final observation, I actually think it could be as far as a phenomena, like a natural phenomena that just so happens to happen wherever they go, where the snow creates the illusion of a 24-hour sun. Like it could be something like that you would only know if you spent 6 months out the year over there to know that this phenomena happens for 3 days over here at this time.
Yeah.
I'd still say they would have that by now, though. Even if that illusion existed, there would be footage of it.
Right, but if you're not looking from a globe Earth flat Earth debunk perspective, you could have just not noticed it. Imagine if it's within 100 miles of that location and the phenomenon doesn't happen anymore. Like somebody who were just so happened to be over there at that exact time, saw it and was like, "Yo, I could show this to my globe friend McToon, and this will end the flat earthers." Like it just seems very specific, and they all scattered like flies trying to get this together. And it just seems like something like that. Like this was something that they stumbled upon, and they used this opportunity to try to get the flat earthers to come see it.
Right. I would suspect that if it's not that, which we may never know, if it is that, and we don't want to know if it's them faking it or showing this reflection. But regardless, they've got something up their sleeve to like make it seem good enough that they can say these flat earthers are in denial and calling it fake. And we totally witnessed it and make a big media thing about it. That seems like the ploy, if not something like totally surprising. Like, Dave, what do you think about, like, it's not about the 24-hour sun? Yeah. They're going down there to meet the outer ponders. They're going to have an outer ponder sighting. They're going to start their outer ponder alien invasion psyop on us. What do you think about that? Maybe it's a trick.
Who knows? You know, there are people speculating in every direction. This thing saying Will's actually here to expose the globe, and he's an agent on our side, right? Interesting. You know, I don't believe that at all. I mean, I saw the guy in person. The vibe I got off of him was just not pretty, and you know, it's clear that he is being deceptive. It's very clear. I don't know how people don't see it.
Well, the whole thing is weird because, like for all the reasons we already pointed out. Like, what does he say about Anthony Powell's video? Does anyone even question what he thinks of Anthony Powell's 24-hour sun that they already claim to have? Does he call that fake? Not good enough?
Calling
What's he
them
say
real.
about that?
He says Anthony Powell filmed it. Like,
oh, then we already got it. We already got the 24-hour sun. What's he trying to do? What's the big deal?
Well,
we've already got it.
Because we say it's fake. He says he wants to send flat earthers down there, you know, to see it and prove it's not fake.
And just the fact, I mean, we trust Witsit and Jaron, but, you know, there's people that don't trust Jaron, at least I know. And there's other people that are going to, you know, claim if they did see something that they're just paid off or whatever. I mean, it's all about putting it back in this trust area. Like, it's not about trusting the word of anybody to know that we're not on the globe. It's obvious in all the other ways that we're not on a globe and provable that we're not on a globe in so many ways. And if we were, flat earthers wouldn't exist. So it's just so ridiculous.
Here's the thing about the trusting Jaron and Austin. If not you, just anybody doesn't have the judgment or you know, intuition that these guys are not lying. These guys are not agents. If they're agents, I'm an agent too. Okay, right?
Right.
And so anybody that thinks that has lost their fucking mind. Right?
Well,
now, could Jaron
you
be
can't
tricked?
you can't blame flat earthers for being paranoid.
No, I get it. I get it. But listen, look at Jaren's work over the last decade, right? Look at what there is 0.0 to the 36 power chance that he is a fucking agent, that he is here for any other reason than what it states, to expose the globe lie. Right? So anybody that
Well,
fucking thinks
the only
that,
way that you guys would be participating in it, honestly, would be is if they do plan on telling us it's flat and then having a flat Earth, New World Order, some kind of weird like flat Earth reality that they control in a worse way. Then you would be agents by default because you're helping them get there. We're all agents then because we're all helping them get there unknowingly.
Here's the thing. We've all been saying Earth is flat. The sun circles around the north and along the south. It doesn't circle around our heads in the south. Now, and we say, gee, you can't go there. Well, you can. Will's showing you that you can. You can go on these guided tours, and he's saying that you can independently travel without a guide. Bullshit. That's just a lie. But he's willing to pay. He's paying for it. Bullshit. Also, this trip is being funded for whatever the reason is. Hey, that's what we've kind of been asking for. So now we have the opportunity to go. There is an agenda, but if we send our two best guys down there, who both of them really don't want to participate in this, but they're like, who else is going to fucking do it if they don't? So I think that they will expose. But the question is, as you said earlier, somebody said, will our voices be heard when when Will goes on his world speaking tour, and he's promoted on every mainstream news? Hey, I brought some flat earthers to Antarctica. They saw the sun, but didn't like it, and therefore they're in denial. That will be damaging. But that's what they do already. They already do that to us all the time. So how much worse could it be?
Right, but yeah, that's the thing. Like if they do that, like that's why I mentioned you earlier with the people at the party and all the people that are have time to look into these videos already know it's not a globe. So if they try to do some kind of big declaration, we'll just be laughing at them. It's not going to be, it's not like they're going to actually be able to reverse people realizing it's not a globe. It's already over.
As far as our voices being heard, I've had a series of interviews with ballers recently, and they come at me with, well, there was a laser test that was that failed and proved the Earth was flat, and a ring laser gyro, and if you shrink yourself down on a basketball, the basketball appears flat. These are all of the stuff that they put out there as their globe proof, and it's reaching everybody. They haven't even heard our arguments. So
right, they still parrot that hit piece. Like if they go out there and Will Duffy take a video of what's it standing in front of the 24-hour sun, and then we come back and we say, we didn't believe it. Like that's not gonna look good for us, guys. They still parrot that Jaren clip, and they still misrepresent it. So we know for a fact they're gonna run with this.
They're gonna run with it. And then the other thing is, if Jaren and Austin pull out, then they'll be like, they're gonna do it anyway. Flat earthers are afraid, and then who knows who they'll take? Maybe they'll take a legitimate flat earther that just isn't that smart and could be fooled.
Right. I think just agreeing to it at all, and all those problems, but just agreeing to it at all is like we're acquiescing to this being some kind of final experiment. Like one way or the other is going to say something, because we already know it's not a globe. It's not a globe no matter what.
We should have. I mean, the way he did this, we couldn't ignore him from the beginning because some people would not ignore him, and then it'll just there's no way to stop him from what he's doing. I think we're fortunate to have our two best guys as the people that are going. I won by on his poll or whatever. Everyone's like, send flat earth days. I'm not the guy. I suck at those measurements and cameras and all that shit. Jaren and Austin are way better at that, understanding locations. I have a hard time just navigating on Google Earth and using that tool when Jaren is really good at it. So I'm not the guy.
That's a little modest, Dave, because I've seen your videos and the imagination that you use, like when you did the kitchen observation, that was fucking genius, man.
Dude, that one came to me like in a flash. I just had this like, I can fucking do this, right? And I set it up, and that was the first take, and it worked. I was like,
Oh, bro, it
yeah,
was great. I
that
loved
was,
it.
and I will say that is creator inspired. That was
Yeah.
literally an inspiration came to me. I had the right equipment, and I was like, what am I going to use for a sun? And all of a sudden, I found that I didn't even know we had this. I had this crystal
Bro, it was
red
on a
ball,
string, man.
and I put it on a flashlight, and it looked just like the sun. I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool.
I
Everything
don't
fell
know.
in
No,
line.
it was a good one, dude.
I don't know if I
Hey,
think sending our best guys to the front lines is the best idea. I don't really want
yeah,
to say that
exactly.
I
That's
think
what I.
I
Yeah.
wait.
this
By the
is a
way,
martyr situation.
I totally agree with you. Also, I agree. I totally agree. I agree. I just like, what do we do in this situation? I mean, the guy Will is under indictment. His court date was 2 days ago, and he got it pushed till September. Okay, he's supposed to be in court in person, and he got it pushed till September. So, and Jaren's point of view is, who cares if Will goes to jail as long as he's funding this whole thing? We get to go to Antarctica and make observations. That's a good thing. I like that. But
Hey, but you could talk to Jared on the level we're talking right now. You brought all these, these things up to him. I would say make sure that he pushes, because people are calling him a show now from being nice to this guy. I think he should try to make some requirements. Get to talk about how they could fake it. Present that to Will. Ask Will how we're gonna know it's not a fake sun, or all these things, and like make sure it's like very, very, very well worked out. And he's pushed to the limit where he has
I
to like
agree, but
acquiesce to everything we're saying.
I agree,
Yeah.
but how do we know how they're gonna fake it? Like they're putting cities floating in clouds that look real.
Exactly, right?
They got
Yeah, anything's possible.
to put a bright light in the sky in Antarctica where there might be a fucking screen in the sky. It could be the dome is close enough. Who knows?
Right.
Who knows what the optics are
Blue
down
Beam,
there?
Project Blue Beam, right?
Yeah. So whether they're projecting a sun or actually electrostatically elevating a sun simulator,
Who
I
knows,
think
right?
both of
Yeah.
those are possible. Both of those are very possible. But
You should make a video about all the possibilities and how easy it would be to fake the sun.
Plenty of people are doing that. It's just, but the Jaren's point is the transition from when the actual sun is going by, and then where it would transition into the night sun. I see exactly how they could do it. The sun would be going by when it's getting to the point where it's just about to set. It goes behind some atmospheric obfuscation, which is always on the horizon, and then they transition the sun simulator in there, and then it comes back up. So it's doing it does that big up and down like it does in the north when it's coming towards you. And for the nighttime, they do that and they transition it out again. Now, Jaren's like, well, they'd have to do that, 4 or 5 nights in a row. Okay, maybe they will. Or maybe there'll only be one day where it's the perfect conditions for that to happen, and then the other days it's shitty weather. Either way, they got their footage. They got flat earthers scratching their heads. Jaren will say interesting, because it is interesting. And they're also going to freeze their asses off.
I would just try to like put the fear of them reporting that the flirts were in denial. Just get in Jaren's ear and say, this is the only time they're actually going to let you say that anything you say might actually get to everybody about this thing beforehand. Because afterwards, they're going to write their story and it's going to be too late. So that's all.
Right. I mean, and Austin, Austin and Jaren, they're no dummies. If they agree, I think Austin's going to have Will on the show, and he's going to lay down all of the requirements. And maybe one of those is address these flat Earth proofs, because instead of just looking at the sky, how do you explain this away? And also, I gave Jaren a whole bunch of pictures of the sun behind atmospheric layers, and says none of if the sun looks like this doesn't count. And Darren agrees, so he's going to run that by Will. Will's like, no, it'll be blue sky. Hey, blue sky, disk sun with sunspots, 24 hours. I don't think they can do that. I don't think they can fake that.
Well, at the very least, they have to agree that the sun's apparent even in their model. It's apparent no matter what. So whatever it apparently does, that has to be agreed upon first. It's no, I mean, that's just, come on.
The other concern that Jaren has is we're obfuscating it so much where if the sun does set, they'll just deny that it disproves the globe. Interesting, because we're saying, hey, if the sun doesn't set, that doesn't prove. We're coming up with these excuses, but our excuses are because we live in an enclosed system with some sort of dome and some sort of projected sun. In the globe model, that's none of their claims. If the sun sets, game over, globe is dead. Right? So we have there's a whole bunch of reasons why we might see something we don't expect. And one of those, besides, is faking it. They fake it. The other one is there could be some dome reflection coffee cup caustic thing on that day. We don't know, but those are possibilities. The globe has no other possibilities because the globe is not enclosed. It's got a 93 million mile away sun. It's spinning, it has requirements. So there's my
They
thought.
claim four different wobbles at 4 different rates at the same time. So that debunks it right there. There's no way that's possible. So, I mean, there's so many debunks already. It's already impossible for it to be a globe. Yeah, having him address the actual things that make it for getting him to do an interview beforehand would be a good requirement. And also, like what's it was talking about with the final edit and something he was agreeing to with someone else. He wanted final edit or final, say on certain edits, like so they don't get the story put out. But maybe some kind of like agreement that they get a final statement that gets publicized along with whatever, some kind of like official thing that they are going to be able to be heard.
I would just ask for a copy of all of the video and imaging. That's what I would ask for.
That too, yeah. And their own crew.
I mean, they could do all of that. They could agree to all of that. I don't know how much of that they could keep to. They can, Dave McKeegan, he's just gonna film, and there's no way he's gonna, not use what he allegedly gets, or fakes or whatever. Yeah. It's it's a complicated.
I would say,
situation.
yeah, they could do it like you're saying. They could do it so good that Jaron and Witsit may not be able to tell themselves, and they'll have to come back and say they saw what looks like this 24-hour sun because they got the trick is that good. I mean, Project Bluebeam hasn't been used yet. Maybe this is what they're going to use it for.
So let's say they come back and they see a 24-hour sun with sunspots, super clear, and there's no friggin' way they could have faked that, which in their minds, maybe there is. Let's say that happens. I don't think that's going to happen, but let's say that does happen. So does that prove the Earth is a globe? Nope. Does it match the globe model? Yes. Right? It doesn't get rid of all of the physical measurements of the Earth. What does it do? It says, we don't know enough about our sky. I still think there's a circling sun. But how we see the sun in Antarctica, there's some people that speculate that the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars. Hey, if that's true, maybe the southern sun is a reflection of the northern sun. I don't know. Right? The thing is, we don't know about the sky. We can only, observe and speculate and theorize, but we don't know. Yeah. So we don't know. So again, final experiment. The final experiment is this is the final experiment whether we know how the sky works. That it is the final experiment whether we know how the sky works, assuming they don't fucking fake it.
Yeah, and but like you said, with the city in the sky, they could put the city in the sky, and remember the Norway spiral? Remember that big beam that had that the thing in the? I mean, that's powerful enough right there. Whatever that beam was to make it look like a sun.
Right.
I mean, they've got the tech to do it really well, I think, and that should be a big deal of.
Putting a bright spot in the sky, a bright spot, the sun, is
not that hard.
The easiest fucking thing they could do.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you should do. We should just say all the different ways they could do it and do a deep dive on Bluebeam and show all the ways it could easily be faked. And for that reason, there is nothing conclusive about this whatsoever.
Yeah, well, again, it doesn't negate all of the physical measurements of the Earth, right? I just wish that there's flat earthers that do great work. Like who's the guy that went after Jaron, the crane operator guy? What's his name? The crane operator, the guy that does the demonstrable reality.
I don't know.
Come on, somebody.
No
Come
idea.
on, the
I'll do a Google search.
got it. Level Earth Observer. He went after Jaren, saying he's a fucking shill. The guy lost his mind for a moment. He's got to snap out of it. He's got to, he should. Anyone that thinks that Jaren is like there's a problem, reach out. Jaren's reachable. Have a conversation with him. Say, hey, this is how I see it. This guy Joe Hanvey that's doing this experiments with a light and a dome. I actually mirrored his video. I actually, made it. I put it out, and a couple hours later, I took it down because I realized the sun's going in the wrong direction. His reflection is going in the wrong direction. But I applaud the guy for trying to figure it out, and he should keep on going. He should keep on going. But his sun is going in the wrong direction. It's not going from right to left. It's going from left to right if you put yourself in Antarctica.
Hey, speaking of going after Jaren, I'll mention this since you said that. Have you heard IPS's recent thing with Jaren?
IPS? Is he still around?
Yep. Still doing his stuff. Still bright. Just look up Infinite Plane Radio or Infinite Plane Society, and
I haven't
see
heard
his
from
live
him in
streams.
years. What's he doing?
Yeah, I think he self-sabotages for whatever reason. He's saying that he did like a whole thing, a stream the other day about like that there is no ISS. Whatever people are seeing is probably a plane that they've been using for the ISS, and he's calling out Jaren for the transit footage that he's now saying Jaren is like, acquiescing to that and lying about the ISS and using fake footage or something.
Wait
but he's saying, prove to me. He's putting out a challenge.
He's not the only one that's done that. Many people.
I know. But he's doubling down on it, and he's doubling down on it so hard that somebody should just go in there and say that here's the proof. And he's got all these requirements that you have to have it like the full amount of the time and all these. Just listen. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, but that's stupid. Anybody can film that, and it's a parlor trick. It's a parlor trick.
How do you think they're doing it?
There's two options. Excuse me. One is, excuse me. There's a they're flying some sort of plane at a they calculate the distance and they could do some geometry and say
okay,
hey,
yeah, that's what IPS is saying. That's what he's saying. That's
very
probably
simple. And so that doesn't make Jaren a shield. That made Jaren he filmed it, and Jaren doesn't believe it's the ISS. He filmed what they say is the ISS. He doesn't think it's the ISS.
Yeah, right.
The other way is it could be some sort of electrostatic propulsion, something up there. Who the hell knows? But I was communicating with a NASA whistleblower. The guy proved to me who he was. We were just communicating via email for a month or so, and then he literally disappeared. But he was saying that I asked him. I said, "What is the ISS? What are we seeing when we see that light go across the sky?" He said, "There's 5. I think he said B-2 bombers from World War II that have been modified with transparent parts." I'm like, wait, how do you have a transparent part? He goes, well, there's thin metal struts that you just can't see, and then there's transparent parts, and then the entire bottom is LED lights that are matched to the sun's color, and they fly it in patterns. There's 5 of them. 2 are in Alaska. 1 is in, I think he said Russia, and I forget where the other 2 are. And they take turns flying around, and and
there you go.
There you go. So that's how they do that. But again, I've seen the ISS myself. I had the tracker. Oh my God, it's going to be rising at 6:45 p.m. and bam, at 6:45, there it was on the horizon. It went across the sky, and it was brighter than brighter than the light we call Jupiter on a really bright night. And I'm watching this thing go by. And I watched it for 7 or 8 minutes. I'm like, how far has it gone? It's gone like 3,000 miles and I could still see it, let alone see it at 250 miles high when it's the size of a 747. I'm like, and then why is it so fucking bright? Why is it shining in my eyes? If it's reflecting the sun, somebody a mile away from me shouldn't be able to see that reflection.
Yeah.
It's like it would be blinking on and off, but it was a steady light. And and I saw it for people don't think this shit through. How?
Yeah, and IPS was calling out Whitsitt for saying chemtrails were real too, and he's got. This is the interesting thing about that.
What?
So what people, what? Okay, listen to this. Okay, so what I think this is from my own research. What I think is happening. I think that the chemtrails that people think are chemtrails are actually contrails, but they do actually put shit in the sky, but we never see what they're putting in the sky. And the whole chemtrail, comtrail thing has been conflated and pushed on purpose to make people think that those are the chemtrails, when actually, yeah, they're putting shit in the sky all the time, and but they're not showing it to us. So like the whole conflation with the comtrails being chemtrails is part of the psyop to get like truthers are afraid of the sky in the same way that normies are afraid of the germs in the air. So I think that IPS does have a point that those chemtrails are contrails, but that doesn't mean that they're not poisoning. They're not putting shit in the sky for whatever reason. Anyway,
I have to give you a little pushback on that, because I see these contrails and they spread out and they make the whole sky go from blue to fucking white, and they dissolve the cumulus clouds. Like there'll be cumulus clouds out. I'll see them spray the trails. The trails will hit the clouds, and then the clouds just turn into a smear. So they are spraying something. I think the whole story of chemtrails to control the weather, I think that's just a cover story. I literally think it's a fucking spiritual war that's going on up there, and they're literally trying to disconnect us from the information in the sky. That's me, but
there could be something else behind it. I don't think if they were poisoning it, if they were poisoning us through that, they'd be poisoning themselves, which is a good point too. But maybe there's some kind of other,
I don't think
nefarious reason behind it.
I don't think the main reason is to poison us. I literally think that, the heavens are right above us. The clouds are not what they tell us.
They're
Clouds
showing us
are
the signs.
the clouds are water, vapor. Water has information. We're mostly water. They could be non-physical entities. Who the fuck knows what they are? But they're destroying them. Right? When I was a kid, we just watched the clouds and we'd think, oh, there's a rabbit, there's a bear. There, no one sees that anymore. No one sees that anymore, and that has to do with our, showing us that our, if you do get a day where there are real clouds in the sky, I believe that your thoughts can create those shapes in the clouds. You can actually control the clouds with your mind. Now, pareidolia, sure, you're thinking about a fucking bear, you're stretching your imagination, you see a bear. I don't know, man. This world is, our thoughts create our reality, and disconnecting us from the sky is I think that is the agenda there. And so
you're
all
saying
of this
it's to destroy the clouds? Is that what you're trying to say? That they're destroying the clouds with the chemtrails?
They absolutely destroy the clouds. You watch, if there's cumulus clouds, and then they start spraying, watch the clouds. They literally turn into a slurry. They turn those clouds from crisp, clear edged cumulus clouds into a slurry.
Huh.
I honestly, the most logical explanation for it is that they're doing other tests on military equipment that they don't want us to know about, and that's how they do the cover.
Maybe, yeah.
That's a
also,
logical
real quick,
explanation.
before I forget, one interesting thing about the ISS before that goes away is if you ever notice how the panels for the ISS, if you put all the panels for the ISS together, you got the Twin Towers, right? And there's a 33-year lifespan planned for the ISS. When they have a certain day they're going to take it down, and it'll be 33 years after it went up, and there was 33-year lifespan for the Twin Towers.
It's in 2030 is when they're planning on crashing into the ocean.
But
yeah, in 1998 was when it went up.
It'll be so far away, no one will get to see it or get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say it'll land in a spot that's even further. We'll be further away from it when it lands in this remote part of the ocean than we are from it right now. So that's what the claim is, at least.
That's so stupid. It's only 250 miles away from us now, is what they tell us.
Right.
I just want to say to the Will Duffy thing, you got somebody who is allegedly, supposedly going to jail for fraud or debt, and then somebody could have potentially approached him and said, hey, I'll pay off your debt if you take the fall and be the front guy for this potential catastrophe that could be happening. It just doesn't seem right.
Well, that's how lots of crisis actors, we found crisis actors in many events that had incredible drug charges and just all sorts of major charges disappear, and then they show up on the scene. For example, Bob the Science Guy, he was about to be indicted for prescribing, narcotics for blowjobs.
Bob the
And
Science
Bob the Science Guy was
He's hiding on TikTok. He is in the shadows on TikTok, just starting a new life.
But he literally he's a doctor, he's losing his license and everything, and all of a sudden the folder closed, the case was dropped, and he shows up as a full-time anti-flat earther, right? These are not coincidences.
Did you see the Alex Jones clip of him saying that he'd basically lie to his mom if he found out the aliens were real?
The Joe Rogan?
That's Joe Rogan. That's my video. I made that video.
I still keep doing that. Yo, so we were saying, like, okay, imagine if he was so hard on aliens and they told him, like, hey, bro, it's not that they come from space, they come from the outer lands, which would imply flat earth, so you now have to deny it. They told him it was real, and now he just hates flat earthers. Like, that correlation is too strong for me.
Joe Rogan, listen, is Joe Rogan 100% chill? I think he had a popular podcast that was growing. They gave him his he interviewed, he was the moon landing denier guy. He's like, there's no way you could ever convince me that we went to the moon. Then he went on vacation and he comes back. He's got a new show, a network show. He's making tens of millions of dollars. And he interviews Neil deGrasse Tyson and he's like, oh yeah, maybe you're right. And so they got him to backwalk for money, right? And maybe he thought it wasn't that, hey, you know what, if I do this, maybe they convinced him it's for national pride or national security or something. And he did it, and he's benefiting greatly from it. So now they have him, he's got his $100 million, $200 million contract, whatever it is, and they can get him to do more and more. And maybe he's just not allowed to address these things. Now, he did have Bart Sabrell on recently, and that did some damage to the moon landing people, the moon landing.
Yeah, there's Eddie Bravo. He brings I think Eddie Bravo on his show has made a lot of flat earthers.
Yeah.
And Joe doesn't do a good job of defending it. It's almost like a way of being a flat earther the way he does. Yeah, exactly.
How can you do a good job?
Yeah, but he's really he's like, yeah, he's like very meathead about it though. He doesn't like if they I don't know. I just think they're planning on using it, Dave. I think they're gonna say it's flat and say the outer pounders are the aliens. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Maybe I think that it's coming out, and Will has sucked a lot of energy out of us. Look how we're talking about him for a half an hour now, and everyone's talking about it. Everyone's making videos. Why aren't we doing other things? But in the end, I think everything they do blows up in their face. Everything. Yeah. They fake a sun video. Boom. That's a point for us. Everything they do blows up in their face because they're liars. Lies only exist in your mind. The truth is the truth, and it doesn't go away.
I agree. That's the truth.
I've been listening for a while. Just grabbed a mic. In looking at this, they're trying to play the long game. This is a big 5G chip.
You're coming in low.
Oh, yeah, you're really quiet.
Okay, hold on.
Like I hear a truck backing up.
Before we intro out, Dirk, do you have any upcoming events or debates or interviews that you want to plug in?
I just want people to keep going and spread the Roseanne interview around because it's becoming their number one interview. I did a great interview.
That was an awesome interview, by the way. That was great.
Keep sharing it because when it comes number one on her channel, that's interesting. People are like, what's the number one video on your channel? Oh, it's the Flat Earth one. So I'm getting tons of feedback from that. I can't say, but I was working on scheduling on a very, 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 very large podcast. But then the Trump hoax happened and they postponed. So hopefully that comes back in in the next month or so.
Man, that's a bummer. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I was saying as I was listening, good morning, you guys are legends. I just look at this thing as it really doesn't matter who asks Will what before this quote unquote event happens, because it's not going to get him. Nothing's going to pin him, because the main point, I think, is what's going to be revealed. And it also doesn't matter if they have a levitating sun, if they have Project Bluebeam, if they have a cloudy day where they're just going to like say crap about, oh, the main thing is the polished reveal to the masses, because we've already seen they put a box around all flat earth content to try to slow it. And I mean, that's not working. They shadow ban the heck out of everybody that is trying to share truth, and all that stuff works a little bit, but it's not working in its totality. I mean, people look into this topic, they're going to see holes and they're going to dig. I mean, if they care about the truth at all, and they're going to wake up. So I think they're trying to get ahead of the curve, and they're trying to. This is for the masses. They're trying to get the attention of the masses that haven't even heard of flat Earth yet, that if they did hear about it and look into it, they're going to possibly wake up. They want to say, oh, no, that's already been, that experiment was fully done. All this money, this grandiose story about this rich guy that's just a pastor, good guy, out of the goodness of his heart, wanted to just really help the community figure it out, the final experiment. They're going to have this thing that they can reference to. And then also, if you think about legislation, it could have a component of, no, this has been proven legally. Now shut up, flat earthers. Like, it's been proven this flat earth talking point isn't allowed anymore on any platform, because it should, you guys are just really disrupting like the normalcy of life, because it's not true. And that's sad to think that they would take it to that, but I think they're going for the big move, and it's really frustrating because the truth does matter. And Dave, you're right. It does blow up in their faces usually. And yes, of course, the flat Earth is not going to stop because it's the truth. They're just trying to put hurdles in our way, in my opinion.
Hey, real quick, Run Boston. Like, I already have a solution. This literally is the easiest way to prove globe Earth, right? They stick a 24-hour sun, or not 24-hour sun. They stick a 24-hour camera down there, right? Or several cameras, right? Like 5 different cameras showing different angles and everything. And they just show it pointing how the sky, the motion of everything going on. Maybe one watching a stick in the ground and watching the shadow rotate 360 degrees all the time, no disruptions. And the reason why, they could say, look, it's stupid, we know the Earth is a globe, but if you really want to go watch this boring ass camera for a week, here's your evidence for it. Like, they could easily prove that, but all you see is everything in the north, nothing in the south. The south
Yeah, they would have already done that if they could. Dave was saying that earlier. Yeah, they would have plenty of footage of the 24-hour sun already if it existed, right? It would already be there. So
instead of Will spending all this time and money, just invest in get them some bandwidth and some cameras, and just let us watch it for a month or 2 months.
Yeah, exactly. Taking flat earthers down there is shady. Like, what? Just get the cameras, put it there, have it going all the time, and then there we go. And then we can look at it anytime we want. But no, they couldn't do that. That would be like.
I don't hear anybody.
I just lost sound. You must have got a phone call.
Yeah, just went quiet.
But you know what? To be an honest person, I am going to look at this objectively and just see what they put out. I'm not going to be I'm not going to turn my eye completely away from the whole thing. That would just be flat out ignorance. I'm curious to see what comes out of this. I think it would be hilarious if they go down there and they're like, oh, there was so much cloud cover, we couldn't get the filming that we wanted to get for it. Like, I would just die laughing. Like, what a waste.
That actually is the most likely scenario. Rather than having to fake anything, they do know how to make clouds. We know that. And so they literally just, the one scenario is Will totally believes that the Earth is a globe and is funding this, whatever. And then the people that control Antarctica, they're like, okay, these guys are coming down here. We're gonna have to cloud up the sky, and that's it. And nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. And this again, all of the shit that's going on in the world, it's all about stealing our energy. This is stealing our energy. This is getting people fighting with each other. They want us fighting with each other. They want us fighting with them. The trolls want to suck our energy. This is all about our energy. Look what happened with fucking Trump. Okay. They want us fighting with each other. It was real. It wasn't real. It was the Democrats. It was the Republicans. He was in on it. He wasn't in on it. That's what they want, right? Yep. They're getting it because people are fighting, constantly. So,
But yeah, no, I agree. Like that, I didn't think about that. I was just thinking of like just natural weather conditions. But it would even make sense that they would just cloudy up the sky during that time and be like, oh yeah, sorry, it was just bad weather conditions, and it would be a complete waste of money. I mean, I've been on trips before where it was a complete waste of money. I went on a trip to Key West one time, right? Vacation with me and my wife at the time, and we went to go do some snorkeling out off of this reef, and as soon as we go to hop in this water, I'm like, why does the ocean burn? I've lived in the ocean like most of my life. Why does this burn? I stick my goggles into the water, and we're in a school of jellyfish, right? There's no going back. That was a waste of money. They're not going to take us back and do it all over again. So this whole thing, they could easily put cloud cover up. You go down there, you spent a shit ton of money, and guess what? You're not getting your money back. There's no refunds, and if you want to do it again, you're gonna have to spend all that money all over again.
unfortunately, I think there's more to it than this. I don't think Will's doing this by himself. And there's just a lot to it. So I think this, that's just me, conspiracy Dave, thinking that there's way more to this than meets the eye.
It could
Anybody
be.
with any discernment can see it.
I don't think he would waste his own money on something that wasn't a guarantee. He would have to be getting funded. This would have to be fully funded by somebody else who's just pushing him to be the face of it. For him to not care, or to even go for checking the weather.
People say that he's a billionaire, then they say he's a millionaire, and a lot of people have settled that he's a multimillionaire, and he says he's done really well with investments. Meanwhile, he's got people there. He's got all these charges against him about bad investing, right? So it's like, and when he had Joe Hill down there to debate McToon at his little church, his credit card bounced at the when paying for his hotel. Like, that could just be a bank error. Okay, something happened, right? And maybe he's so rich he forgot to pay his bill.
That's the only credit card you have. If your credit card bouncing, come on.
Yeah, it's stupid, And then, and how do you prove any of that? I don't know.
Well, if you're a multimillionaire, your balance should always probably be at zero.
Billion to million to multi-million, he's losing millions about a minute.
Yep.
I think all these interviews where he's come on to everybody's show and everybody's seen just the smile that stays on his face and the overall demeanor that he carries is very consistent. I think it's a clip collection where they're going to make the hit piece, where they're going to say, they're almost trying to brand the final experiment, like to be known worldwide that this is real. And it's for the people that haven't heard of flat Earth. And they're going to make us look like we're scatterbrained and everybody thinks a different thing. They're going to make it like, oh, if you enter into this form of thought, or if you start questioning where we live, you could end up like these crazies where they don't know how much good comes by having an open mind and looking at things critically. Like, we have critically analyzed the science and the narrative, which we now know is pseudoscience and a religion. But for the normies that are stuck working their 9 to 5 and they're behind on bills and everything's inflating, they're going to just see this one-off hit piece that's going to be amazing, showing globers to be sane, flat earthers to be like kind of wild and on the fringes. And all they're going to remember is, oh, they proved that thing. Yeah, that thing's been proven. I'm telling you, this is aiming at the people who haven't heard about this subject. And it's not even about us. It's not even about our momentum. They're just trying to get ahead of what's happening. And I don't think it's going to work. It's just, that's my opinion. I feel like I may have said it twice, but thanks for letting me share my thoughts.
If he's running from the ISS, if he's running from the IRS and he's in debt and he has people he need to pay, I think the IRS should be more aware of this $30,000 plus trip that he's suddenly funding. Like, you know, like it just doesn't seem like they just don't
It's the
align.
SEC, not even the IRS. The SEC is coming after him, and he claims, "Oh, these are just ambulance chasing lawyers. They always do this. This is normal." And meanwhile, he paid I forget the number, 150,000 or 200, a quarter of a million already. He's got another 500,000 in charges against him, and his credit card's bouncing. Shit doesn't add up. None of it adds up. And where the fuck did he come from? And now he's like the number one fucking everyday flat Earth guy. Bullshit.
And to the Globers who wonder, you know, why we're skeptical, you know, we're just conspiracy theorists. Like, no, we've seen them do this already. We've seen them do this with the hit piece, with the Jaren and the Netflix documentary and all that stuff. So it's like, if they're capable of doing that, and then now you got some random guy who had a questionable past and financial history who denied, completely 100% denied having any part of this, and then 20 minutes before it was happening, decided he was a part of it or the creator of it. It's like, you want us to trust y'all, but nobody did anything trustworthy. So yeah, to those questioning why we're questioning it, it's because what's the problem? If it was a truthful event, if you guys were honest, if he really had integrity, there would have been no reason to hide or keep it a secret or.
And now he threw out there that an unnamed Glober says, Will, just send 2 flat earthers down there. Don't even send a Glober because we don't even need to go. Right? So again, that leads to they're gonna fucking run with this. They don't need a Glober down there. They need flat earthers to witness whatever they want us to witness. And having a Glober down there is pointless. So, he's using that as Globers are so confident in their model. And flat earthers are making excuses and stuff. Right? I don't think there's a 24-hour
how
sun
could
down
we
there.
fake it? How could we fake it? That's my thing. Like I've already changed my mind. I have no problems going back if the evidence presents itself. I just I'm not biased. You know what I mean? People say, "Oh, you're biased. You're biased." No, I'm very skeptical at this point. But are we going to gloss over the fact that Bob, the science guy, was selling prescription opiates for blowjobs?
Everyone's glossing over it. That's been known for years, and then he's still out there. He's still
I
out
did
there.
not know this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I think when we pull up on TikTok, we don't have to highlight all of their discretions one more time. Real quick, since we got this and that pod on stage. What's up, bro? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Oh yeah, I hope you got to see that clip.
Oh, hey, good morning, everybody. Sorry about the noise. I'm on my AirPods, so I apologize. Normally I'm in my studio, but I'm about to clean my car. So I like what you guys are doing. Everybody here knows that I'm like neither with you nor against you. I'm like on the fence. Dave knows this. That's why we're having an interview on the 10th of August. By the way, how's it going, Dave?
Who's speaking? Who is this?
Oh, this is Josh from This and That with Josh and Zach.
Oh, okay. All right.
I sound a little different because I'm using AirPods, but
no, that's all right. That's all right. I look forward to the conversation.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we want. We have a lot of questions. Again, you can't really trust anything that the mainstream media tells you. This doesn't just go with science and astronomy, astrology. It goes with even recent events. It's unfortunate that you can't even trust the people that you're supposed to trust anymore. So everyone's going alternative. It's just
Wait a minute. Wait. Are you suggesting that we should not trust the plan and Trump is our savior? Are you suggesting that? Oh,
well, I don't.
fuck.
Yeah, I don't. Since I'm not a religious person, I used to be. I'm more spiritual. I don't fall for the savior complex, which I feel is all of that: politics, religion, all of it. I feel like everybody should save themselves, 100%. I think
Absolutely. We're on the same page. We're gonna have a very agreeable conversation.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to not make it an echo chamber. Of course, I'm gonna like play the steel man. I'm gonna play the devil's advocate because there's gonna be people obviously that listen to that conversation that is going to be up in arms 100% against it. But a lot of those people, even I've looked into some of this stuff, and it is very interesting, which is why I'm in this room, and this is why I made the appointment with Dave, is because this shit needs to kind of be talked about more and more, whether people believe it or not. And I'll land there because, like I said, I'm going to be cleaning my car, but I'll be listening and chiming in for as long as you guys are on.
Hey, shout out to Flat Earth Dave. Shout out to this and that. My bad, y'all. I'm like listening in the background, multitasking and stuff like that. A lot of valid points that's been made. But real quick, this and that before you go, because I wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
Proud had made a super dope clip of y'all interaction in y'all space. I think you had Ashton in there, a few other speakers. I didn't get to catch the whole space. You remember that? The space that you guys had?
I actually just saw the clip last night. I thought some of it, I don't know if it was meant to be negative. I didn't take it positive nor negative. It was just that people seem to be, in my perspective, attacking Ashton. I think Ashton is treading a fine line because he doesn't want to be a part of the two-sided argument that this kind of brings to the surface. You know what I'm saying? He's concentrating more on like over unity and the ether and all that stuff. And whether people want to believe in that is up to them. But free energy does exist. I've seen it with my own eyes. The fact that you can power things with copper and magnets is absolutely amazing. And I feel like more people should, like, I don't know, scale that, maybe build on that, which is why I'm building a device this fall. And it's just, that stuff needs to be talked about too. However, if he's concentrating on one thing, just let him be. He's already said that he would talk about it once he's done with the over unity. I just think people just need to let him do his thing and not be so aggressive or abrasive, because I've had multiple conversations with the guy. He seems very genuine. He doesn't seem like he's blowing smoke. He's very apt in physics. He knows what he's talking about, and he's very good at explaining it. And I just am asking those of you who may disagree with some of the things he says, maybe look into it a little bit more, because there's a lot of stuff to that physics stuff, that over unity, that is real. And I'm gonna land there.
Now that's interesting. I'm not quite sure what you mean. It sounds like you're referring to the flat Earth conversation. Am I correct?
Yeah, Proud was there. She had brought it up, and you could tell that he was kind of tiptoeing a little bit. And I kind of understand that, you know. But Proud, I understand where you're coming from. However, when you drop bombs like that, you can't really expect people to recover very quickly. Like they got, like we were having a conversation about over unity, and then Proud comes in, drops this bomb out of nowhere, and then you could tell Ashton was kind of caught off guard a little bit, you know.
You
But
guys were knee deep in the ether.
yeah.
Deriving
Well,
Tesla's work.
I really believe in the ether. I really believe in the ether, and I believe that it is in motion, which is why when they tried to analyze it, they didn't really come up with anything, because they've always talked about the ether being stationary. But when you look into Walter Russell and you look into Tesla and you look into how they describe the ether, it's always been in motion, like ever since the dawn of time. And it's just, Dave, I don't know if you agree, but all these ancient civilizations, I believe they use technology like this in the past, which is why it's never talked about anymore, because it's suppressed. Like George Westinghouse did the best suppression ever when he asked Tesla, how can I put a meter on that? And then he completely turned around and destroyed Tesla right after that. But however, I do know about Trump, and I do know the fact that he's got these documents. Now, I'm kind of wondering about that as well, because there's like a 50-50. The guy signed Operation Warp Speed, which was a fucking nail in the coffin for us, and nobody talks about it. It brought in the funding for all the vaccines. People made hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. And it's just like, but people know about these documents, and people know that he came across them, and that people know that he was friends with Tesla. Like, not him personally, but his family. So it's just like, there's a lot to find out there that I can't really comment on because I don't know. But I do think there's a duality. I do think that there's good and bad in everybody. And depending on how he reacts, Trump that is, I don't know. I'm hoping that this stuff does come to light. And I'm honestly getting tired of paying the electric bill and other bullshit because your Wi-Fi and your cell phone works on the ether, for crying out loud. Like that's how they send all of the signals. It just doesn't make any sense.
I found that
You know?
on the app. I created an old world page. It's the button with the griffin on it, and I just added a new section. It's called the Ether, and I found this video. I think it's a year or two old. It's long video, but it's amazing. I encourage people to watch it. It's in the old world section, and it's mind blowing. So to theorize, to not know that they used the technology, the ether technology back then, is just ignorance, because there's no question. Once you start looking at this stuff.
If you need proof, just look at Astana in Kazakhstan. Just look at that city and you tell me that they don't use the ether, because they've got shit all over in that city. And if people don't know what I'm talking about, it's Astana, Astana. It's never talked about, and it's like a glorified city to Lucifer. And they have these two giant spires that resemble free energy devices that I've seen in old ass pictures. It's just, check it out.
There's another city, another place called, is it Uzbekistan or something like that, where it's like there's like nobody there, you can't go there, and it's crazy, the buildings there.
Oh yeah, like it is. You can't tell me that all this architecture, all this old intricate building concepts that all these people had back in the day, all we can build now is right angles and straight lines.
Have you seen the building in I think it's North Korea, which we're not allowed to go. That's taller than the trade towers were, right? And it's an old world building, taller than the trade towers in North Korea, where we're supposedly can't go there because they're crazy and want to blow up the world. I don't know, man. I think that's like a whole nother civilization there.
Well, it's the self-projection problem that I have. When you have a government that literally demonizes every single other government that tries to do good and says that they're the bad guys and we must invade and we must do this and we must do that, to me it seems like a little bit of self-projection, because that's exactly what we're doing. Like, we have more military bases than any other country in the world. We spend more money on the military than any other countries combined annually. And everything in this country sucks. The education system sucks. The healthcare system sucks. I can go on and on. It's terrible. But Dave, I'm definitely going to have to check out that building because I have not heard that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I have a video. If I still have the video, I'm going to add it to the old world section, because there's some crazy stuff going on right here within our world. Who knows what's going on in the in the extra territory.
That's another thing too, like inner Earth, the outer worlds. Dave, last time you and I spoke on this in this space, I think it was like a month ago, and I had brought up the 178 worlds under the Great Dome that I've read. That's pretty interesting.
I love that story. I love that.
I like, part of me wants it to be true so bad.
But here's the thing: whether it's true or not. Well, I don't say it doesn't matter. That's an interesting question, whether it's true or not. But it's physically possible if the Earth is an extended plane, right? The heliocentric model with gas balls floating in a space vacuum is physically impossible. So it's like, you want to believe in aliens from outer space? That's retarded, right? You want to believe in
I'm slightly
178
retarded.
ponds? If you want to believe in 178 ponds outside of our pond, that's doable on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm going to have questions about for sure, is that I'm like maybe 60-40 on space. I guarantee 100% the moon landing was faked. But my reasons on why it was faked is a little bit different. I have some weird feeling that if that shit is real, and like I said, I'm slightly retarded.
Yeah.
But if that shit is real, and beings came from either other planes on this plane or from outer space, they've been here for a long fucking time, and they've controlled humanity for a long fucking time. So either the outer worlds is space, or space is space, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just that I've read so much things about governments and different governments having relationships with these things. And if the moon landing was faked, and the reasons that I believe, because I believe that I will never be able to know if space is real or fake. We can talk about this
Why
all
did they
day.
fake the moon landing?
Because I think that, now I don't 100% think this, but part of me thinks that shit is colonized, and they're hiding that shit because it's going to freak out a lot of people.
Listen, no offense, but you're just
No offense taken.
You're a little bit more than slightly retarded.
Hey, it's okay, because I'm willing to be accountable. This is another reason why is I'll never argue with people. I'll never bash their character.
I was just waiting to use that line.
I know.
Sorry.
I know. And I love the word retarded, and I'm going to bring it back. Or
I already brought it back. Don't you fucking get credit for that, man. I brought that fucking word back.
Don't get canceled now. Don't get canceled.
All right.
Well, real quick, let me because I wanted to get back to I was just trying to gain some clarity. Because I enjoyed that conversation. At least from what I heard, I didn't hear the whole thing. Now, this and that, you said that maybe some people perceived it as negative. I'm a little bit confused on that. I do agree that Proud normally drops bombs when she grabs the mic. However, I'm not sure that she actually brought up flat Earth. So I'm just that's why I asked this and that before I went into what I wanted to ask you about is, if you actually watched the clip, because again, I didn't see anything negative. I just seen a dope back and forth about interferometry, Michelson-Morley, and the ether. And I didn't hear Proud bring up anything about flat Earth. So again, I just want to clarify if you were able to see that whole clip, or were you referring to something else when you started talking about flat Earth?
No, I wasn't referring to anything else. I believe, I'm going to be honest with you, Proud. I haven't watched the whole clip. I think I watched like 15 seconds of it, and I fell asleep. Now, she brought up the ether, Michelson-Morley, and all that stuff. I think the conversation was going around whether or not the ether was stationary or in motion. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, I asked Ashton if he believed in a stationary ether.
Yeah.
Heliocentric
Yeah.
model.
Yeah, and based off of his answers, I think some of it went against what some of the flat earthers believe. Because I feel like you guys believe that the ether is stationary, correct? Because we live on a flat plane?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh, then I am mistaken. So
yeah,
then I am mistaken. Again, Dave, I'm slightly retarded.
Yeah, there's a lot to this conversation. I'll let Proud chime in, but I do want to build off of that. But go ahead, Proud.
No, I think a lot of people just read, flat Earth, Proud Flurf in my bio, and then immediately think like anything I'm asking is gonna lead to flat Earth. But yeah, as soon as I mentioned Michelson-Morley, Ashton was like, the flat Earth people usually think that. So he kind of felt it, like he knew I was a flat earther, so he just wanted to get to the chase. But in all honesty, it's rare for us to run into globe earthers who believe in the ether. So that's what really drove the conversation. I wanted to at least let him get his thoughts off and see where he was coming from with his ideology. But yeah, go ahead, Secret.
Yeah, I mean, because that was so interesting, because there was about like 70% of from what I heard from Ashton talking in the clip that I agree with, that I feel like a lot of flat earthers agree with. Which was interesting to see how some of the things transpired over the past couple of days when actually talking about flat Earth between him and some of the people on the timeline. I like that he's super engaging, even with all his followers. A lot of people that have a lot of followers don't engage like that, so I think that's super cool. But I just want to make sure that we don't get lost in a narrative. right? Because it seemed like it always happens. Like people see, just like Proud said, flat Earth, or they see flurf, and then like a red flag goes off, and then just things just start going left and start going, kind of crazy. And again, I thought that interaction between Proud, Ashton, and yourself, this and that, was amazing. Like I really, really like that, even though I don't 100% agree with everything that Ashton said. It was a very civil back and forth, and it was informative. So then when I see like the generalizations on the timeline, and I know that you weren't there, but that's why I was just asking if you were able to, watch the whole clip to see if in fact the flat earthers were really abrasive or not. Because from what I saw, someone had just added Ashton and then added one of the well-known speakers in the flat earth community, Witsit, and say, hey, do you guys, agree on some things, and what do you guys think? And from what I saw, I could be wrong, the threads get a little crazy. There's a lot of comments and threads deviate here and there. Like it's not just one linear, comment section or whatever the case is. It's really dynamic when you go into these threads on Twitter. And for what I saw, I'm just going from what I saw him first call the flat earthers weird. I also seen him say, oh, well, y'all don't know basic math, or something along those lines, just a little bit condescending, not that bad. But I'm just trying to figure out where did the disconnect come from? Because if he's engaging with my co-host and there was no bad blood, no issues, even though he was the one that brought up flat earth and not my co-host, then like, where does that generalization come from? And are we running with a narrative that the flat earthers are aggressive and abrasive? Or did it come from the other side? And then the flat earthers reacted and then it snowballed. Like, I really want to be clear, because the reason why I want to make sure that we're clear on what actually happened, and I wanted to get into this last night, but we got a physicist in here and I wanted to kind of stay on topic. But I pride myself in having civil conversations in a polarizing discussion. And I try to talk to, the people that come in here, all the listeners, we call them the level heads, shout out the level heads, to act in a manner where, we don't have to be like that, even if we disagree. But a lot of people think that flat earth is dumb and stupid, and then we get these trigger words. And then then it seems like there's like a combativeness that ends up happening. And I'm telling y'all, if you go listen to what Ashton was saying, I'm not kidding. You're probably going to agree with more than half of the things that he said. So I think that's why when that tweet came out, let me see if I could find the guy that tweeted out. I'll post it up top. Y'all go look through the thread. This was somebody by the name of Son of the Right Hand. And what he did was, I'll post it up top just so you guys can see for context. And I'll let this and that chime in after this. He tagged Witsit and he tagged Ashton. And he said, Witsit, Ashton, are you two on the same page with a non-ball earth and ether cosmology? So just say, I hear you talking about this, Witsit. Hey, Ashton, I hear you talk about this. Where do you guys agree on? Where do you guys disagree on? And then things just started to devolve from there. And I just want to make sure that we're not condemning a group of people just from an outside view. I just want to make sure that we can continue to have that conversation, because I don't want to stop that dialogue. Isn't that was like a really, really dope space that you had. And this had nothing to do with you. I just wanted to see your opinion, because you said that you watched the video, but then I don't know if you really watched the entire thing. You said you fell asleep. So it may be a moot point at this point, but I was only engaging because you said that you watched the video. But if you didn't watch it, then I wouldn't, judge you for having forgetting how the conversation really went. But that's the only reason why I had brought it up. You said that you had watched it, and I really want to continue that conversation.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna say something and then I'll respond. I've read enough about flat Earth and books regarding flat Earth to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, because there's a lot of interesting points that everyone has made in that community. And what I was going off about the abrasiveness, I think some of the comments, there's just a few. And honestly, I don't know if they came from flat earthers or globe earthers. I don't know. But like, you can't fix stupid and stuff like that was said. And however, Ashton did make a comment shortly after. I'm actually reading it right now. he was actually kind of being condescending towards flat earthers. Now that I think about it, something about I believe in real science. I doubt any of you have read a scientific paper. I believe it was something along the lines of his comment or his response back. But yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe the negative comments came from the other side. Most of those people I don't know. I only allow certain people into my spaces because I don't allow derailment. I'm an advocate for conversation. The biggest problem I have with most people when they get into a space or they start a conversation is they always attack the character of the person they disagree with first by calling them names and berating them. Then they continue with what they just disagree with, which is unnecessary. Just make a point and move on. But you see that in so many spaces, not just about this topic, but so many other topics. And it's kind of childish. Well, not kind of, it is very childish. And I'm almost 40 and I see people older than me arguing like children. I don't understand it. And the biggest thing I can take away from the flat earthers and the globe earthers is that we both believe in the ether. At least I do. And that is some major common ground from both parties. And I feel like regardless of what we think is true or not, the truth will come out of this common ground. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
Yo, that you made a great point, and I do want to commend you on your moderation. Even though like things didn't get crazy over your space, it was like just a nice free flowing back and forth. We like to do the same thing over here. We like to have fun too because we open our spaces on Friday nights. But yeah, it was definitely a great free flowing conversation. It was just disappointing to see two, I would say, bright minds. Right, I'm not really familiar with Ashton in too much of a regard. Like I'm just getting familiar with some of his content, some of the things that he likes to talk about. I do find it interesting, but I don't agree with it. But I think it's disappointing to see how the conversation could devolve so quickly, right? And I'm not saying it happens from only one side.
It just takes one comment. It takes one comment.
Exactly. And I guess that's the point I'm sorry I'm being wordy. I'm just trying to find the right words. I don't want to offend anybody. I just want to push the conversation to be better. So if it's flat earthers that may have hinted at some condescension that caused Ashton to reply like that, hey, flat earthers, chill. Ashton, if you're, don't believe in flat earth and you think it's stupid, that's fine, bro, but you don't have to be condescending either. All it takes is one comment to derail everything. But I'm telling you, and this and that, if you have a link to Ashton, I would ask that you have him reevaluate how he views flat earth and flat earthers, because I really, really do believe from my heart and soul and my spirit that conversation between Ashton and some of the other minds in the flat earth community can really have a great build. We could really establish some common ground, even if we don't agree on the shape of the earth, the technology, the science, the physics. There's a lot to be said there. And if you can encourage that conversation, I would really appreciate that. I don't know if you tapped in with Ashton like that, but I just feel like I just feel responsible to just say, hey, I think that conversation could go. I don't want him to have a skewed view of flat Earth or flat earthers. I mean, you've been here multiple times. I think this is like your second or third time here. You see how we get down. Like, we're pretty chill. But we don't like disrespect either. But if you can make that happen, if you could like link that up, I think that would be great for both sides. So we can gain some more value, because they both have so much to offer,
That's funny that you say that, because not only am I having Dave on August 10th, after that, I was actually going to push for a space with Ashton, myself, Witsit Gets It, and I was going to re-invite Dave back on. I just don't know if Dave can allot more than an hour, because I know he's a busy guy. But I feel like that space is going to be a big one, and it's going to be a long one. I'd say at least a couple hours. I've talked to Witsit on a few occasions. We haven't talked through direct message. We've only talked through spaces. I don't know how he took me because I was asking questions about G-force and cataclysms, and he was kind of off put by that question. He kind of I don't want to say dodged it, but the topic definitely changed to something else. And I'm more concerned about cataclysms. That's going to be one of our big topics, Dave, that we talk about, because that's the one thing that kind of keeps me from going to the other side, is because cataclysms have happened, and if that's the case, where do they come from?
You don't
Yeah,
think the cataclysm can happen on a flat Earth?
well, I know like the earthquakes and the stuff. It's just I don't know much about the asteroid
How about the
impacts.
Great Flood and mud floods? How does that happen
Oh,
on a
I know.
ball?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll say that I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know. I have no problem saying I don't know.
or the biblical sun standing in place for 24 hours.
Yeah,
I've heard of that one too. See, there's a lot of things I don't know. Like
they didn't say that in China, but China, they have what's called the longest night, where it was nighttime there for an absurd amount of time. Like roosters were crowing at night because they didn't know when to begin crowing. This is like old 3,000, 4,000 years ago.
And then there was that other one. What was it, in late 1800s? They said those solar flares knocked out the telegraph system. What was that? For some reason, I want to say the Kashmir effect, but I think that's wrong. So don't quote me on that. But that supposedly happened in the 1800s. But if we live on a flat Earth and the sun,
have you looked into Tartaria yet?
I have a little
and
bit.
Mud floods.
And mud floods, yeah. What was that? John Levy.
Direct energy weapons.
Oh yeah, I know directed at DEWs. Yeah, or I should say LDEWs. I like saying that.
Like people only know about them recently, but like, what if they've been around for thousands of years and that's how they've been keeping us in check?
Well, I know Archimedes and that magnifying glass. That was an early version of that, where he used the power of the sun to light ships on fire. I know that shit's real. So it's just that if the moon and the sun is in our atmosphere, and that, because the one thing, this is another thing, Dave, that confuses me too, which is why I still believe in the flat Earth 50%, is because of the constellations. They never fucking change. They never fucking change. You would think they would change over a period of time, but they don't ever change. And that we specifically revolve around
big one for most people when they look at the sky.
Yes, dude, that is a big thing. It's like, okay.
Instantly,
Here's one more, this and that. Not only do they not change, right? So you get this procession of the stars, but you don't get a procession of the planets.
Yes, and not only that, but why?
Or
what
the
happened
sun.
What happened to our 13th month? What happened to the 13th month? We only have 12 months, and none of the months are in order. If you go back to the actual words, like the first 3 letters of each fucking month, they're completely out of order. Why?
Hold on a second. The fact that the stars don't change is all you need to get rid of the heliocentric system. We live in a galaxy that's spinning. It has 100 billion stars. 80% of those stars are binary, which means that they're orbiting each other. Some of them are trinary, right? Our sun is moving 500,000 miles an hour as we corkscrew through the galaxy. And in all of time, no 2 stars have ever crossed position. Okay? That's all you need. That's all you need. You should be 99.999% flat with a fixed sky based just on that.
I know, but my brain broke 5 years ago when I came across the ether. I'm treading lightly, Dave. I'm like tiptoeing into that, I know what you're saying, and again, that's something I can't explain, but that you're right, that is a big one. That is something that I always like.
That's all
yeah.
you need. We're done. Our interview's done. Just take this clip, put it on your channel. We're done.
Yeah, I know. I'm laughing. I know. It's just, I want to say I don't know. It's just, I'm still like, that materialistic side of me is like, I have to
The
see
little boy
proof.
in you does not want to let go of his ball. Let the fucking ball go, right? We've all been programmed. Every fucking show, every toy, everything is about the globe, right? And to let that go
You literally have to let go of your childhood. You have to let go of everything. But when you actually look at the possibilities of flat Earth, it's far more interesting. It's amazing. People that are looking for disclosure, they're like, well, it's maybe in a million years we'll have, we'll find out what's going on. No, it's right here. It's here now. Disclosure is now. It's in our lifetime. It's today, and it's a much more interesting place. Much more interesting.
Did you know that the Vatican pushed flat Earth back in the day before they retracted it?
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, they pushed the flat Earth way back.
I know that they called Galileo heresy, and back in the day, that was punishable by death, but somehow he got house arrest. So I'm questionable about that.
Hey, this and that. You said you're on Discord, or you have a Discord?
No, everything is through Spaces and then through our podcast on all major platforms. I don't have any of that.
Okay, because earlier tonight we kind of were talking about the crossover from a bunch of people on Discord coming to this space specifically, and people from here going to Ether Cosmology. I was gonna recommend or just kind of point a light at the Ether Cosmology guys. Their Discord channel, they have many times where they read scientific papers, they discuss, they ponder, and I'm just bringing this up because your demeanor is very chill. You're not attacking. You're open-minded. You say what you think is true and what you believe with no shame whatsoever. And I think you'd be an asset to the group, even if you just popped in like once a month just to see what they were talking about. So I can drop you the way to join if you want. If not, no big deal.
Yeah, being that we're so new still, I'm still reaching out. We're about to go video here in a couple months. Once that happens, our TikTok will be up, our Instagram will be up, and I'm kind of interested in Discord because it's a form of networking. I have Discord. I just haven't made an account connected to this podcast. But if you could, my direct messages is open. Drop that link in the DM, and I will definitely check that out and probably join.
You said you're going video in a couple months. You listed our interview as a video interview. Is it just audio?
Oh no, I thought I hit the audio only box.
So it is audio only.
Yeah. It's going to be just like this. I plan on sending you an invite, you joining, and then us just starting off the conversation because I know you have very limited time.
How am I joining? Sorry to do planning on that.
Well, you would have to follow us, and then I would have to link you the space invite.
Oh, it's going to be on Twitter. It's going to be on Twitter.
Yes, because we used to do it just me and Zach through our Roadcaster Pro.
I have to follow you to do this. This is going to be a problem.
I don't think so. Well, I don't, because I know that. Well, I know, but I know that when you follow somebody, different options pop up. Like you can DM them after that, and
I'll follow you. Don't worry.
We're new. We've only been on here in December, so I'm not even sure how Twitter works 100%.
They've been trolling all morning. Dave, you on a troll? On a troll streak? This is funny as hell, bro.
No, I believe the first time I was ever in this room, one of the guys said, we really want to jump on you, but you're just too nice. And that's what I try to be, man. I try to absorb as much information.
We have to be. We don't jump on people that are the R word. We have to be nice to them.
Well, I've enjoyed the conversation. I'm going to dip so I can hang with the family. But yeah, our unique authenticity, like what makes us us and what makes us special, that's been pushed away long ago. Just division's been injected, hate has been injected, and I love talking to people with different ideas and stuff. So this and that, I'll shoot you the invite link, and if you want me to screen share and show you how just to click around, because it's a little confusing and awkward at first, but Discord's really fun when you get used to it. So I look forward to chatting later, and much love to all the fam.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. And Dave, we have so much to talk about. I'm glad I waited because you never have a weekend spot, and weekends are the only time we can do it. So
dude,
I'm glad I waited.
You somehow lucked out and found a weekend spot because my calendar actually made a hole. I don't have weekend spots, but you found one somehow. So it's good, and I'm glad it's audio only. That's perfect. It's possible, depending, we might be able to go longer than an hour.
That's awesome to hear, Dave, because again, so much to talk about, man.
Yeah, we had a great conversation last night. We had PhD Robert Bennett come in and talk about the lack of motion of Earth, talked about some ether dynamics. That's why we wanted to hear from Ashton as well. I think we invited you too, this and that. Oh, we got Matt Rife in here. We told Matt Rife to pull up. Unfortunately, he couldn't show up last night. It would have been like a really dope build because all of you guys have like some type of idea of what the ether is, how it works, your own perspective. We're all trying to figure this out in real time. But getting these different perspectives, these different minds, these different voices in the same place, I think is so important because there's a lot of value to be extracted from that conversation. So I'm looking forward to part 2 for Ether Dynamics with Rob Bennett. Witcher was in here last night too as well. He was pretty chill. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. So hopefully you and Dave can get that going. Hopefully you could talk to Ashton. And then we can all like figure out how to do this again.
100%, man.
Hey, are you guys talking about Ashton Forbes?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I didn't know if that was Ashton he was talking about, but I'll let him know you guys are excited to have him on your podcast.
Oh, he's already been on my podcast.
Yeah, that's where we first seen him on.
Yeah, I have a meeting with him tomorrow. I'll just tell him, hey, I was in the flat Earth space and they was talking about you coming on and everything.
Yeah,
I would. Heads up, people are still talking about his work.
This and that should have Matt Rife on.
Right?
That's another person, because I know about Royal Raymond Rife. I've done a lot of research about him, and I've come across Matt Rife on Tinfoil Hat with Sam Tripoli, and I've been meaning to reach out to him. It's just the only days I have free are really weekends. I work too much during the week, like 12-hour days. I don't have the energy for all
Don't
that.
let the system capture you, man, and exit the matrix.
Hey, sorry to pop back on. I'm following you, this and that, but it's not letting me send any kind of message. Maybe I don't have premium. I don't know.
No,
I don't think that matters.
You don't have his DMs turned on.
Oh.
You either have to turn your DMs on or follow back.
Well, DM should be on because I just talked to Shepard yesterday, and I just talked to
Is he
Ashton
following
2 days
you?
ago.
Well, shut up.
Yeah.
Are you following him?
Yeah, I'm following both.
Yeah, like I'm following you, but you're not following me, so I can't DM you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so either you have an option where people can only DM you if you follow them, or you only allow verified messages.
And I have that option turned on. I don't. If I'm not following you, my DMs aren't open.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. I'm so new to this platform.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, if it worked, you followed me back, and now I got the direct message option. So yeah, I'll send the stuff, and much love. I'm dipping. Y'all have a great day.
Yeah, dude, I thought it was in space that was going to be the ether one. I wasn't even aware of that.
It was last night, Rife. Come on, bro.
I wasn't even aware of it until like just a few minutes ago. I thought it was tonight.
We're gonna do a round 2. Trust me. I'll give you more of a heads up next time around. Robert Bennett was just getting familiar as well, because he's not too familiar with Twitter either. So it took a little bit of time.
Is Matt Rife in here right now?
Yeah, that's right, bro. This is
Holy shit! Holy shit, dude! It's an honor.
Fridays, so everybody
it's an
come on
honor,
in.
man. Royal Raymond Rife. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, dude, we're carrying it on. We're in clinical trials right now, and I'll give you a heads up on something. I was going to Florida to introduce some clinical trial data. There's a medical convention going on there, and I was going to release it then. But my plans have changed. I have a meeting with Ashton tomorrow and helping him out. I'm kind of pushing on the background for some Ashton stuff, and he has no idea yet. But this involves me actually loading up or saddling up on the
Don't tell
plane and
Ashton,
going to
guys.
Sturgis.
Don't tell Ashton. Go ahead, Red.
Well, I kind of told Ashton. I was like, I got some good news for you. I'll tell you about it later. But we were supposed to talk on Thursday. Dude, I was out like a light on Thursday. I was so tired. So we changed it till tomorrow. So he's going to find out tomorrow.
Yeah, this whole scalar frequencies. Like,
Yeah,
dude,
scalar
holy
just
shit.
means random. That's all it is. Scalar means random. So anytime you read that, just read random frequencies. But you have to look at like the range that they're in, though. That's going to be the important part. That's going to be the deciding factor. Like, have you ever heard of EES systems by I forget her name, Dr. Sandra Rose Michael?
Yes.
Okay, so Sandra, I was going to meet up with her in Florida. Her and my schedule wouldn't cross, but I have to go out to Vegas to probably meet up with her. Dude, her EES system is a scalar wave, right? So when you look at that screen of what she's running, that's randomized characters and lines. That's so she works within scalar, and your body and nature takes to scalar very, very well because everything has a resonant frequency, but it also has a range of frequencies that are scalar. So there's going to be you can't schedule something to pick up on all the scalar frequencies. You can only run scalar, and hopefully they align. If that makes sense, it's kind of odd, but yeah, you have to look at the range.
Have you heard of the Spooky 2 device?
Yeah, creator John White out of New Zealand, who's now won it in Canada, United States, Australia, and New Zealand, married a Chinese woman held up in China. CCP owns 51% of his company. It's not a Rife machine. That is a glorified electromuscular stimulator. I have many of them.
It's nice to know because that's a pretty penny. They're like $3,500.
Yeah, so I have them because whenever people buy my machine, they'll send me that one. They'll be like, "Hey, do you want this? I don't have any use for it." Like, it doesn't help. Yours helps, but do you want this? So I get them and I take them apart.
That's nice to know that it's a glorified muscle stimulator.
Yeah, you can get one for like $50 on Amazon.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, I run tests on them and everything. It's definitely an EMS system. I mean, it's disgusting what people have done to my family name. So that's one thing that we're doing is we're straightening all of that out.
Well, I'm sure you've had some pushback from the government.
I've had more pushback on wireless electricity than I have on the Rife machine. And the reason why is because I use all of their own efforts against them. They have done taxpayer funded, aka government funded, clinical trials on different machines that are similar to Rife, and they've paid colleges to do these. So I post all of their clinical trials that they have on their government websites on my website. And I let people know these are the benefits the government is not telling you about. They know about them. These are from, and I link it right to their site. It's on PubMed or National Institute of Health.
Hold on, right. Everybody would have to be in on it. That's what they tell the flat earthers.
Yeah, it's wild, dude. Once you, and you guys have all seen this, once you break like so many codes of, oh, they're hiding that from us. They're not telling us about that.
That's
Then
great.
that's whenever it kind of just rejuvenates your spirit to find out new things.
See, this is what I be telling y'all, man. When I be saying like they know something that we don't know, and I mean, I don't even know if Matt or Ashton, if they got like the highest levels of clearances. But I mean, if he's breaking this, imagine what else they may be hiding from us. The tech, the energy, like whatever it is that they know about our reality. Like, what is it that they're keeping us from? Like, these are just questions that we ask on a weekly basis.
Are you familiar with Phil Snyder?
Phil Snyder, I know the name. I probably know
he
the
was a
instrument better.
geologist, worked for the government. He was killed, probably by the government, but he has a bunch of YouTube videos that he talks about in the 90s about building all these deep underground military bases, coming across what you would consider to be alien entities, and that they killed him for it. And he said that the military, their technology since the Roswell crash, their technology has gone up by 44 years every 12 months. And if you do the math to today, they're over 3,000 years in the future with technology. So that will blow your mind if you just think about that. So I 100% think that they've been hiding shit from us for a very, very long time.
I mean, this tech is also 3,000 years in the past. Like, there's a lot of tech that's being rediscovered, and well, not even just rediscovered, but there's a lot of tech that's being reformatted and updated to systems of our kind, right? So we're basically computer run people. Computers are the oddest thing, dude. They shouldn't even work. Honestly, there's no rationale to say that computers should work because it's literally electrical voltage being routed through different things. That's it. So whenever you can just run electrical voltage to start manipulating things and you start seeing stuff and it can communicate in ways like this, it's really, really odd. So, but anyway, we're computer run people. Egyptians were not. They had tech, but everything's being reformatted. Kind of like what I did with the Rife machine. I took it from a 1920s time and the world has changed, so I updated it. I reformatted it to today's world and utilized the systems that we have in place. But I will answer your question about high level clearance. Personally, well, I've been a government contractor for years, many years. So high level clearance, I do not have it. Do I know people with it? Yeah, 100%. And Ashton has openly stated this, that he does have a clearance level. And anytime you have a clearance level, you have to go to the government to speak about things, to make sure it's not on their radar, or it's not an open case that they're working on, or it's something that is um, considered like dangerous to the world or whatever. So he went for the MH370 stuff and asked them about this, and they couldn't say no. They're not working on it. So I doubt that many people in the government actually know about the MH370.
You think so, for real?
Yeah, dude. The government's all about compartmentalization. That's it. So most people do not know what other people are doing. Like when you're in the army, they tell you every day, get ready. Our unit's going active soon. And they tell you this all the time. Always be ready. And then, they always say 2 weeks, 2 weeks until you hear about going to training before deployment. You can't really count on that, but they'll tell you daily, and nobody knows if this is true or not. It's only the very, very higher up that knows what's actually going on.
See, now when y'all hear us say they this, they that, now y'all know who we be talking about. I mean, y'all heard Bennett say it yesterday. Y'all hear Rife talking about it right now. He spoke to Ash. Like, listen, bruh, this ain't just some flat earth talking points, man. Like, there is a group that knows something that we don't know. Facts. I don't want to hear nothing about it no more. Like, it's confirmed. Let's just move past that point. We need to figure out what it is that they don't want us to know. That is the next step. Let's not even argue about who they is. Whoever they is, they know something that we don't know. What is it?
Well, like the old saying goes, there's nothing new under the sun. So if you really want to look towards the future, look towards the past. Rediscover what was discovered before.
Listen, man, I am so ready to like continue this conversation with a part two. I want to let everybody else get like final thoughts about some of the topics that we talked about. I think we covered like upcoming events already. I think Proud did that a little bit earlier. Anybody got final thoughts?
Well, I just saw Witsit in here and then he left. I was hoping to talk to him, but I appreciate you guys giving me time to talk. Dave, I don't see him in, or yeah, he's still in here. Dave, I look forward to our conversation. And Matt, I'm going to make a spot open. And if you can make it on a weekend for an hour or so, we'd love to have you on the podcast.
Yeah, dude, of course. Weekends actually work best for me because throughout the week, my schedule, dude, I can't even keep a schedule. Everything just gets thrown up. So, yeah, weekends work great for me.
All right, man. I'll be sending you a DM here in the next day or so.
Nice, man. Hey, Flat Earth Fridays, episode 106. Man, this has been such a engaging, polarizing conversation. We've been going for how long? I like 12, 13 hours, or something like that. It's Stationary Saturdays. I want to thank everybody for pulling up, sticking with us through the night into the morning. If you missed it, a lot of dope conversation. We got deep into it. Link in bio if you're looking for the replay. And you know we here every single Friday. Not sure what we're going to be talking about next week, but we're going to have a dope topic. And the next time we talk ether dynamics, I'll make sure that I send everybody the invite that want to be present for that conversation, because there's still a lot more to cover. And we haven't even scratched the surface. So I'm excited. Hope you guys are too. Proud, you got anything for them?
As usual, thanks for joining and keeping a level head and open mind. The point is to have the conversation and just talk about it. That's really the important part: spreading information, spreading knowledge, and getting it out there. So I appreciate everyone's for sticking around and having a level head.
Yeah, Proud. I didn't even know I wasn't following you, so that's my fault. I just followed you.
Don't feel bad. I follow select few, flat earth elites, honest globers.
This and that. Check out that clip, please. If you don't do anything else for the rest of the weekend, please check out the clip. I don't know if you recorded that space. If not, it's cool. That clip is there. I really want to get your feedback on that. And anybody else who haven't seen it, I put it up in the top. It's about a 13-minute clip, not that long, but super dope back and forth between Proud and Ashton, with some interjections by this and that. And it was a great conversation. I really enjoyed it. I probably watched it like 3 or 4 times myself. And yeah, like it was super dope. So it's up top. Save it for later. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. We're going to be active checking out, see what you guys think, because we want your opinion. We all got our different views. We want to bring them together, though, and figure this out. So I appreciate everybody for pulling up, man. Shout out to the level head. Shout out to the globe earthers. Shout out to the anti-flirts. Shout out to the potato earthers, the watermelon earthers, the pyramid earthers, the donut earthers, and everybody in between. And, we here every single Friday.
Oh, Sacred. I do record, just I don't record on Twitter. I record through my soundboard, and then I upload it to all major platforms. So technically, those who speak in our spaces when we have our podcast, they have a much larger reach because it's not just on Twitter. It's on Spotify. It's on our iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google, Spotify. So.
Ooh, nice. We might have to consider that, Proud. Everything's pretty much localized with us. We do got like some outlets on YouTube. Just holding down the lads. AlanSpaceAudits, Anti-Disinfo League. Shout out to Shane and Alan. But yeah, we pretty much all on Twitter as well. But that's probably a good approach. Putting on all platforms and streams so everybody can hear it, depending on their preferred platform. So that's dope.
You forgot we're flat earthers. We go on Spotify and then we become grifters.
Nah, I don't believe in grifters.
Damn, you right.
Hey, yo, I know I'm supposed to be gone, but I just wanted to make this comment. We came on with Bennett, and there was energy, electricity, adrenaline, smiles, and now we close out Flat Earth Friday with this and that, bringing the energy, bringing just that vibe that everybody's looking for, and Mr. Rife popping in, dropping gravy. So, yeah, this was a fantastic episode.
I'm telling you, I had chills all night, all morning, RB. Like it was such a great conversation.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too. It's great.
Y'all pulling up next Friday? What's up?
Link us your suggestions and topics. It's been fun, guys.
Yeah, one of you two, Proud or Sacred, send me a link next Friday. I'll join up for sure.
Yes, sir. Will do. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and follow you, bro.
Dope. It's been fun, man.
Been last call for like 5 hours.
like a space PlayStation. That looked like PS4.
Appreciate y'all.
Now we're having this conversation. Come back with some glow proof. So tell them the whole truth. We know what you're going to do. Go back to your
Leaders confirmed.
I'm straight packing them with facts. Got them clues and maps to cut through like an axe. Axe murderer, next NASA astronauts astronomically while simultaneously maintaining rhythm and harmony. The Illuminati is definitely onto me, but they can't do no harm to me. It's a bit like no harm. See, all a false dichotomy while their secret society maintains privacy. So there's nothing for your eyes to see except
shout out Dr. Bennett.
Honestly, I'm sick of this hierarchy. Your secrets ain't safe with me. Stop the malarkey, but get your car keyed.
No more secrets.
See, Brooklyn.
Level heads.
Joe and Flat Earth Fridays, we break them. Spreading truth, y'all. It's tunnel. No code, no curves, just a plane that's
episode 106.
Up all night, no need for a nap. Conspiracy theories, get a talk of the town. We got the facts, yeah, we breaking them down. Nothing but truth, we ain't playing pretend. The world's flat, it's time to comprehend. Late night sessions, we dive deep inside. Exploring the truth, taking you for a ride. No sleep tonight, cause we're wide awake. Questioning everything, the rules we break.
Yes, sir, level heads.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos, renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
I woke up, got out of bed and brushed my teeth. I grabbed the phone and stuck to roam. I seen the screen.
No motion.
My head. What's this? It's me. Clicked on it to be honest, yeah, I had to see. CGI, the bitch shy. I couldn't believe they use technology to deceive. So many bodies are closed-minded. The assignment is solely dying on photos up in the lineup. How can you tell they're not lying?
If y'all like Lil 13.
Yes, it gets real intense. Some might be on the fence. They just can't handle it. Think of the innocence. Yeah, explaining a little bit. You just can't lie to them. Think we will jump shit. Got go down, boom, boom, Nathan Oakley. Gravity has a new dance, a hokey pokey. Turns itself about, yeah, okie dokie. Cause the double speak always speak when you wanna tell your story. Gravity holds gases down, no container.
Shout out to the squad.
And the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger, and tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts out with something you observe. All I see is flat water. Where's the curve?
Where's the curve?
The artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't this different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. ODD, TV, and Eric Dubay, with which it gets it. Let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I say easily 4 times. Did you heard it okay? Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again, you're being played. Yeah. Letter A. Hey, you know, why is it important? Because it is! 2, 1, 0. Life on the ball. Fantastic, we don't fall. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball. Gravity explains.
We're just asking questions.
Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. You don't have
to open mind.
The deviation's higher than the average Asian. To see someone pissing down your leg and telling you it's raining. Who's your teacher? I'll step in the class and touch 'em. Lessons to smash and crush 'em. Weapons of mass destruction.
Itching to gas and flush 'em. I know you know my motto. Nothing precedes my duty. They call me obligado. They think the house is holy. It's incommunicado. They full of guacamole. I crush the avocados. Call me the virtuoso now. That means aficionado. Master of the Stratocaster. Wizard with the pizzicato. Luciferian foolishness is what you follow. Believing you're on the ball, you have all knelt down to swallow. Fuck all your bravado. If you're dissing Mr. Dubé, you're dead or your head's just hollow. I used to marvel at your little blue marble, but now it's impossible to continent your global model. Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Ain't it amazing? Amazing how the sun can shine so high. That's what they told you. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That explains everything. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
Yo, Dubé's back to blast tracks and ask you questions. Final mass class, the last flat pastors pending.
Get him, Dubé!
Broken glass globe package sending with a message to the Jews that your reign is ending. Like Payday said, warriors are gathering, so here's a smattering of what your stupid fucking sheeple ass should be asking NASA. Why the race with Rasa? How'd you get there faster? Where's the original tapes and telemetry data? You said you lost it, but what's the cost? You spend billions of dollars turning us all into ballers. Now take the fallen while you're stalling. Ponder who you choose and Mason's gonna call when the ball is burning. When the world ain't turning and the people learning that it was you that lied to us, told us we were moving. My mission's coming to fruition. I don't envy you, dude. The end is coming so soon. Your blue moon is through.
Life on the ball, baby. Fantastic, we don't fall. Astounding how we don't fall, baby. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. 93 million miles away. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That's what they say. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. Now tell me, why do seemingly logical men behave hostile when you question the orthodoxical nature of their gospel and present several obstacles that render it impossible to reconcile the assertions they read in periodicals? The masses can't stop screaming with emphatic passion. They have been inculcated in a dogmatic fashion. They do not know the extent to which NASA's lying. They can't wrap their curved mind around the flat horizon. It isn't that surprising when they feel they got a license to utter fallacies like Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying the earth is pear-shaped. What, you freebasing? You are just an actor, clown, front man, Freemason. Tilting your earth 23.4 degrees, leaving you with 666. Now you're on your knees. Filleting these demons, see Satan has stolen your power at 66,600 miles an hour. It's beautiful, fantastic, we don't fall. You've been stuck in a spin cycle. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Hoodwinked and bamboozled. Life on the ball, it's magical. Gravity.
If y'all don't want to wait till Friday, catch us on TikTok. Being proud be going crazy.
I'm a fire. I'm a fire.
At Sacred Keys on TikTok.
I'm a fire.
Oh yeah, we play away games too. Don't get it twisted. Be comfortable everywhere.
Once again, we'd like to thank you for attending this event. Please have a seat and settle in. We're about to begin.
Friday.
Over this topic, we're seeing an influx. So instead of wasting time, let's get right down to the crux. Now, traditionally, we've all been taught for many years that this planet Earth that we're living on is just a sphere. The panelists to my right will attempt to prove that, while the panelists to my left will try to prove that it's flat. Okay, you first. Well, anyone with common sense would know that in actuality, the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us. They lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No gravitation we propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. Many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the U.S. What about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, because you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir. The edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, because you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir. The edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally frozen. This is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. All right, back to the globe guy. Present your next claim. Yes, sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same as an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We'd fly off of the planet spinning around. And please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's
gravity.
Be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top. There's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets around? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the sun. Because the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. One question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well,
Get him!
Horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this.
Well, you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. You don't know it's part of the show.
Level heads for L.
Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars? Keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars, vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged.
Tell somebody the Earth is flat today.
Scars and rage quit repertoires, no answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like
let them know Dr. Bennett said the Earth not in motion.
Serving of Gish galloping wars, no remedy can save the lost in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it.
Welcome to the show.
Well, you don't know.
Often imitated, never duplicated.
Welcome to the show. If you don't know.
Hold me down, proud.
intoxicated. 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But
Every Friday.
Heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show from Mars is a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy
Globe is dead.
So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along.
Right, rest in peace.
Just to go along, I said.
What up, Sean? PM, can I see you? OGs for real. Dan Blue, what up? Shout out to Alan for holding us down. Kept it going, Mila. The dude, what up? Shout out Stinku. Smack that ether. Appreciate you, Brock. Mr. X, Libra Red. Dave, Flat Lads. JT. Howdy, Bill. Shout out Jason. Shout out Nathaniel. Blurf Coin, what up? D-Star, what up? Coastal, what up? I see you, Sway. Uncle Frost, Barbara Dan, Dirty Roof. Abel, Levy, Darius. Tony, I see you. Jedi, I see you. Talkie Podcast. Alright. Unmasking Julian KJ. Mr. Hugh. Man. What up, Matt? What up, Daniel? What up, dude? Thankful for thankful. Raph, I see you. Johnny Standing, NDS, Pakao, Lissa. Levelheads 4L, Flat Earth Fridays, episode 106. We back on it again next Friday. Tap in with us. Not going nowhere. Where we at? If they in your mentions all week, let them know where they could pull up every single Friday. You heard? It's Sacred Spaces, Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays, Levelheads 4L. We out.
Get off Twitter and go outside.
Stay off the weed.